You're listening to The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids.
We now leave our network programming to bring you the following special sports presentation.
The history, the tradition, the fun of Kernels baseball.
It's time for exciting live coverage of Kernels baseball, right here on the Kernels Radio Network. Now, the voice of the Kernels. In his 11th season, here's John Rogers.
Midweek greetings from Veterans Memorial Stadium, where the Kernels will play their second twin bill in a week. And it'll be against the team with the best record in the Western Division. We're taking on the Kane County Cougars in a doubleheader tonight, and we're trying to snap a 5-game losing skid that has seen our record go from 15-10 to 515-15. The Kernels begin play this evening 1 game back of Beloit and 2.5 lengths behind the swing of the Quad Cities. We have to finish in front of one of those two teams and also finish ahead of Burlington, Wisconsin, and Clinton in order to stake our claim to a second-half playoff berth. Scott Unash will be alongside this evening. We step out of the diamond and into the stands, the grandstands, that is, to talk with Joe Yamarino. Joe is a long-time fan of Cedar Rapids baseball. It's a real treat to tap his expertise and his opinions as a fan, because after all, that's what makes us anyone who has a job in professional baseball has it for 3 reasons. 1, professional baseball players. You have to have someone to cover. 2, advertisers, sponsors. And 3, most importantly, the fans. No better fan than Joe Yamarino. Joe, how old are you, and how long have you been following professional baseball?
I'm 50 years old. I've been 60 years old, 27. I've been coming for about 45 years, 50 years since I was 10 years old.
How does a young guy like you, when you were 10 years old, who first took you to professional baseball games here in Cedar Rapids? Did you go on your own? Did a family member take you, Joe?
A family member took me, and then when he quit taking me, when I was over 18, 19, I took myself.
And, Joe, you've seen a lot of great things in Cedar Rapids over the years, and what keeps you coming back year after year? What has made you a lifelong baseball fan here in Cedar Rapids?
Well, knowing that these young players have a chance to make the majors and to see what they can do, and they have to play the game. I didn't believe the preseason hype of the Kernels. You know, I had to take it 1 game at a time and to see what they did on the field. And most people thought the preseason hype of the Kernels, how good they were, you know, with the pitching and with the, you know, that they were going to contend for the Midwest League. And so far they coming on in the second half, but I didn't believe the preseason hype.
And that brings up a great point, Joe, not only for the Kernels, and we did have high expectations for this ball club. You term it the preseason hype. Yes, the pitching has been everything it was said to be. We've had great pitching, but we haven't coupled that pitching with enough offense this season. Baseball in general is fun to follow because a lot of the people who prognosticate and predict before the first pitch is thrown in April, sometimes they're right, but many times, for instance, who would think that the Detroit Tigers would have the best record in the American League, Joe? Very few people predicted that, did they?
That's right, very few people. And they turned that season around. Last year they were something like 50 wins, 125 losses. And that Tim Wheeler, you got to give credit to, he took a young team and turned that season around. I come from old school, John, where pitchers go 8-9 innings. I come from old school where they go 8-9, and you have just one reliever. Baseball has become too sophisticated. You got the lefty that pitches lefty for one guy, and you got a guy that pitches to 2 guys, and then you got the closer. Baseball has become too sophisticated. I come from old school.
And, Joe, there are a lot of folks that can relate to what you just said, the old school, where when a pitcher went out to the mound, it was a badge of pride that he would complete that ball game. Bob Feller, Early Wynn, Warren Spahn, Bob Gibson, Don Drysdale, those those guys prided themselves in starting and finishing, and the game has become specialized and sophisticated, and it's changed in so many ways where nowadays a pitcher is expected, if he can go 5 or 6 innings, it used to be that you let your team down if you only went 5 or 6 innings.
That's true, you did. Just the other day, Tommy Mendoza went 9 innings.
Wasn't that great?
Yeah, that was exceptional, and that's how it should be.
Yes, Joe, I concur with you on that, and one of the reasons that the game has changed so much, of course, is all the money that's put into the salaries and also the fear that someone might get hurt. Joe Yamarino is with us on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, and Joe, when you come to a Kernel game, do you listen to us on the radio? Do you keep score? Do you read the Gazette the next day? How do you keep up so well on every day, not only with the Kernels, but with the major leagues?
Well, I read the paper. I don't get the paper. I read the paper at the gas station the next day, and I read USA Today. That's where I get some of my information, USA Today.
Where they have great baseball coverage on every team.
Yeah, they do. They have it much better than the Gazette. I hate to say that, but they...
Well, the USA Today has a different angle on. They cover sports, you're right, at greater depth nationally.
Yeah, but I don't keep score. A friend of mine, Dave George, keeps score, and I don't listen to the radio, but I know, and Eric listens to the radio, but I don't...
Stan and Eric Kern.
Yeah, but I don't have
the earpieces.
Yeah, the earpieces to do it, you know.
Joe, you have some friends here at the ballpark that you enjoy talking baseball with. Who are they?
John Young, a.k.a. Tommy Lasorda.
And why do you say a.k.a. Tommy Lasorda?
Because he looks like Tommy Lasorda, and he got his autograph from Tommy Lasorda. Dave George, I talked to him, and...
you guys talk a lot of baseball, don't you?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
We're going to take a break from the ballpark. A special guest is with us, a long-time Cedar Rapids baseball fan, Joe Yamarino. He's been coming to the ballpark, old and new, since he was 10 years old. He's now 60, and we'll get some final thoughts from Joe from a fan's perspective next. This is the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show on the Kernel Radio Network.
For your communication needs, internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners, we make a good team. Service second to none, South Slope Cooperative Communications. Tuna Communications Triple Play, voice, video, and data with South Slope Cooperative in North Liberty. South Slope's lineup features everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and digital video TV service in most areas. For all your communication needs, think South Slope. Visit them at southslope.com.
A special fan is with us on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, Joe Yamarino. And Joe, you told us your great love of the game and how you're from the old school and that you kind of are disappointed or not real happy with the way the game has changed. Are there certain things about the modern game and coming to the ballpark that you do really enjoy compared to 50 years ago when you were first a little boy?
Well, there's much thing I like about the news, the modern day baseball, because, like I said, it's become so sophisticated. I'm bored with the DH, you know. I'm bored with pitchers who only go in 5 innings, you know.
How about the food choices at the ballpark? Have they gotten better?
Yes, they have. Like tonight, it's a triple play, and I like that, you know. You can't beat that. A hamburger, a beer, pop, and chips and popcorn for $5. And they have more like things like that.
Well, great. You like our food specials.
Yeah, especially something like that.
Yeah, that's really good. Joe, as far as watching Major League Baseball games, do you have the Major League package through ESPN? Do you have regular cable vision? How do you watch the game when you're not at our ballpark?
Well, I go to a bar because I don't have cable. I go to the bar and watch baseball on ESPN, and
your favorite big league team?
I like the Baltimore Orioles when they had Jim Palmer, Mike Cuellar, and those four big players, those four pitchers that pitched every third day.
Yes, they had a four-man rotation. Each of them won 20 games in the early 70s, and that's when you became enamored. It sounds to me like you really love pitching.
I do. Good pitching beats good hitting any day, and those four pitchers were on top of it. And not to take away from the Drysdales, the Koufaxes, the Gibsons, the Marshall, the pitchers like that, but they were good too. But those four pitchers, like you say, won 20 games, and they had good hitting too.
Yeah, those Oriole teams were something to watch back in the mid-'60s. Joe Yamarino, how about your favorite place to sit at a ballpark? Scouts sometimes sit right behind home plate. We have people that tell us they wouldn't trade the view from the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion in left field because you get to look in and see a panoramic view of the diamond. Where do you like to watch a game, or do you sit in different spots every day?
Well, I sit usually right behind home plate up at the very top with the railing back of me.
Okay, so that gives you easy access to the concessions, the restroom, plus you like being up a little bit higher.
Yes, I do. That way you see more, and that way I have bad arthritic knees, and it's hard for me to walk down there.
Well, sure. Joe, finally, from a fan's perspective, I'd like you to rate the effort you see from these Midwest leaguers. You say one of the things you like the best is that they're all striving to make it to the big leagues. Not all of them do, but you have a keen eye. Let's rate hustle, work, and desire. Where would you rate it here in the Midwest League?
For all the 14 teams, all 14 teams have great hustle, desire, and especially our team has great hustle, desire, and that's 100% of the ballpark. That's 100% of playing baseball. You gotta have the hustle. You gotta have the passion for the game. If you don't have the passion for the game, you might as well not be playing for it.
Joe, I couldn't agree more. You have a passion for the game.
Yes, I do. And I like to watch football game, and about 39 more days we got Iowa football.
We'll leave it on that positive note. Yes, you got it down exactly, Joe. 39 more days in Hawkeye football. Joe, please treat yourself and your good friend John Young to a meal at any of our Zio Giano's spaghetti houses. With a name like Yamarino, I think Italian food at Zio Giano's will be a great match for you.
Yes, it will. Pasta, spicy meatballs.
Joe Yamarino. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, John Rogers. Thank you again for having me.
It's been a real pleasure.
Joe Yamarino, our guest on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. John Rogers with Scott Unash from the Zone. Scott, a four-time State of Iowa Sportscaster of the Year, and Scott is with us for the first game of this twin bill between the Kernels and the Kane County Cougars, Class A Midwest League affiliate of the Oakland A's. The Cougars have roughed us up here in our home ballpark this season. They've beaten us 5 out of 5 times. They own the best record in the Western Division, 60-40 overall, and they lead the second half. 20-11 is their record. We're 15-15. And Scott and I are ready to give you the starting lineup for the first game of this twin bill. Each game this evening will be 7 innings. Aaron Nakula is the first-year skipper of this Kane County Ball Club, and he comes into the pilot chair after serving as their hitting coach the last 2 seasons. And as I said, Kane County's a very good ball club. They've beaten us 5 straight times here, 4 in May, and then they won the series opener here Monday night 8-4. Leading off in right field for the Cougars is Chad Boyd. Justin Sellers will play shortstop, and Sellers will hit second. Isaac Omura from the University of Hawaii, a .308 batter, will be at second base and hit third for the visitors. Jeff Baisley's playing for the first time in about a week. He was suffering from a strained hamstring. Baisley's an MVP candidate in the Midwest League. He leads the league with 83 RBIs, and he's batting .314, tied with our own Jordan Renz for second in the Midwest League in homers with 16. Jeff Baisley will bat cleanup and serve as the designated hitter for Kane County. Batting fifth, the center fielder, Jose Pineda. The catcher will hit sixth for the Cougars, Anthony Recker. Raul Padron will play first and hit seventh. Batting eighth at third base, Frank Martinez. And in left field, a draft pick of the A's this past June out of Southern Miss, Todd Johnson. A lefty's pitching for the Cougars tonight, Joe Piekarz. Piekarz. K-A-R-Z. Actually, it's Piekarz, Joe Piekarz, a lefty, and he went to Northern Illinois. The Huskies have been put on the map nationally recently due to the great football success they've had under Joe Novak, and Piekarz is from Streamwood, a suburb of Chicago. The 24-year-old lefty has won 4 and lost 4. He started in the bullpen this season for the Cougars, 19 relief appearances. This is his 8th start. Joe Piekarz, a lefty, has a 3.18 ERA. As always, Allen Motor Company is proud to bring us the Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup. It's a campus-wide 103rd birthday bash celebration at Allen Motor Company, and that means Allen's is open late Monday through Thursday nights until 9 o'clock. Just announced at Allen's, 0% financing. An all-new 2006 Buick LaCrosse starts at just $18,900 right now at Allen Motor Company. And an all-new 2006 GMC Sierra regular cab two-wheel drive pickup is just $13,700 at Allen Motor Company during their 103rd campus-wide birthday bash sale. With the Allen Motor Company Colonel starting lineup, here's the Zone Sports Director, my good friend Scott Unash.
All right, John, thank you very much. And the lineup for the Kernels here for Game 1 this afternoon looks like this. It'll be Brad Kuhn leading things off for the Kernels, and Kuhn will be in center field. Heinley Stacia will be the shortstop. Heinley 10th in the league in batting at .298, and he will hit second. Jordan Renz will be in right field. Jordan with 16 home runs, second in the league, and he will bat third. The red-hot Dallas Morris will be the cleanup man. Dallas will be back at third base tonight. Mark Trumbo will be at first base, and Trumbo will hit fifth. The designated hitter tonight for the Kernels, batting sixth, will be Flint Whipkey. Marco Albano will bat seventh and play second base. The catcher, Brett Martinez, bats eighth, and Stantrell Smith will be in the starting lineup tonight. Stantrell will play left field and hit ninth. On the mound for the Kernels, the red-hot Tommy Mendoza. Tommy 8-5 on the season. He was a 3-1 winner last time out against Southwest Michigan. And Tommy has pitched 130 innings so far, given up only 120 hits, and has struck out 105 and walked only 25. 3.81 ERA for Colonel starter Tommy Mendoza. So it's Kuhn, Stacia, Renz, Morris, Trumbo, Whipkey, Albano, Martinez, and Smith with Mendoza on the hill.
Scott, thanks for bringing us the Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup. The Kernels are taking the field, being introduced individually out of the first base dugout here at home, where we're 10-6 in the second half, 26-25 overall, and the Kernels in desperate need of a win and perhaps a doubleheader sweep. It won't be easy because the Cougars have dominated us this season, whipping us 5 out of 5 times here at home. The umpires are down below, and they're sponsored by Anderson and Brown Eye Care. Behind the plate is Ben Ashcroft, and his partner on the diamond is Brad Myers. Anderson and Brown Eye Care is your full-care, comprehensive eye care center. That means Dr. Tom Anderson or Dr. Todd Brown can examine your eyes right on site in their new location, I-380 Boyson Road, Hiawatha, exit 25. And then you can pick out your glasses and or contact lenses right on site at Anderson and Brown's brilliant new location. It's easy in, easy out at Anderson and Brown Eye Care. And as Tommy Mendoza trots to the hill, the colors are being presented in foul ground due to the wet grass. Now the Hanford Military Post, American Legion, is marching towards the middle of the diamond. And Ken Franz of our front office is going to honor us, or honor America this evening by singing the Star-Spangled Banner. Ken Franz is an outstanding singer who lived in Nashville, Tennessee 3 years and was fully immersed in the country western scene in Music City, USA. Here's Ken Franz to sing the national anthem. Again, Ken is a member of the Colonel front office staff.
On support of our troops stationed here and abroad, Wendy is pleased to present the national anthem. And now, ladies and gentlemen, throughout America, please join in the singing of our national anthem. It is being performed by Ken Franz. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets the bursting air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Colonel front office staff member Ken Franz singing the Star-Spangled Banner before the first game of a doubleheader between the Kernels and the Kane County Cougars. As the colors are retired, Scott, there was plenty of action this afternoon on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. It's sponsored by State Farm Insurance agents Brad Dunn, Dale Thompson, Al Shetler, and Gary Shubat.
You betcha, John. Total of 8 games, and they are all finals from this afternoon. In the American League, the Red Hot Tigers win again behind young Justin Verlander. 4-1. They beat C.C. Sabathia and the Indians this afternoon at Jacobs Field. The L.A. Angels of Anaheim clubbed Tampa Bay 15-6. And how about Howie Kendrick? First Major League home run today. And congratulations to Howie. Twins knocked off the White Sox 7-4. They are now tied for the wild card. That makes Jeff Johnson very happy, and yours truly very sad. Oakland on top of Boston this afternoon by a final of 5-1. Coming up tonight, if the Yankees beat Texas, the Yankees will move ahead of the White Sox by a half game for the wild card lead. Baltimore will be at Kansas City, and Toronto is at Seattle. In the National League, it was, I'm going to reverse this, John, because I know this was true. The Mets beat the Cubs 1-0 in 10 innings today at Shea Stadium. So the Mets get by the Cubs 1-0. Mark Pryor had a no-hitter in the 6th inning, but then had to leave the game because of another injury. Pittsburgh doubled up Milwaukee 8-4. It was St. Louis over Colorado 6-1, and San Diego remains in first place. Dodgers lose, I think, their 8th in a row, and San Diego wins it over the L.A. Dodgers 10-3. And tonight, San Francisco's at Washington, Arizona, at Philadelphia, Florida, at Atlanta, and Cincinnati is at Houston.
And we thank State Farm Insurance agents Gary Shubat, Brad Dunn, Al Shetler, and Dale Thompson for that complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. And we're ready to go. The Kernels trying to beat the Kane County Cougars for the first time here at home, and this is our 6th meeting with the Cougars, and they're red hot in the month of July. They're batting .286 as a team. They lead the league in walks. That's no surprise, as they're the Class A Midwest League affiliate of the Oakland A's. Oakland drafts based on computer statistics, and one of the statistics they look at for position players is how deep into counts do they work and how many walks do they draw.
Moneyball.
That's right, Moneyball. Strike call, but Tony Regans, our director of player development, our farm director, also likes to counter with Moneyball has not produced a world championship yet. Here's a high pop foul by Chad Boyd on an 0-1 pitch, and Dallas Morris goes over toward the grass slope seating berm, but it's 10 feet beyond Dallas's reach, and a bunch of kids pile on top of each other trying to snare that foul ball. Chad Boyd is a .345 hitter in 28 games for the Cougars. He has a homer and 16 RBIs. He's only 21 years old, and he was drafted by Oakland in the 9th round back in 2004. Tommy's 0-2 pitch to the left-handed batter is muscled foul straight back. Boyd bats from a very low crouch.
Yeah, he does, and tough little guy. You got to keep him off the bases because with this Kane County outfit, as you know, John, it's all about the table setters because they got some big bats in the middle of this lineup.
Tommy's pitch bores right in on the hands of the left-handed batter Boyd. He fights it off with a check swing foul towards the Cougar third base dugout. Scott and I always marvel at the different look the Cougars have with those Oakland A white baseball shoes.
Yeah, now I believe that's an organization mandate, if you will,
yes.
isn't it, with Oakland?
Oh, they want to brand the kids early that if you are an A, you're independent, you're allowed to wear facial hair, and a breaking pitch from Mendoza's in the dirt. The lights have just been turned on here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. A game-time temperature of 83 degrees, and you're enjoying the ball game in the zone. ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids. 1-2 is Tommy Mendoza, with his 8-5 record, brings it. A high fly ball down the line in right. It's fair, and it's a leadoff home run. Brother, how does that happen? Scott Unash, how does a guy with Tommy Mendoza's numbers in his last 7 starts to start a doubleheader on a 1-2 pitch surrender a home run to Chad Boyd?
Tried to get one by him, looked like on the inner half.
And left it up a little bit. And the good thing is it's only the first inning, and there were no men on base. But Kane County continues to just really hand it to us in our home ballpark. They jump ahead here in the first inning, 1-0. Second home run of the year for the .345 hitting Chad Boyd. It's only the 11th home run Tommy Mendoza has allowed, and this is his 21st start.
You know you got confidence when a guy hits a home run and he goes back to the dugout. Nobody comes out to greet him or anything. I don't know if it's something. I think they're playing a game with him.
They're giving him the business.
There you go.
Now there's another Oakland philosophy. They are a loose bunch. Here's a shot into left, a base hit for Justin Sellers. Tommy Mendoza may be a little rusty, Scott. He has not pitched since Monday of last week.
Yeah, it's been a while.
That's a long layoff between starts when you're used to going every 5 days. Sellers, a .254 hitter, drills a single into left. 1 on, nobody out for Isaac Omura.
Well, and you mentioned the fact that Oakland, kind of a loose bunch. Nothing like they were during the early 70s, though.
Not quite that out of
Charlie Finley and that group.
They were renegades.
Yes, they were, but good baseball teams.
They called them the Fighting A's. They'd fight each other off the field, then unite and beat the opposition on the field. Strike one call to the Hawaiian Isaac Omura, O-M-U-R-A. This fella's a tough out. He's batting .308, 2 homers, 32 RBIs, left-handed hitter. Throw to first, and Justin Sellers dives back in ahead of the tag by Mark Trumbo. 1-0 in favor of Kane County, and we're in the top of the first inning. Great to have you with us. The skies have cleared. It's a beautiful Wednesday night as a changeup dips low to Isaac Omura. Tommy Mendoza, a 3-1 winner here at home last Monday, against the Devil Rays, the Southwest Michigan Devil Rays. Tommy went 8 innings and allowed only 1 run on just 5 hits, struck out 7, walked none in a 3-1 Kernel victory. And that's been our last win. We haven't won in over a week. Southwest Michigan took the final game of that 4-game series, a Tuesday afternoon game, 9-3. A house of horrors at John O'Donnell Stadium where the Kernels lost 3 one-run games, and then we were thumped here Monday night 8-4. The 1-1 to Omura, a line drive past Mark Trumbo into right, coming on Jordan Renz, but he won't be able to hold the runner from going to third. Justin Sellers goes to third, and it's tough, Scott, when a team's already beaten you 5 times in your own ballpark, and then in the first game of a doubleheader against your hottest pitcher, they get a home run single, and because of that, Kernan Ronan is going to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Tommy Mendoza, sponsored by Mercy Medical Center. You owe it to yourself and the people who love you to find out what your risk of heart disease is with a $35 heart-to-heart screening from Mercy Medical Center. It's quick, easy, and convenient, and it could save your life. To schedule your $35 heart-to-heart screening from Mercy, call Mercy at 398-6821. And what do you think during this Mercy Medical Center heart-to-heart conversation? What do you think Kernan Ronan is trying to help Tommy out with?
Well, right now everything is up in the zone, and Kane County is making him pay for it right now. And you mentioned the fact that it's been a while, 1 extra day for Tommy, and usually when that happens, you get a little bit more on it and feel a little bit stronger, and consequently sometimes the ball tails a little bit.
Could be. Here's an MVP threat, Jeff Baisley, who didn't play in the series opener here Monday night. Cougars have runners at the corners with nobody out. A leadoff homer by Chad Boyd, followed by 2 singles from Sellers and Omura. Man, this Kane County team really they come to the ballpark every day thinking they're going to win the game, and boy, that's half the battle in baseball. Ball one is downstairs to Jeff Baisley, B-A-I-S-L-E-Y. He's out of the University of South Florida. He was a teammate in college of our own relief pitcher, Tim Madison.
For the South Florida Bulls down in Tampa.
Colonel infield is at double play depth, the 1-0. See, right call. Tommy Mendoza pours in a fastball on the outside corner. Baisley's 6'3", 210. He uses a black lacquer bat, and he steps out, taps his spikes after taking a look at his skipper, Aaron Nakula, coaching at third. It's amazing how one team can dominate another in this league. Ball two is low and in, especially when you consider, Scott, we have to go to Philip Elstrom Stadium for 8 games the last 3 weeks of the season. That makes me shudder. The Cougars are 33-15 at home.
Yeah, and we got to play them the last 4 games of the year.
Ooh, boy, we better start showing them that we mean business in our home ballpark. Otherwise, when we go there, here's a tap to short. Could be it took a bad hop on Stacia, throws to second out, and a runner scores to make it 2-0. That might have been a double play, but the ball went down on Hindley, the second hop, and really, Scott, Stacia made a good play to get Isaac O'Mara 6'4" on a forced out at second. Baisley's credited with his league-high 84th RBI of the year, and it's 2-0 Kane County here in the bottom of the first inning.
Yeah, pretty good play there by Stacia, because that ball it hit right where the grass and the dirt part of the infield meet, took kind of a funny hop, and Hindley made a good play. Don't know if they would have had 2. It wasn't hit really hard.
No, it wasn't. Ooh, a good-looking yellow hammer, but the plate umpire, Ben Ashcroft, said it was inside. Ball one to Jose Pineda, 268 right-handed slugger, 12 homers, 58 RBIs. Pineda's 24 years old, and he's facing an 18-year-old Colonel right-hander who spins a curveball down and away, ball two. Well, Tommy's laboring here in the first half inning, and Tommy pitched well against this Kane County Ball Club in our home ballpark 2 months ago, May 23rd, and no decision in a Kane County 6-5 win. Fastball, and it's corked into left center. Can Smith cut it off? Yes, Stantrell does make a good play to cut it off, and having to stop at second, Jeff Baisley. Boy, Scott, I thought when that ball rocketed off the bat of Jose Pineda, it was going to get between Smith and Kuhn, but Stantrell got over there, and even though it's the 4th hit of the inning for Kane County, and another pitch that Tommy left up in the zone, first and second, 1 out, we could still get out of this thing if we did a double play.
Yeah, a double play or a pop-up would be most appropriate right here. It sounded like he didn't really get that on the good part of the bat.
Yeah, it didn't zoom off like I thought it did. Now the batter, Anthony Recker. He's the 6th man to bat in the Cougar first inning. We just look a little bit flat so far, but 14 at-bats to go tonight, so a long developing story here. A breaking pitch is downstairs. Ball one to Anthony Recker out of Alvernia College in Pennsylvania. That's a Division III school.
Tommy's been 5-0 with 2 no decisions in his last 7 starts.
Ooh, that's tremendous. 5-0 in his last 7 starts. The 1-0. Breaking pitch, a strike, a snap throw to first by Brett Martinez, and Jose Pineda scampers back in time.
ERA about 1.35, right in that area.
Wow.
So, and has only walked 7 in 52 2/3 innings, and that is a remarkable stat right there.
That is remarkable, Scott. 7 walks and 50-plus innings for Tommy. Ball two is low, and a good stop by Brett Martinez to prevent a wild pitch. Anthony Recker's batting .280. He's clocked 11 home runs, driven in 41. He wears his black socks up high, the Cougars in gray road uniforms with black socks, black hats, black batting helmets, vest tops, black numbers trimmed in green letters on the front that spell Kane County. And those Oakland A white spikes. A fastball is upstairs, and it's 3-1 now to Anthony Recker.
Well, Tommy is really laboring right now, John. He's having problems with his release point, it looks like, and just having problems with the motion and the follow-through right now. Last pitch, not the last one he threw, but the previous pitch actually slipped down.
2 on, 1 out. The 3-1 delivery. Upstairs, a fastball, ball 4, and now real cause for concern. We've got to prevent the Cougars from pulling away early in this one. They've loaded the bases.
We're going to get the bullpen going here, too.
Yeah, Tommy's just not himself. Yeah, Tommy's not himself. It's been 9 days since he last pitched. That's a long time between starts. Here's left-handed hitting Raul Padron.
Looks like it's going to be Daniel Hawkins to warm up for the Kernels.
Jeff Baisley at third, Jose Pineda at second, Anthony Recker at first. Padron's a left-handed batter with a .211 average. Ball 1 high and away.
Boy, when you are facing a doubleheader as well, you don't want to get into the bullpen early.
Not if you can avoid it. And especially since we lost that doubleheader 2 one-run games Sunday, we need to turn things around a little bit here, especially at home against this team. There's a strike, a letter-high fastball. Crowd continues to file in on this kind of overcast Wednesday night. Great to have you with us. The Cougars have started with a bang. They lead it 2-0, and they have the bases loaded with 1 out. Padron. Ground ball base hit into right. 1 run is in. Another man will round third, and the throw by Renz will be cut off. Trumbo throws to third. They have that man hung up. Throw to the second baseman Infante, and the runner tagged out for the second out of the inning. The throw was to Albano. It went 9-3-5-4. A 2-run single by Raul Padron as he clubbed it between Albano and Trumbo into right. And my goodness, we just didn't come out quite ready to get after it tonight. It's 4-0. Raul Padron with a 2-run single into right field. Boy, you'd think there'd be some degree in our clubhouse of, we owe these guys something. Let's get after it. But we haven't seen that spark yet. Here's Frank Martinez. And the runner who was out at second, Scott, was Anthony Recker, correct? Yes.
Anthony Recker, 9-3-5-4 put out.
9-3-5-4. Renz to Trumbo to Morris to Albano. And Recker was caught between second and third. 2 out and 4-0 Cougars. It's 0-2 to Frank Martinez. Anytime you say that the number 8 hitter is batting in the first inning, you've had a big inning, and the Cougars have had a big inning.
They have so much confidence.
Yes. Yeah, and that's that Oakland swagger. Thankfully on the big league, there's a change-up, a swing and a miss. Frank Martinez down on 3 pitches, and big damage done by the visitors in the first half inning. They score 4 runs on 5 hits. No Colonel errors, a walk, and King County leaves 1 man aboard. First game of a doubleheader, and after 1/2 inning, Cougars lead the Kernels 4-0.
As a parent, have you ever experienced the frustration of watching your child struggle at school because of poor study habits? Did your child's grades suffer last year because of poor organization? Do you wish your child would be more motivated at school to realize his or her true potential? If the answer to any of these questions was yes, then Educare Learning Centers has a proven study skills program just for your child. Educare's Study Skills program has helped hundreds of area students gain the study skill tools necessary to turn grades around. So if learning how to study needs to be your child's first lesson this year, give Educare a call. Classes begin Monday, August 7th and Monday, August 14th, just in time for school this fall. Space is limited. Call Educare of Cedar Rapids today at 832-1965 and get this year started right. That's Educare of Cedar Rapids, 832-1965. Educare is fully accredited by the North Central Association of Colleges and Schools.
Kane County breaks loose with a 4-run first inning, and they give lefty Joe Piekarz some breathing room. Scott, Piekarz is from northern Illinois, and northern Illinois used to be thought of as a kind of agricultural rural school, but it's really, DeKalb is not that far from Chicago.
No. Well, no, all through going to college in Iowa City, you had 2 parts of Illinois. Well, 3 parts, actually. You had Chicago, the suburbs, and then downstate Illinois, which nobody, and that's your part of the
3 vastly different worlds. In fact, people from my area kind of despise Chicago because of the way politics is done there. We feel that we send all of our tax money to Springfield, and it ends up in Chicago, and sometimes ends up in places that we, well, never mind.
That's a whole other subject.
That's right.
Whole other story, whole other show right there, right? Boy, it'd be great if Kernels could get at least one here.
Yeah, and get back into it.
You don't have to get them all right away, especially in a 7-inning game.
Brad Kuhn, 2 for 2 Thursday with the base on balls. Brad's hitting .269. No homers, 22 RBIs. Scott, it's a little bit overcast here this evening. Frank Martinez is playing way off the line at third. You were talking with our good friend Rod Schulte of the Cedar Rapids Police Department. You've coached with Rod, I understand, his son Braden and your son Ryan. Strike one call to the left-handed hitting Kuhn from lefty Joe Piekarz. And an interesting development with son gleaning in Des Moines for the state baseball tournament. Strike two to Brad.
Yeah, they're having problems with the sun gleaming off the dome, we hear. And outfielders are losing the ball.
Oh, that's tough. Piekarz with a full windup. The 0-2 just missed outside. A fastball to Brad Kuhn.
This kid's not very big, John. Piekarz, they list him at 6'2", 175.
Looks like a stiff breeze would blow him right over. His curveball is mashed foul over towards the hot corner grill here at Veterans Memorial Stadium.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the 6'2", 175 part.
Joe Piekarz, P-I-E-K-R-Z, 4-4 on the year, making his 8th start after starting the season in the Kane County bullpen. He misses outside, and it's been a good at-bat for Brad Kuhn. He was in the hole 0-2. Now it's 2-2 to the Colonel leadoff batter. Breaking pitch, and Brad swats it foul into the backstop.
Fly off pretty good off-speed curveball right there. That was low and away, and perhaps they'll come high and tight with Kuhn. We'll have to see here.
Brad Kuhn with a straightaway stance to the left side has had a marvelous season for the Kernels. He fouls another one off to the left. This one ricochets off the facade of the grandstand roof above the Cougar third base dugout and goes right into the back of a fella's head, but he's fine. Another 2-2 offering. Swing and a miss on a changeup. Joe Piekarz fans Brad Kuhn. One away here in the Colonel first inning. 4-0 Kane County. Well, Scott, do you think there's anything that the folks in Des Moines can do? You can't order an eclipse of the sun, and you can't ask the state legislature to put a plastic... you can't really take the shine out of the gold dome. What do? Do you equip your outfielders with special sunglasses?
It doesn't seem to be helping everybody. Try that eye black, see if that works, and just shade your eyes. Do the best you can.
Colonel All-Star switch-hitting shortstop Heinley Stacia, 10th in the league, as Scott said during his introduction of the Allen Motor Company Colonel starting lineups, takes a change-up for a strike. And now a ball in the dirt. Boy, we need to do well. We're hitting .264 against left-handed pitching this year, only .229 against right-handed pitching. And I put in parentheses some of the Colonel batting averages against southpaws, and I'll relay them to you as a high pop-up to the right side of the Cougar infield should be caught by Raul Padron. He has it a third of the way between first and second on the edge of the grass, and Heinley Stacia has popped out to first, and there are two away here in the first inning. Boy, I'll tell you, Scott, that Oakland confidence permeates throughout their minor league system. You talked about them being a loose bunch and having fun, and it is a philosophy that really some people envy in baseball because they are so fun-loving and so jovial in their approach.
Well, then there are others that really kind of despise it a little bit.
That's right. Here's a little looper into shallow center, and it's a diving try, but no go for Jose Pineda. And as a result, the hustling Jordan Renz has himself his 19th double of the year. Jordan cued it off the end of the bat and dumped it in front of the hard-charging Jose Pineda. It was a do-or-die play for Pineda. He dove, got a piece of it. It rolled behind him, and Jordan Renz hustles into second. And Scott, a base hit gets us that one run you were hoping for here in the bottom of the first inning.
Yeah, and a good guy to try to get it done, too, with Dallas Morris, as Dallas has reached a 10-game hitting streak now, and that ties in for second on the Kernels this year.
To Brad Kuhn, who had, I think, a 19-gamer earlier.
That's right.
Dallas has his average up to 241 as a result of that 10-game hitting streak. He's batting 286 against Southpaws. And a changeup is on the outside corner, a strike to Dallas Morris from Piekarz.
Kernels are 15-16 versus left-handers this year.
Just under 500 with that 264 average against lefties. Here's a high fly ball into shallow right. Chad Boyd takes 2 steps in and puts it away. Dallas Morris flies to right. No runs in the first for the Kernels. A 2-out double by Jordan Renz. 1 hit. There were no Kane County errors, and the Kernels leave 1 man aboard, our first stranded of the evening. Game 1 of a doubleheader goes to the top of the second inning with Kane County leading the Kernels 4-0.
Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to the ballpark every Wednesday this season. You heard right. Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to Veterans Memorial Stadium every Wednesday this season. The first 750 of you Colonel fans to enter the gates before Wednesday's home game will receive an envelope full of money inside from Fairfax State Savings Bank. Each of those 750 envelopes will contain a greenback up to a $100 bill. Fairfax State Savings Bank, free money Wednesdays. Come early to line your pocket with cash.
Meet Jim. Well, it's nice how he spends weekends in his yard trying to kill weeds.
Gotcha.
Meet Dave. He spends weekends on the green. That's because Greg's Lawn Service takes care of his lawn. Mowing, fertilizing, pruning, and, weed control. Greg does the big jobs, too. Landscaping, retaining walls, curb edging, and patios. So when you've had enough of those little devils...
Yes.
Call 393-0101. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest.
Hi, I'm Tanya Sedlock, your local Pekin insurance agent at Andrews Insurance here in Cedar Rapids. We all know how quickly life can change. You buy a new car or a new home. Your family is blessed with a new baby. Your teenager starts driving the family car. I'm here to help with a complete line of insurance plans to give you protection when you need it the most. Pekin Insurance has been in business of insuring people for 85 years. I'm here to put your interests first. Please visit me, Tanya Sedlock, at the Andrews Agency.
Tommy Mendoza brings in a strike call to the number 9 hitter of the Cougars. Left-handed batting Todd Johnson out of the University of Southern Mississippi. There's a fastball at the knees, strike 2. Tommy already looks like a new pitcher after that rocky first half inning.
Well, I'm sure he and Kernan Ronan had a good talk during that bottom of the first inning, and you're right, Tommy looks a lot better here.
Johnson, an open stance, takes ball 1 outside. Todd, in 22 games, is a Cougar, batting .262, no homers, 7 RBIs. And the 1-2 is a changeup, and it's a line drive into shallow center, a one-hop single in front of Brad Kuhn. That was just a great piece of hitting by the first-year pro, Todd Johnson.
Yeah, nothing you can really do about that. It wasn't that bad a pitch, really. Tried to change speeds on him, and Johnson did a nice job, dropped it right in front of Brad Kuhn.
And that's the 6th hit for the Cougars here in the early going. I told you they have been very hot in July. They're batting .286 in July as a team, and we're almost to the end of the month. Chad Boyd, who homered down the right field line, his first time up, takes outside. Boyd is a husky left-handed batter, wears his gray road trousers all the way down to his shoe tops. Johnson has a good lead at first. He's not running. And a fastball outside ball, too. You can count on the Cougars to take pitch after pitch. That's the Oakland way.
Well, we talked about a little bit. Some people really admire the way the A's play and the way their organization is set up. Other teams, not so much.
The 2-0. The word brash comes to mind. Swinging a foul by Chad Boyd.
And I think the other 3 teams in the AL West are the ones that are kind of... And they face the A's a lot more than the other teams.
It's a great rivalry out there between the Angels and Oakland and the other 2 teams, of course, Texas and Seattle.
That's right. Billy Beane is a pretty brash guy.
Yes, he is. Some would say he has a bit of a know-it-all-ish streak to him. Ooh, a borderline pitch. The Kernels wanted that fastball, but it was ruled outside by Ben Ashcraft, the plate umpire. And now it's 3-1 to Chad Boyd. Tommy Mendoza wears his Red Sox up high. The Kernels wearing their navy blue caps with red bills. all-white home uniforms. There's ball 4. Tommy's not himself as he walks his second batter, and the first 2 are aboard here in the second, with Kane County already leading 4-0. Scott, you said in the first inning that Daniel Hawkins, who is up in the Kernel bullpen, nothing doing yet in the Kernel bullpen here in the top of the second inning.
No, nothing right now, but I would imagine things get a little bleaker. We'll see Hawkins back up there.
First and second, nobody out for Kane County. Here's Justin Sellers, who ripped a single into left and scored in the Cougar 4-run first inning. Interesting story about Sellers. His father pitched with the Red Sox. There's ball 1 high, and he wears his trousers, as I described them Monday night. They look like 1980s Zuba pants. They're way oversized. He does it not as some sort of gang symbol or some sort of disrespect. Manny Ramirez is his hero. Here's a high pop foul off to the right, and it's 1-1. And Manny Ramirez loves wearing those baggy pants, Scott.
Yeah.
He loves it.
Yeah, and that seems to be the way that players of this era choose to do that. And I guess that's their own volition.
Some just find the roomier fit more relaxing and comfortable. And Justin Sellers is certainly not a big guy, hitting .254 with 5 homers, 36 RBIs. He wears white batting gloves and tapes his wrists and takes a beautiful changeup at the knees. Justin backs out and says a few words to the plate umpire, tightens up his white batting gloves. He's a right-handed hitter.
Mark Trumbo is way in, about 2 steps on the grass, anticipating a possible bunt, but he's going to back up now, not holding the runner at first.
Justin Sellers with a slightly closed stance. 2 on, nobody out, and a fastball way high. 4-2 to Justin Sellers.
Love to have a nice one-hopper right at Dallas Morris right now.
That might take care of a pair. Johnson at second, Boyd at first. And a ground ball to Morris. He throws to second, out. Albano to first, out. And Scott Unash is the man to call with your next bet.
Send me to the boat, John.
Wow, Scott, a ground ball that hugged the turf, and Dallas Morris fed Albano for the force of Boyd. And then on to first by Marco, 5-4-3. Usually you say just what the doctor ordered, but now we're going to say just what Scott Unash predicted.
Well, now here's an even bigger batter here because you cannot give up the run once you get the double play.
That's right. A change up in the dirt, a ball to Isaac Omura. This is a most unlikely-looking baseball player. I was out by the Cougar bus after Monday night's game. I got a chance to meet Tommy Mendoza's girlfriend, Claudia, in the family room, along with a number of the other Kernel relatives, friends and relatives of Kernel players, and I looked, and Omura was in a pair of those long, baggy shorts that the kids wear today and a sports shirt with a collar, and he looked like a sophomore in high school. A swing and a foul by Isaac Omura. And he hacks the next pitch foul off into the second tier of the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion. And a good stab down there. You know what I like about Omura, Scott? He chokes up on the bat, and he doesn't wear batting gloves.
Nope, kind of the throwback, if you will.
He's a left-handed batter. And he singled in the 4-run Cougar first. We're in the top of the second. Kane County up 4-0. Ball 2 high and away to the left-handed batter, Omura. Runner at third, Todd Johnson. Tommy rocks and brings it. A changeup in the dirt for ball 3.
Yeah, that curve has just not been over for Tommy tonight.
Yeah, he struggled with his off-speed pitches here early. Count full now to the left-handed batter with the .308 average out of the University of Hawaii. Isaac Omura, the payoff delivery. Curve, and it's lifted in the air to deep center. Kuhn back. Brad has it for the final out. Boy, Brad Kuhn, Scott, broke back quickly. That ball was really tagged by Isaac Omura.
Yeah, he hit the ball very well. Kuhn was playing pretty shallow, but Brad had plenty of time. That ball hung up a little bit. No wind here tonight, and made a nice catch.
Boy, the Kernels have momentum now. The Cougars had a chance to really pull away. They had runners at first and second with nobody out in the second, but Tommy Mendoza helped himself by getting a double play, and the Kernels come to bat in the bottom of the second inning, game one of a twin bill, with Kane County on top, 4-0.
There's a lot you can do to satisfy your taste for Italian. You can marry one. You can drive one. Or you can go to Zio Giano's and feast on Zio's homemade bread, pizzas, and pasta, authentically prepared in Zio Giano's famous Italian style. Zio Giano's for the hometown taste of Italy.
Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta makes you Zio. Come to Zio Giano's for the Italiano. Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta makes
What do I get at Cost Cutters? Hey, my hair is my trademark. I gotta be able to count on a good cut and stuff to keep my hair looking thick, even if it's not.
I get a good cut, no long wait, a smile, and a little something left over in my wallet.
I get little trims that keep my hair long and healthy, and stuff to make it loose and curly one day, straight and sassy the next.
With expert stylists trained in the latest trends and techniques and your favorite professional styling and hair care products, you'll always get what you're looking for at Cost Cutters. At Cost Cutters, you can always count on convenient, affordable, professional care and products that help you create just the style you want. At Cost Cutters, you'll always get a little more.
What do I get at Cost Cutters? A swift, clean cut, great highlights, and a little wig from the hottest stylist I've ever seen.
Trumbo, Whipkey, Albano for the Kernels in the bottom of the second inning. 4-0 Kane County. Scott shared the good news with you earlier about the Angel win, a big 15-6 drubbing of Tampa Bay and St. Petersburg earlier this afternoon. Howie Kendrick, former Colonel All-Star second baseman and Midwest League batting titleist, hit his first Major League home run. And Scott will give you a look at the Angel farm system as the Colonels bat here in the second. Halo happenings, ball one outside from lefty Joe Piekarz to Mark Trumbo, a 229 batter. Mark lifts it into left field. Right there's Todd Johnson. He only had to take 2 steps in to make the play. One gone here in the Colonel's second inning.
Well, Howie Kendrick, 3 for 4 last night, hit his first home run today. The Angels did get the victory. And Irvin Santana last night pitched 6 1/3, gave up 9 hits and 6 runs. Irvin's been pitching just lights out as of late. Last night, Salt Lake beat Memphis 4-3. Nick Gorneau hit his 13th home run.
Flint Whipkey lines one over the head and leaping up Todd Johnson. A fabulous catch by Johnson on the warning track and left as Flint Whipkey pounded the first pitch from the lefty to deep left. Todd Johnson made it look easy. A left-handed thrower went back. The ball was over his head. He reached up high, snared it, and he took a double away from Flint Whipkey.
Yeah, made a very nice play out there. Tommy Murphy and Jeff Mathis both 2 for 4 last night for AAA Salt Lake in their 4-3 victory over Memphis.
Boy, Mathis is really hitting well at AAA. And Mike Napoli's cooled off just a little bit for the Angels, but he has still been the story for the Angels this season, supplanting Jeff Mathis, who was given a chance the first 6 weeks of the season, and Jeff didn't quite measure up in his first full-time opportunity, so he's getting more seasoning at AAA. Strike 2 to Marco Albano. Now Marco bashes an 0-2 pitch into the aluminum back bleachers, the Papa John's Plaza down the right field line.
Spoiled a pretty good pitch right there. Arkansas, they're playing much better in the second half. They're at the 500 mark, 16-16. They lost to Springfield 5-2.
Ball one upstairs to Marco, who's hitting .298 against left-handed pitching this year, .220 overall. No homers, 21 RBIs. The first 2 Kernels have hit the ball well, but lined out to left field. Marco is jammed and rolls one to Sellers. Justin Sellers, the shortstop, vacuums it up and throws out Marco Albano. The Kernels go in order in the bottom of the second inning. Scott, how about who shined in the Arkansas loss last night?
Well, Brandon Wood hit his 22nd home run. last night. Continues to do very well in the Angel organization.
And Scott will tell you about Rancho Cucamonga in their second half when Kane County comes to bat in the top of the third. First game of a doubleheader, Cougars 4, Kernels nothing.
Remember just a few years back when experts predicted that the wonders of the computer, internet, and email would result in a paperless society? Well, if your household or office is anything like mine, you're probably wondering when that paperless society is coming. Amazing but true, nearly 40% of all paper ends up in the wrong place, our landfills. So the next time you catch yourself about to throw paper away in your garbage, pause for just a second, and instead put it in your blue recycling box. A paperless society? Not yet. But a smarter society? Yes, when we choose to reuse by recycling.
Remind you that summer is the best time to enjoy fresh, colorful flowers and blooming plants at Peck's Flower and Garden Center. They have the finest quality flowers and plants for indoors and outdoors, plus all the expert advice you'll need to make your flowers and plants grow their best. Whether a single flower or an arrangement, a single house plant, or a yard of landscaping, Peck's does it all. They're family-owned and have been serving eastern Iowa since 1956. Peck's offers their customers the best plants and flowers available. And Peck's is your professional and award-winning FTD and Teleflora florist, certified and year-round garden center. That's Peck's at the corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Road Northeast.
And we're at the top of the third inning. Here's Scott Unash. Thanks a lot, Scott.
No problem. 4-0. Top of the third inning. Tommy Mendoza, who struggled here in the first couple of frames, delivers ball 2 up high to Jeff Baisley. He reached on a RBI fielder's choice and scored back in the first inning. A 4-run first inning for the Cougars. They've out hit the Kernels 6-1 and a 2-0. Over but low, and it's now ball 3 to Jeff Baisley. Big guy, .314 batter. That's fourth in the league. Tied with Jordan Rentz for second in home runs with 16. There's a curve for a strike. Well, more like a slider that time. 83 RBIs is first. 27 doubles. That is a bunch. The 3-1 to the right-handed hitter. Hit high in the air and deep to left. Going back, Smith at the warning track. Turns and watches it go. It's out of here. And a home run, number 17. That breaks the tie with Jordan Renz for Jeff Baisley, and it's 5-0 on a towering home run by Jeff Baisley.
Boy, that was a majestic clout. You're right, Scott. It took forever to get kerplopping onto the whirling waters. Westdale Mall, Mix 96.5 FM, home run hot tub. And the folks out there had a chance to grab the souvenir. Jeff Baisley homering on to the home run hot tub provided by Whirling Waters, sponsored by Westdale Mall and Mix 96.5 FM.
Yeah, they were circling in the hot tub. Kind of like Mr. Smith was in left field. 0-1 to Jose Pineda, playing center field. And Jose, if that name is familiar, he was with the Cougars last year. Takes a look at a fastball inside. 91-mile-per-hour pitch from Tommy Mendoza. Second home run given up by Mendoza of the ballgame. And it's 5-0 now in favor of Kane County. Curve, hit on the ground, wide of third. Nice play by Dallas Morris to his left. Throw in time to get Pineda. That was a nice play there by Dallas.
Really was. It was a two-hopper to Dallas's left. He lunged out, extended himself fully, and Scotty went so far to his left and had to reach out so far, I thought he was going to take a nosedive into the dirt.
Did a good job to right himself. Kind of threw a sinker over there. Wasn't in the dirt, but very close, and Mark Trumbo plucked it out of there. So 1 out, 1 in, 5-0 Kane County. That'll bring up Anthony Recker. He walked back in the first inning. Here's a little tapper up the third base line, and Dallas Morris will field it and put it in his back pocket as Recker will get credit for an infield single.
Number 14.
How do you like that? You're going good, John.
You get those kind of breaks.
When you smack the ball around and then you get a little tapper.
Little bleeder off the plate. And, boy, again, I don't know if it'll take sort of a Newt Rockney type win-one for the Gipper, or if it's going to just be the quiet, calm approach that works to bring this ball club out of its doldrums. But we really have to shake things up a little bit mentally and get her going.
Raul Padron, 2-run single back in the first inning, looked to first, and a fastball way wide, ball one for Mendoza. Raul Padron was also with Kane County last year, and he had a pretty decent season, if I recall, last year.
He sure did, Scott. He played in 113 games, batted .259 with 57 runs driven in.
Back at Kane County, though. He lifts one high in the air to left center, tailing towards Stantrell Smith. Calls off Brad Kuhn and makes the catch in left center field for out number 2. And retreating back to first is Anthony Recker. We were telling you about Halo happenings. We told you about Salt Lake and Arkansas. Rancho last night beat Lake Elsinore 3-2. As Rafael Cruz picked up his first win as a member of the Quakes. Michael Collins, the Aussie, 2 for 3 with a home run and 2 RBIs. And Kevin Jepson notched his 14th save. Here's a pop-up on the infield. Who wants it? Dallas Morris calls off Heinley Station, and he puts it away. And that will do it for Kane County. First pitch swinging Frank Martinez, and he pops out to Dallas Morris. But Kane County gets another run on a leadoff, towering home run by Jeff Bainsley, his 17th of the year. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and a man left on. We'll go to the bottom of the third. It's Kane County 5 and Cedar Rapids nothing. And you're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Pepsi Smash.
Hey, it's Mariah Carey. So you know that feeling you get when you meet someone new and like you got those butterflies every time when you call? Well, here's a ringtone that I created just for that moment. You can only get it at PepsiSmash.com. Then there's the flip side. The guy you chose to give the heave-ho 2 years ago, but he still keeps calling. Well, here's your signal not to pick up the phone. Nice, huh? There's only one place you can get these, PepsiSmash.com.
Pepsi gives you the chance to get original, exclusive ringtones created by your favorite artists like Mariah Carey. Look under specially marked Pepsi caps and log on to PepsiSmash.com for information. 1 in 3 gets a ringtone. Also enter for a chance to win the newest Motorola cell phones. A winner every 10 minutes. No purchase necessary. Promotion subject to official rules at PepsiSmash.com. Internet access required. You must be 13 or older to play. Promotion ends 8/6/06. Ringtones must be downloaded by 8/20/06. Void where prohibited.
Imagine the convenience of accomplishing your next real estate transaction under one roof. Buying a home, selling a home, or securing the right mortgage loan are simple and worry-free at Todd Financial Services. Todd Financial Services knows that you've worked hard to be able to make the dream of home ownership a reality. Todd Financial Services understands that people do business with people they trust. You can count on Todd Financial Services to put you and your needs first so that your real estate transactions are pleasurable.
Back at Vet Stadium, as we head to the bottom of the third inning, 5-0 Kane County. Joe Piekarz out there warming up, and believe it or not, John, the manager of Kane County, Aaron Nicola, was out warming up the pitcher. You don't see that very often.
I pointed it out, Scott, because I think that's kind of typifies when you're a first-place ball club. You just ride that high to the ballpark every day. You can't wait to get to the ballpark when you're playing winning baseball. It really is one of the great feelings in all of athletics to accomplish success. And I don't know if it was Lombardi or somebody said there's no substitute for winning. And what they meant is there's no feeling like it.
Absolutely. Here's the first pitch, curveball. That's a strike to Brett Martinez, 228 overall. A .324 hitter, though, against left-handed pitchers. That's why Martinez is in the lineup against the left-hander Piekarz. Checks his swing and takes a ball up high with another curve. 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Kane County. No runs, a hit, and no errors by the Kernels. Outfield straight up for Brett Martinez. And another off-speed pitch just stays outside for ball 2. Stantrell Smith on deck for the Kernels. Crowd continues to file in tonight.
Cascade night here at the ballpark.
They made their way down 151.
Scott, didn't you say that Cascade has a wonderful town ballpark?
Absolutely. And the big drive-in movie theater board. There's a swing and a foul off to the right. And a big drive-in movie screen type, old screen type that blocks out the sun.
Now, is that the hitter's eye, or is it part of the outfield wall?
It's both.
Yeah.
The payoff pitch from the left-hander is swung on and fouled back by Martinez. And the count remains 3 balls, 2 strikes to the Colonel number 8 hitter leading off the third inning.
Huge throng of folks enjoying the fun here at the ballpark on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace above the Colonel first base dugout. They're from Lynn County Co-op, and it's jam-packed up there.
Yeah, it is. Enjoying the game. The 3-2 is a little one-hopper. Nice play by the shortstop. Sellers backing up, and he throws out Martinez. That got that in-between hop for Sellers, John. It was not a line drive, but it was not a grounder. Kind of one of those in-between hops, and he throws out Martinez. 1 out, and that's now 5 in a row. 7 out of 8 retired by Joe Piekarz, a graduate of Northern Illinois University, and here's Stantrell Smith. Stantrell in left field, batting ninth tonight for the Kernels. First to 2. And Stantrell, a little tapper toward the first baseman, fielded on a couple of hops by Padron, and he beat Smith to the bag for out number 2.
Scott, talking about Northern Illinois, a fellow that's made a nice mark for himself in the NFL, Michael the Burner Turner. I think he's done well with the Chargers, hasn't he?
That's right.
When I was in college and I was still a St. Louis Cardinal football fan, the Huskies produced a big offensive lineman named Tootie Robbins.
That's right. That's some good players out of Northern Illinois. Of course, they'll play the Hawks this year, the next 2 years.
And I think that's going to be a war.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Leadoff man Brad Kuhn struck out against the left-hander. Left-hander versus left-hander here. And pitch outside for ball 1. And they're going to play in Iowa City this year, about midpoint of the season. And then next year, they open at Soldier Field.
That's going to be something.
2 out, bases empty, and a 56-foot curve bounces away from the catcher. And it's now 2-1. Anthony Recker kind of made a half-hearted attempt at that one. Outfield swung around the other way. Kuhn checks his swing and takes pitch inside, and it's now 3-1.
Well, you're right, Scott. They're still pouring in from Cascade.
And other points.
Yes.
3-1 from Piekarz is fouled straight back, and for the second time this inning, we'll go full on a batter. 5-0 Kane County here in the bottom of the third inning. First 2 tonight. Folks from Cascade, we didn't like the rain out last night, but they do. They get more baseball.
That's right.
Here's a fly ball to center field. Pineda going back a couple steps, and he puts it away. Kuhn got pretty good wood on him, but hit it right at the center fielder, Jose Pineda. Colonels go down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the third inning, and we played 3 complete. We'll head to the 4th, Kane County 5, Kernels nothing, and you're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Don't you wonder sometimes how all those companies who claim to be the best can actually be the best? Doesn't just one of them have to be the best? When it comes to motor coach travel, Tri-State Travel is the best. We have the highest safety rating, the largest variety of coaches, a trained driving staff, and 66 years of experience. Don't you want to travel with the best? That would be Tri-State Travel, now at our new location on 7th Street Southwest.
Hi, this is John Rogers, the voice of the Kernels. I'd like to share a few words with you about Colonel Team physician, orthopedic surgeon Dr. David Terse. My father was a surgeon, and like most sons, I looked up to him as the greatest dad and the best doctor on earth. When I was diagnosed with a torn meniscus in my right knee recently, I wondered if my doctor here in Cedar Rapids would measure up to my dad's standards. My doctor was Dr. David Terse. Dr. Terse's thorough and expert explanation of my x-ray, his calm and reassuring description of the procedure he would be performing, and his kind and confident bedside manner impressed me beyond my expectations. Dr. Terse has those exceptional qualities we all hope to find in our doctor: an established reputation of excellence, the ability to communicate with us so that we understand and trust his words, and that gut feeling that he truly cares about us. Dr. Terse is a world-class surgeon and a first-class person. I've experienced firsthand why the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, the Colonel's parent ball club, has entrusted Dr. Terse to care for our players.
5-0 Kane County, top of the 4th inning. And the first of 2. Sun's starting to break out a little bit. Tommy Mendoza delivers a high strike, and it's 0-1 to Todd Johnson. He singled to center to open things up in the second inning. 1-for-1. Swing and a miss as Johnson was going for the downs on that particular pitch. And Tommy ahead 0-2. Tommy has not been ahead too often tonight. The 0-2. Tried to ace him on the outside corner and missed, and it's a ball and 2 strikes.
We'll have our Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question for you in the top of the 5th inning when the Cougars bat.
Johnson goes down swinging. High fastball and strikeout number 1 for Tommy Mendoza. And that'll bring up the top of the order Chad Boyd, who's been a thorn in the Kernels' side so far this evening. A leadoff home run.
That set the tone, didn't it, Scott?
Yeah, it really did. Really did. Have not been able to recover. Hit one right down the right field line. Then coming back, of course, in the first inning, and then walked in the second, so he's been on twice. Kind of a little pepper pot leadoff hitter. There's a strike poured in by Mendoza.
Reminds you a little bit of a Lenny Dykstra.
Yeah, he's a little beefier than Lenny. Of course, not the center fielder. He's a right fielder. The 0-1. Slap back foul to our left, and ricochets down below to a youngster wearing a Colonel cap who picks it up and gets a nice hand.
He's just earned himself a lifetime honorary Colonel contract and a free spaghetti dinner to Zio Giano's. That certificate will be presented to him by one of our ushers.
He's going to go up and meet him halfway, I think.
Sure is.
Here's the 0-2, curve in the dirt, blocked by Martinez, ball and 2 strikes. Pass along a couple scores, John. We looked up from the state baseball tournament. In 4A, Kennedy with a 4-run bottom of the 7th beat Des Moines Lincoln today, 7-6. And I guess all these things square up here. The 1-2 missed inside, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. But as Kennedy got a bunch of runs in the last inning, so did Davenport Central. They got 3 in the top half of the 7th inning, and they came from behind to knock off Linn-Mar 4-3. So a split for the Metro teams in 4A this afternoon. Pitch outside, and the count goes full to the leadoff man, Chad Boyd. It's 3-2.
After this payoff pitch, I want you to tell me and our listeners what Pinky Primrose thinks of it, the state tournament being in Des Moines.
Ball 4 inside to Boyd.
And that's the 3rd walk issued by Tommy. He's fanned a pair as he continues to struggle a little bit here in his 21st start of the season.
Yeah, you're right, John. He has struck out a pair. I erred saying that earlier on. Pinky loves it.
Okay. The reason I ask is I know it's a big league atmosphere, and I just wondered if the atmosphere is there with such a big stadium, do they fill it?
Oh, no, they won't fill it.
Okay. But there's enough people that come that it doesn't seem empty.
Right. They had, I think, something like 31,000 last year for the entire session. That's pretty good.
Sure is.
Runner on at first, not going. The 1-0 is lifted in the air to right field, right at Jordan Rentz. Hardly has to move, and he makes the out on Justin Sellers' fly ball to right. 2 out, Boyd on at first. Now it will bring up the Hawaiian Isaac Omura.
Colonel General Manager Jack Rader was at the Cedar Rapids West Rotary Club at noon, and I was Jack's guest. We went together, and Jack led in his talk with the upcoming 80th Annual American Legion World Series, the first ever here in our state, sponsored by the Gazette and TV9, KCRG, and it'll be right here at Veterans Memorial Stadium, August 18th through August 22nd. Boy, Scott, you talk about a slice of Americana. That is special.
Absolutely. Played Legion ball. It was fun.
Very competitive.
You too, right?
Yeah. Rod Schulte's with us. He also played Legion ball.
Pitch curve in the dirt, knocked down by Martinez. Runner trying to advance, and he is out. Cut down, 2-6. Both the runner, Chad Boyd, along with Aaron Nakula, I think they thought he was in there, but the only one that counts is Brad Myers, and he called him out. That'll be a caught stealing, 2-6, and that will end things here in the top of the 4th inning. No runs, no hits, and nobody left on base. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Game 1 of the doubleheader. Kane County 5, Kernels nothing. You're listening to Kernel Baseball.
Cedar Rapids' oldest wholesale greenhouse is also Cedar Rapids' full-service landscaping and lawn care center. Cedar Rapids Greenhouses has been serving Eastern Iowans for 50 years at the corner of Johnson Avenue and Edgewood Road behind Guppy's on the Go. And for a limited time, everything in stock has been reduced by 20%. That's right, 20% off all shrubs, plants, and trees like magnolias, maples, and lilacs. If you're searching for the right beautification project, let the trained landscape designers at Cedar Rapids Greenhouses help you create a unique plan for your home. From retaining walls to ponds, waterfalls, and fountains, they'll work within your budget and taste, and they do free estimates. Lawn care featuring mowing, fertilization, seeding, sodding, aeration, dethatching, maintenance, and cleanup are all done with care and precision. For the highest quality, and for a limited time, 20% off all in-stock trees, shrubs, and plants. See the difference at Cedar Rapids Greenhouses, Eastern Iowa's full-service landscapers at the corner of Johnson Avenue and Edgewood Road.
Hi, I'm Phil Andrews, your local Pekin insurance agent at Andrews Insurance in Cedar Rapids. I'd like to introduce you to an easy-to-understand, affordable life insurance plan with great benefits. It's simplified issue whole life from Pekin Insurance. The plan requires no medical exam, has guaranteed rates for life, and a guaranteed cash value. Life insurance made simple and affordable from Pekin Insurance. To learn more, contact me, Phil Andrews, at Andrews Insurance.
Bottom of the fourth, Kernels need to get something going. These doubleheaders, John, only 7 innings. And
they go quick.
They go quick.
You have to jump out in front, and we just haven't been able to do that. Had a 5-3 lead Sunday afternoon in the nightcap of a doubleheader in Davenport, but the swing rallied for 3 in the bottom of the 7th to erase that lead.
First pitch at the bottom of the 4th, slow curve. Big Uncle Charlie taken for a strike by Heinley Statia. Heinley 0 for 1. 5-0 Kane County here. They've out-hit the Kernels 8-1. And strike 2 on the inside corner. Heinley didn't like the call from home plate umpire Ben Ashcraft. In the hole 0-2. The lanky left-hander delivers up high. Wasted that one. Piekarz doesn't throw real hard, John. He's probably lower to mid-80s.
Changes speeds very effectively. A little bit like Jamie Moyer.
The 1-2 is hammered in the left, and that's going to fall for a base hit in front of Todd Johnson. Hit number 2, and first time the Kernels have had the leadoff batter aboard.
And it breaks a string of 8 in a row that the lefty had set down in order.
Now, Piekarz has not been starting a whole long time, so you got to wonder how long he can go.
Well, he was beaten soundly Friday in South Bend. He was an 11-2 loser. He went 5 1/3, surrendered 6 runs, 5 earned on 9 hits in 5 1/3, struck out 1, walked 1.
Looked at first, left-hander deals outside, ball 1 to Jordan Renz. 5-0. See if Jordan can possibly keep up with Jeff Baisley. They both came in with 16 dingers, and of course Baisley hit his 17th earlier on. Here's the throw to first. Little excuse-me toss, and Statia back.
Just past the top of the hour, and you're enjoying the ball game with Scott and I here on ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids.
Looked at first, quick toss this time, and again Statia back in there. Nothing doing in both of the bullpens right now in this 5-0 game. Renz, right-handed batter. Big guy from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Line drive, base hit in the left field, just beyond the glove of shortstop Justin Sellers. Putting the brakes on at second is Statia. And the first 2 are aboard here. Second time around the order. And Kernels knowing what to see here, what to expect from Joe Piekarz.
Nice to see Jordan hit the ball hard with authority. He dumped a double into shallow center in the first inning. He's 2 for 2. He really drilled that base hit over the head of Justin Sellers, and maybe the Kernels can climb back into it here in the bottom of the 4th inning, down 5-0.
Anthony Recker out giving signals for the defense from his catcher spot. Dallas Morris been red hot, batting .361 over the past 10 games with 8 RBIs. See what he can do right here with runners on at first and second. Nobody out. Lefty looks to second. Here's a tapper to the third baseman. Throw to second for 1. Omura is taken out there, dropped the ball, but they're going to give him the out at second base.
And that's a big play, Scott, because I think Renz got in underneath the feet of Isaac Omura. That might, the Kernels, Renz's hard slide, might have kept the Kernels out of a double play.
I think you're right.
That's a big, big break because I think had Isaac O'Mara been able to pull that ball out of his glove cleanly and throw to first, they might have had Dallas Morris, and there would have been a runner at third, 2 out. Instead, the Kernels have the makings for a rally here. Runners at the corners with only 1 away.
First runner on at third base for the Kernels. They got him on the corners with 1 out for Mark Trumbo. Mark flied to the left his first time up, looked to first, and curved down low for ball 1. Outfield straight away. Boy, just a still evening tonight. Beautiful night for baseball. Clouds have kind of parted here a little bit. Here's a snap throw to first. Ooh, just getting back in there was Dallas Morris. Now, that was the A move from Piekarz.
In a similar situation Thursday night in the first inning when Kuhn was almost picked off, Aaron Nakula stormed the diamond and argued with the umpire.
The pitch. Down low, and it's ball 2. So Trumbo ought to get something pretty good to hit right here. See if he's going to get the green light sitting on something with a 2-0 count. Stacia on at third. Morris on at first, hit into the fielder's choice that forced Renz out at second. 1 out. The delivery outside. Ball 3 to Trumbo. Well, what do you do here, John?
I have him take a pitch or 2, although others would say turn him loose because you could get right back into the game with a 3-run homer. I would have him take.
See what Bobby does here. He's taking all the way and takes a strike in the outside corner. 3 balls and a strike. That was not a hitter's pitch anyway,
no,
right?
No, it was a good pitch on the outside corner at the knees. I think Piekarz turned it over a little bit.
See, he comes with, look at first, the 3-1 curve, swung on and missed. Strike 2. 3-2 now to Trumbo.
Well, I send Morris now to try to stay out of the double play. Although you risk a strike him out, throw him out double play, but I send Morris.
First and third, 1 out, 5-0 Kane County. Bottom of the 4th, 1st to 2. Look to first, runner goes, and a little chopper over the first baseman's head for a base hit. That will score. Stacia on his way to third, and holding there is Dallas Morris as the throw almost got away for the catcher, Anthony Recker. And it's first and third, and sometimes things go your way, John. That's RBI number 44 for Mark Trumbo, and he just hit the old Baltimore chop right over the head of Raul Padron at first.
That's exactly what he did, and now the Kernels are getting back to a little bit of what they did earlier here in the second half of the season. When you put the bat on the ball, more often than not, it's so much better than a strikeout, Scott. No, Trumbo didn't hit that ball particularly hard, but he put it in play, and as you said, he bounced it over the head of the first baseman, Raul Padron. Morris was running on the play, and that's why Dallas made it to third.
Same situation, 1 out. Kernels have him on the corners for Flint Whipke. Right-handed batter takes a look at a pitch outside. Change up for ball 1. 5-1 now. Kernels inching their way closer here in the in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Marco Albano on deck. Looked at first, and the delivery outside, ball 2. Might see a little bit of stirring down in that Kane County dugout. Nothing yet, though. Crowd starting to get behind this possible rally here. The 2-0 in the dirt, ball 3. And a new baseball thrown out to pitcher Joe Piekarz.
Jam-packed crew of folks enjoying the fun out on the Randy Keelhoffen's Picnic Pavilion from Cedar Rapids Oral Surgery, Little Drugstore Products, Clifton Gunderson, and Ryan Companies.
Welcome aboard. 3 balls, no strikes, and the delivery line drive to the second baseman and makes the catch behind the bag. Boy, they had Whipke played absolutely perfectly. And that's out number 2. That's a big out right there for Piekarz.
That's a tough break. They turned Flint loose on 3-0. He lines one hard for the second time tonight. Had an extra base hit taken away from him by Todd Johnson in left field in his first at-bat, and Flint hit that 3-0 pitch right on the nose. But as you said, Scott, O'Mara was clamping in, cheating toward the middle, and he caught the line drive.
2 outs, runners on at the corners, and the curve is taken for a strike by Marco Albano.
Well, now Piekarz reminding me not only of Jamie Moyer, but of Tom Glavine. Change-up after change-up after change-up.
Yeah, Glavine's done it pretty well. The 0-1 is a little number up the middle, shortstop. Nice play and a little underhand toss from Sellers to O'Mara, and that will force Trumbo up the middle. And Kernels do get a run, but it could have been a whole lot more here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. For the Kernels, 1 run on 3 hits, no Cougar errors, and Cedar Rapids leads 2 aboard. We've left 3 on through 4 at bats. We'll head to the top of the 5th inning. It's Kane County 5 and the Kernels 1. This is Kernel Baseball here on the Kernel Radio Network.
This summer, children of all ages will enhance their imaginations through reading thanks to the summer reading program. Toyota Financial Services, the Gazette, Culver's Frozen Custard and Butterburgers, and Bloomsbury Farm have teamed up with the Cedar Rapids Kernels, encouraging children to read during the summer. For every 250 minutes a child reads, they will receive a reward to be claimed at the Ben Ritter Diamond Shop at Veterans Memorial Stadium. For every child that reaches 1,000 minutes, they will be invited to the Kernels Reader Recognition Day, Sunday, August 27th. They will receive the autographs of Kernels players on the field. Encourage your child to start reading today, helping them reach their goals for the summer.
Next up, a musical taste of Dr. Pepper. It's a new spin on an old vibe from me to you. A tasty sip of Dr. Pepper for your ears, and it starts like this.
I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be a pepper?
Now that's cool, but pepper is a little better. So let's slide in a taste of this.
I'm a pepper.
Right on. But there's still more to it. I mean, there's nothing like it, because every sip is a kickin' mashup of 23 different flavors. So for the true taste of Dr. Pepper, we dial it up even more.
I'm a pepper.
Heck, you know it. With 23 flavors mixed into one bold taste, every sip is a cool mix of music to your mouth. Woo! Dr. Pepper, there's more to it.
Top of the 5th inning, Tommy Mendoza out there. Had a shaky start, but has come back and kept his team in the ball game. As it'll be O'Mara, Baisley, and Pineda, the heart of the Kane County order, 3, 4, and 5. Ball 1 up high, and the 1-0 line foul the other way. And a ball and a strike now to Isaac O'Mara.
Time for our Springhouse Trivia question. If you've been one of our previous 51 winners of a $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse, congratulations. Play along wherever you're tuned in this evening, but please don't call in.
Swinging a foul straight back by O'Mara.
The Springhouse, of course, has a new offering. Lunch buffet, only $5.95 Monday through Friday, and an evening dinner buffet for just $6.95 Monday through Friday.
1-2, check swing. He did not go around, according to Brad Myers, the base umpire, and that evens it up at 2.
So enjoy either the lunch buffet Monday through Friday. Starts at 10:30 in the morning. It's only $5.95.
The 2-2 going the other way and dropping a single in front of Smith in left field is O'Mara. He's now 2 for 3. And he goes the opposite way and gets things started with a single for Kane County in the top half of the 5th.
The dinner buffet at the Springhouse starts at 4:30 Monday through Friday. It's just $6.95. Both the lunch and dinner buffet at the Springhouse include their new soup and salad bar.
Hey. That sounds good. Leadoff man aboard, and a swing and a high fly ball to center. Kuhn coming in on his horse, and he makes the grab as Jeff Baisley was jammed and lifts it in the air to center for the first out. That's a big out with O'Mara on at first, 1 out. That'll bring up Jose Pineda, who has singled in 2 trips and has scored. Here's our Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia question. ESPN television baseball analyst Kevin Kennedy managed 2 Major League teams from 1993 to 1996. We would like you to name them. Television baseball analyst Kevin Kennedy managed 2 Major League teams from 1993 to 96. And please name them. 896-7589. 896-7589. That's our number. I have to put down Fox, though. He's a Fox guy. He might be with ESPN now. They're one short. The 1-0. Ooh. Slider just misses for ball 2. And John will answer the phone here. 5-1 Kane County here in the top half of the 5th inning. 5-run, 9 hits, no errors for Kane County. 1 run on 4 hits, no errors for the Kernels. O'Mara, good lead at first, not going, and the pitch drilled to center field. Kuhn turns, goes back on it at the warning track. It's over his head and off the wall at the 400 mark. On his way to third and holding there is O'Mara as Pineda will get into second with a ringing stand-up double off the center field wall. Still looking for the correct answer in our Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question as Pineda drills one to center field, and that will get the Colonel bullpen going with Tim DeJurgis.
Yes, I'm sorry, Scott. It's not ESPN. It is Fox television analyst Kevin Kennedy, and he did manage 2 big league teams from 1993 through 1996, and we'd like you to name both of them, 896-7589, 896-7589.
DeJurgis up in the bullpen. We got a whole bunch of Cascade pom-poms coming down to get ready to perform. Pitch out, and, well, they're going to actually walk Anthony Recker intentionally. So the Kernels will put Recker aboard and load the bases for Raul Padron here in the top of the 5th, 5-1 Kane County. And the right-hander DeJurgis continues to warm up in the bullpen for the Kernels. Tommy has had 7 terrific outings in a row, and it's not at his best stuff here tonight. Kane County got a 4 spot in the first inning, and they got 1 more in a Baisley home run. As ball 4 is outside, that'll be an intentional walk to Recker, and that will be the 3rd, make it 4th walk, given up by Mendoza. And we do have a winner to congratulate in our Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question. Casey Kittrell. Is that right, John? Casey Kittrell?
Kittrell.
Okay. From Middle Amana.
Boy, it's nice to know we're coming in loud and clear in Middle Amana. We'll repeat the question, give you the answer that Casey gave to win his $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse, but we've got to get out of this inning.
Yeah, this might be the most important batter that Mendoza's faced all night. He starts him off with a high fastball for ball 1 to the veteran Raul Padron, who's 1 for 2. 2-run single to right back in the first inning. 5-1 Kane County. They've got him loaded with 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning. The 1-0. Lifted high in the air and foul ground. Will there be a play? Martinez coming over and runs out of room. Also, Dallas Morris hustled over there to the railing of the Kane County dugout.
Yeah, Dallas almost ran into Aaron Nakula, the Cougar third base coach.
But the ball about 3 rows out of play. Well, our question was, Fox television analyst Kevin Kennedy managed 2 major league teams from 1993 to 1996, and we asked you to name them. Had a good record. And congratulations to Casey. Came up with the Texas Rangers and the Boston Red Sox.
Casey Kittrell of Middle Amana.
He'll be going to the Springhouse. Long look to third. The 1-1 is a little broken back, humpback liner coming in. Kuhn at center makes the grab, tagging at third. Coming home is O'Mara. Throw cut off, and the run scores, and it's 6-1.
Boy, that was a strong throw by Brad Kuhn, but somebody yelled, cut, cut, cut. I don't know if Brad would have had O'Mara. What do you think, Scott?
Been close.
Boy, that was a strong throw, and Mark Trumbo was instructed by someone to cut it off. And the sacrifice fly by Padron. Again, an example of how when you're going good, you get all the breaks. A foul pop just out of the reach of Clint Whipke, and the next pitch, a sacrifice fly to center.
So that'll make it 6-1. DeJurgis still warming for the Kernels. And the left-handed hitting Frank Martinez with the third baseman 0 for 2. He'll step up there from the left side. Short lead by Padron. He does have 3 steals this year, being held on by Trumbo, and the pitch outside for a ball.
Pineda did scamper from second to third, even though the throw was cut off. I think Brad Kuhn thinks he could have had O'Mara at the plate just by Brad's body language out there.
Been close. Might be worth the gamble down by 4. Here's a swing and a foul the other way by Martinez.
Boy, this ballpark's filling up. Mr. Shucks is sitting in the first row of the premier seats behind the Colonel dugout, and as usual, he's fascinating and bringing smiles to the kids' faces, giving them hugs.
Cascade night, among other things. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, 2 on the pitch. And a line drive foul toward the tarp down the left field line.
Scott, Kevin Kennedy has a book out. I can't remember the name of it, but it's one of those books that is geared towards a rabid baseball fan about strategy. He did have winning records in both Texas and Boston, and you wonder how a guy like that isn't given another opportunity.
Yeah. The 1-2. Maybe he's making too much money in TV.
With Fox.
Ball down low.
Why did I say ESPN?
Well, we appreciate the plug, John. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 out for the high set. Runner goes. A 2-2 pitch. Line into right field, and that's going to go all the way to the wall. 1 run is in. Recker rounding third. He's being waved home. Throw to the plate is offline. And scoring is Recker, and it's now 8-1 on a double by Martinez. 44th and 45th RBIs. He'll take third on the throw. And good throw to have him, John, but the throw was up the first base side of home plate. And to tell you what, Recker didn't slide. And
no, it almost cost him. Here comes Bobby Magianis to bring in Tim DeJurgis. And, boy, one thing is abundantly clear. In our home ballpark, Kane County is a better team than we are. They look like they're going to cruise to another win. They're leading 8-1. They will have whipped us 6 out of 6 times. And I don't know what you do if you're Bobby Magianis and the coaching staff. I really don't know what you do. Listen to the hand for Tommy Mendoza. Listen to the hand for the Colonel right-hander.
Now, Tommy's disappointed, but there'll be better days.
Oh, certainly. It's his first subpar outing in 2 months, for goodness sake. He's been so good. He was due for a rough start. Tommy Mendoza goes 4 2/3. And in 4 2/3, he gives up 8 runs on 11 hits. The Colonel right-hander struck out 2 and uncharacteristically walked 4. And we have a call to the Colonel bullpen, sponsored by U.S. Cellular. Get your wireless relief with Call Me Minutes only from U.S. Cellular.
Tim DeJurgis coming in, making his 31st appearance. And that is second on the ball club now. Breaks that log jam right there. DeJurgis 0-6 with a 4.73 earned run average. 45 2/3 innings pitched, has given up 38 hits, 24 earned runs, has walked 27 and struck out 40.
Tim, last pitch, game 2 of our doubleheader loss in Davenport, went a third of an inning in the second game of the Twin Bill, gave up 3 runs on 4 hits, struck out none, walked 1. He took the loss in Davenport. We need to get Tim DeJurgis back on track for us. He was a very, very reliable member of our bullpen earlier in the season, but he's had a tough tailspin recently.
Walks have really hurt Tim.
Yeah, they have hurt him.
Well, John, I mentioned to you, and we talked about it on the afternoon show, that this 20-game, I thought anyway, this 20-game spread the second half of the season was going to be the telltale sign, and so far it's not starting off real pleasantly.
No, it hasn't. And you were referring, of course, to our 4-game series in Davenport. One of the games was whitewashed. We went 0-3 there. And, boy, to let Kane County come into your home ballpark and really just mow over you, that's got to leave a bad taste in the Colonel's mouth, to have this team come in, and you want to try to play well at home.
8-1 Kane County. And the first pitch from DeJurgis, fastball high and away to Todd Johnson. 1 for 2 against Tommy Mendoza. First thing that Tim's going to do is keep this guy at third base.
Yeah, he's got to get the final out of the 5th inning. The plate umpire made Tim remove a sweatband that was on his left wrist.
1-0 from the right-hander. Left-hander Todd Johnson in there, slightly open stance, and the second pitch is also wide for ball 2. 2-0 at the top of the order, Chad Boyd on deck. 8-1 Kane County. The pitch, there's a strike. And it's 2 balls, 1 strike. 11-4, Kane County has out hit us. Runner on at third, 2 outs. Ball 3 is away.
Scott will have our baseball fun fact when the Kernels bat in the home half of the 5th inning in this first game of a doubleheader.
Got another one yet to come. The pitch is hit in the air to center field. Kuhn on his horse coming over, playing in left center, and makes the catch in dead center field. So good job by Tim DeJurgis to get the Kernels out of that trouble spot in the top of the 5th inning. But Kane County comes up with 3 more runs on 3 hits, no errors, and Kane County leaves the man on. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th inning. It's Kane County 8, Kernels 1. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Service second to none, South Slope Cooperative. We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners. We make a good team. Service second to none, South Slope Cooperative Communications.
Did you know that Honda has the highest fuel economy average of any automobile company in America? Randy Kill Honda in Cedar Rapids is proud of their Honda dealership, and for good reason. Just listen to this list of remarkable awards for Honda vehicles. The Ridgeline, voted the 2006 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. The Honda Civic, voted 2006 Motor Trend Car of the Year. 2006 Car and Driver voted the Honda Pilot as the best large SUV and best overall value of the year. Add it to the Honda Odyssey, Car and Driver's best van for 2006. It's easy to see why Randy Kill Honda is the home of confidence and continues to offer the best value and lowest prices on your next new Honda. Check out the large selection of fuel-efficient pre-owned vehicles, too, online at randykill.com. Randy Kill Honda, where they treat you right.
8-1 as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. And the Kernels will have Brett Martinez, the number 8 hitter, Stantrell Smith, and Brad Kuhn to face Joe Piekarz, who's gone all the way so far, first 4. I was going to ask you, John, with these doubleheaders, do you still have to go 5 to get Notch a victory?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
A little bit different situation. Here's first pitch swing and a ground ball. Sellers to his left behind the bag at short, makes a nice play and throws out Martinez.
Boy, he had showed good footwork there, Scott, moving quickly to his left and then pedaled his feet just like he was riding a bicycle. And that Sellers, he poked fun at his oversized trousers, and he does that to emulate Manny Ramirez, but that little fella can play.
Tell you who he reminds me of. A great former A, that's Walt Weiss.
Yes. Not quite as tall, but same type of physique other than and Walt Weiss had those quick feet.
Yes, he did. Stantrell Smith 0 for 1, grounded out to first his first time up, and he's ahead 2-0 from Joe Piekarz. Second game tonight, Andy Hill will be on the mound for the Kernels. Trey Shields for the A Farmhands.
Andy Hill pitched very well last Thursday night in Davenport. Was a 4-3 loser, but he was really sharp.
Good 2-1. Slow curve is hit foul to the right side by Smith. And it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. 8-1 Kane County. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. First to 2 tonight here at the Vet Stadium. Glad to have you with us right here in the zone. Back with you tomorrow night here. 2-2 and a high chopper foul ball as Padron had to wait. He could have called a fair catch on that one.
Yes, he could have. It was about 5 feet behind the bag, foul by a foot, and he reached down at his shoe tops and made a basket catch of that one hopper. Boy, this crowd is continuing to file in. Everybody having fun tonight, despite the scoreboard, which tells a sour tale of a Cougar 8-1 lead, but this crowd is in a very upbeat, fun mindset.
Well, I know we got another one.
That's right.
The 2-2 rides high. Ball 3 to Stantrell Smith. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, bases empty. The delivery, a little humpback fly ball to right. Coming in and making the grab is Chad Boyd, and there's 2 out here in the 5th.
Scott, I picked our baseball fun fact to lift your spirits. I know that you were a little bit...
Jeff Johnson came in and had to give me the business, being the good Twins fan that he is. Baseball fun fact. After losing the first game of last fall's ALCS to the Angels, the Sox got complete game wins in the next 4 from Burley, Garland, Garcia, and Contreras. And they were the most complete games in a row in the postseason since the 1956 World Series between the Yankees and the Brooklyn Dodgers. That, of course, was the famous pitching in the World Series. There's strike 2 to Brad Kuhn on a curveball, and he's in the hole 0-2. Yanks got 5 complete game performances. Check out this 5. Pitch outside for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Whitey Ford.
Tom?
I can't read your writing.
Tom Sturdivant.
Okay, Tom. Here's a ground ball to the shortstop. Sellers gobbles it up to his left and throws out Brad Kuhn. So another easy 1-2-3 inning. Also Don Larson, of course, that was the perfect game in 1956. Bob Turley and Johnny Cox. That's a pretty good 5 right there. We'll talk more about that coming up. Kernels are out 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 5th. We'll head to the 6th, 8-1 Kane County. And this is Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network. Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
Training and the highest quality craftsmanship in the world are 2 hallmarks of union workers. Prospective construction clients can depend on workers who have learned their craft and mastered their skills through the Cedar Rapids Iowa State Building Trades and Construction Council World-Class Apprenticeship Program. These experienced tradesmen will work with signed contractors to bring flexibility, efficiency, safety, and the highest skill and quality in the world to all building and construction projects. Eastern Iowa works best when we say union, yes.
Technology pervades every aspect of our daily lives. This remarkable age we live in has a machine or a computer to meet almost all of our needs. But you won't find a technological device that can provide you with the personal attention for something as important as insurance. Neighbor Insurance Services, your professional Pekin insurance agency in Hiawatha, is trained on all insurance matters, including how much coverage is enough coverage. For personal attention to all of your insurance needs, see the insurance professionals at Neighbor Insurance Services in Hiawatha.
We go to the 6th inning, 8-1 Kane County, and I will shift her back to John for the call here in the 6th.
Scott, thanks a lot. I want to pick up on that baseball fun fact that last fall against our parent club, the Angels, we won that first game, and then the controversy when Josh Paul caught that pitch that wasn't in the dirt, but A.J. Przynski went to first base on it. And
as he should have.
Yeah, turned the whole series around, but... Boy, for your White Sox is Tim DeJurgis delivers a strike called to Chad Boyd, who's homered and walked twice. We're in the top of the 6th inning, and it's 8-1 visitors, Kane County. After that Angel win in Game 1, here's a line drive backhanded by Marco Albano, who throws from shallow right center field to retire Chad Boyd. Boyd hit that ball so hard, Scott, it almost knocked over Albano. He made a very good backhanded play on a one-hop bullet to his right.
Well, what do they say? That's a big league play?
Yeah.
That was a big league defensive play right there.
Great job by Marco, and Tim DeJurgis in relief of Tommy Mendoza has retired 2 in a row. Kane County scored 4 in the top of the 1st inning, and they haven't been headed since, as ball 1 is up and in to Justin Sellers, 1 for 3 tonight. The complete games 4 in a row by the White Sox, Burley, Garland, Garcia, and Jose Contreras. That was really something to behold. Joe Yamarino, our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest, a big Kernel fan, big baseball fan, says he's from the old school. He really misses the complete game mentality that has all but disappeared from modern-day professional baseball. And I get a little bit, there's a line drive, tailing away from Mark Trumbo. He goes quickly to his left, reaches out, and snares it. Another good play by a Colonel infielder. Mark Trumbo had to move quickly to his left to stab that hard shot. 2 gone here in the 6th. I get a little bit perturbed at people who say they're speculating that Donnie Cooper and Ozzie Guillen jeopardized this year by having those fellas, Burley, Garland, Garcia, Contreras, go the distance in the playoffs. What you don't wait. You can't predicate your move in the playoffs by next year, can you, Scott?
No, and they didn't throw a lot of pitches either.
Yeah, so you don't buy into that theory either.
No,
I don't either.
No, I don't. I don't buy into that. It's funny you mentioned that. The last organization that really emphasized a complete game. We're back to our Oakland A's here. It seems like the trendsetter in all this stuff. That was back when Billy Martin. They had guys like Mike Norris. I'll come up with them here.
Rick Langford.
Daniel Hawkins going to warm up again for the Colonels.
Steve McCaddy.
Now, a lot of those guys developed arm trouble.
Some people did accuse Billy of overworking them.
Yep.
The 2-2 to the left-handed batter O'Murdo, and he hits it on the nose, but right to Stantrell Smith in left, and for the first time tonight, the Cougars go down in order. Tim DeJurgis retires Kane County 1-2-3, nothing across in the top of the 6th inning. We're going to the bottom of the 6th inning with the Kernels trailing in game 1 of a doubleheader 8-1. This is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
As a parent, have you ever experienced the frustration of watching your child struggle at school because of poor study habits? Did your child's grades suffer last year because of poor organization? Do you wish your child would be more motivated at school to realize his or her true potential? If the answer to any of these questions was yes, then Educare Learning Centers has a proven study skills program just for your child. Educare's Study Skills program has helped hundreds of area students gain the study skill tools necessary to turn grades around. So if learning how to study needs to be your child's first lesson this year, give Educare a call. Classes begin Monday, August 7th and Monday, August 14th, just in time for school this fall. Space is limited. Call Educare of Cedar Rapids today at 832-1965 and get this year started right. That's Educare of Cedar Rapids, 832-1965. Educare is fully accredited by the North Central Association of Colleges and Schools.
Great to have you with us for 2 for the price of 1, a double dip, a twin bill, a thing of the past due to the Major League Players Association, headed by Marvin Miller.
You miss that, John?
I miss it greatly, Scott.
Now, we have doubleheaders, but now they're the old day-night doubleheaders.
And they're not scheduled. They're a result of rainouts.
That's right. And maybe once a year you'll see a good old-fashioned doubleheader. And it's basically out of necessity.
Yes.
The team has to get out of town or something like that.
And that's what I didn't. That's what I miss. I really miss those old-fashioned scheduled doubleheaders. It'll be Stacia, Renz, Morris to face lefty Joe Piekarz. The Kernels have been out hit 11-4, trail 8-1. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. The lefty Piekarz gunning for his 5th win of the season. He's won 4 and lost 4, 3.18 ERA. Coming off an 11-2 loss Friday in South Bend, he misses outside with a breaking pitch to Stacia. Heinle, a switch hitter batting right, looks at a strike. The count even 1-1. That 1956 staff for the Yankees that beat Brooklyn, they had 5 straight complete games from, as Scott said, Whitey Ford, Tom Sturdivant, Don Larson, Bob Turley, and Johnny Cucks. And that famous picture of Don Larson being bear-hugged by Yogi Berra, leaping into his arms, Scott, I still get goosebumps when I see that picture. Yogi Berra had Don Larson, Berra leapt up into Larson's midsection.
That's right.
Yes, because Yogi was so small. Don Larson, a 2-2, is lifted into right. A few steps back is Chad Boyd. He's camped underneath it, and he makes the catch on a fly ball off the bat of Heinle Stacia. Heinle led off the Colonel 4th with a single and scored the only run of the game for the Colonels here in the first game of the doubleheader. Don Larson was really a journeyman after that perfect game.
Yeah, he was, but he will go down immortally.
Yes, as the only man to pitch a
no-hit and perfect game in the World Series.
To this point.
Yes. A towering pop-up behind the plate by Jordan Renz. Strike one. It lands in the umpire's tunnel and then hops up to a fan. As Scott says, we have a big crowd here this evening, and a lot of them are from Cascade. The Cascade Pom-Pom team will put on a fun routine between games of the doubleheader. Renz waits on a changeup and loops this one foul. And down below that one goes.
Another nice catch.
Some of the biggest applause this evening has come from those foul ball catches. 8-1 Kane County. We're in the bottom of the sixth inning.
That's probably why. Right there.
The 0-2 to Jordan is inside. Jordan had the jackknife out of the way. Nobody on, one out. Bottom of the sixth inning.
Might see Daniel Hawkins in the seventh inning for the Kernels.
Breaking pitch, Jordan waits on it and nubs it foul to the on-deck hitter, Dallas Morris. Scott, you follow the racing scene better than anyone I know. What is the big event coming up at Indianapolis?
Brickyard 400. August 6th.
The 1-2 to Jordan is a fastball up and in, ball two.
We'll have that race, by the way, on KCRG The Zone.
I want to credit someone, perhaps you or someone at Hawkeye Downs, for a catchy saying I heard in the zone earlier today. A high can of corn lofted into left center. And Jose Pineda drifts over into left center, calls off the left fielder Todd Johnson, and Pineda puts it away. 2 gone here in the Kernels' sixth inning. I heard an interesting promotion this afternoon when tuning into the zone called Sounds of the Downs.
Yes. Yeah.
That's a fun highlight.
Yeah. Well, Mike Bettine put that together.
Sounds of the Downs.
Mike's the best.
He sure is. He'll be touting our upcoming Oncology Associates Cancer Awareness Night. We'll tell you a lot more about that on our upcoming road trip, but the Kernels will be wearing pink jerseys to celebrate survivors of cancer. Dallas Morris is jammed, and he hoists one into shallow left. Coming on is Todd Johnson. He has it, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for lefty Joe Piekarz. All King County all season so far here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. They're gunning for their 6th win in a row over us here at our home ballpark. As we go to the top of the 7th, game 1 of a doubleheader, Cougars 8, Kernels 1. And this is Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
In today's work world, knowledge is power. Training for modern job skills is opportunity and security. And you have one of the best choices for your future right here in eastern Iowa. It's Kirkwood. Kirkwood Community College offers over 100 degree programs to give you new job opportunities or a smart start on your college path. Find out more today. Call Kirkwood Admissions, 398-5517. Kirkwood. Start here. Go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Papa John, and when I say better ingredients, better pizza, I'm not talking about a little better. I'm talking about a lot better. Let's talk about our pizza sauce. It's made from fresh, fine-ripened tomatoes, not from concentrate. When it comes to ingredients, we select from the world's best. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. A lot better.
Call your neighborhood Papa John's today and ask for the Home Run Special, a large, thin, or original crust pizza with up to 3 toppings for $10.99. Just $10.99.
Great teams consist of diverse talent. Rockwell Collins understands this and is committed to developing diversity in our community. We recognize that our leadership in the aviation and communications electronics industry hinges on attracting and retaining a diverse workforce. And we're working with other Iowa companies to create an environment that nurtures diversity. Rockwell Collins. Different thinking makes us great. Great thinking makes us different.
As Scott Unash surmised, the Kernels go to their bullpen, and before we tell you, well, let's see, we may have a pinch hitter for the Cougars. Yes, well, no, Jeff Baisley will lead it off. Aaron Nakula was telling something to the plate umpire. Perhaps a pinch hitter will bat here in the top of the 7th. First game of a twin bill, 8-1 Kane County, and Scott said that Daniel Hawkins would be taking over. Tim DeJurgis should have a good lift in his confidence. He pitched a spotless inning in the 3rd in relief of Tommy Mendoza. Tim, an inning in the 3rd, no runs, no hits, no strikeouts, no walks. And
Daniel Hawkins answering the U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen. Get your wireless relief with Call Me Minutes, only from U.S. Cellular. And Daniel starts Jeff Baisley off with a strike.
12th appearance for Daniel Hawkins. An 0-1 record of 4.32 earned run average.
The 0-1 is in the dirt to Baisley.
17 innings, has given up 8 earned runs. Check that. 16 2/3, 17 hits, 8 earned runs, has walked 11, and has struck out 9. So trying to work on finding that plate a little bit for Daniel.
Yes, he's coming off a terrific performance Monday in the series opener here, a King County 8-4 win. Daniel pitched a scoreless inning of relief, and he misses low and away. Ball 2 to the slugging cleanup batter, Jeff Baisley. He wraps one to deep short, backhanded by Stacia. Hindley takes his time and throws out Baisley. Jeff Baisley corked that one hard on 2 hops, and Stacia just calmly took a couple of steps to his right, backhanded it, and threw out Jeff Baisley, who's still running gingerly with that strained hamstring. And here's Jose Pineda.
Tell you what, John, we've seen just about every team come through here so far, and of the teams I've seen, and this is the best team in the Midwest League that I've seen.
Well, they certainly, I don't know if they have the best talent, but they certainly know how to win. They have that aura, that confidence that we talked about. I don't want to take anything away from their talent. I was so impressed with Quad Cities when they beat us 3 straight in their place and beat us 10 out of 15 times. But I would say, Scott, that the record speaks for themselves. They're the best team in the Western Division, and when you can come in and just continually beat a team in their home ballpark, which Kane County has done this season, I have to hand it to them as well. They're a very fine ball club. Ball 1 almost hit Pineda. Now a breaking pitch low and away. Mike Shannon likes to say that trick's been working since Abner Doubleday invented the game. High and tight, low and away.
Pineda was kind of crossed up, swung. Anyway.
It's been great having Scott with us this evening. We understand he has some special yard details.
I got yard details when I get home.
The old weed whacker. Ball 2 is in the dirt from Daniel Hawkins from St. Leo University in Florida. Daniel told us how much he enjoys fishing in his home state.
Where's St. Leo at?
St. Leo's, well, I can't tell you. He told me on the South Slope Communications Triple Play show. I believe it's in Tampa.
Okay.
He's from St. Petersburg. St. Leo is a Division II powerhouse, and they play at the University of Tampa and Eckerd and South Florida, good Division schools, good Division II schools. Ball 4 just missed inside. Jose Pineda reaches for the 3rd time in 4 at-bats. The only Colonel to retire the Cougars in order in Game 1 was Tim DeJurgis, who mowed down Kane County in order in the 6th inning. It's been all Cougars. They've out-hit us 11-4, and they lead it 8-1 here in the top of the 7th. First game of a doubleheader. Kernels reeling a little bit now. Have dropped 5 in a row and want to get that winning feeling back in their clubhouse. Ball 1 in the dirt to Anthony Recker, who's walked twice and reached on an infield single.
They got Recker penciled in to catch the next game, too, which is kind of unusual.
Yes, we had a real boost when both skippers exchanged Game 2 lineups before the first game started. That's the only nightmare a broadcaster has, only a half hour between games of a doubleheader, and it's tough to get down to the clubhouses, get the lineups, get them written in your book, and be ready for the second game. Ball 3 inside as Daniel Hawkins is plagued by some wildness.
That's plagued him all year.
Daniel was a starter in 10 games for Orem last year. 6-2 was his record. The 3-0 to the right-handed batter Recker is a strike on the inside corner, according to the plate umpire, Ben Ashcraft.
Should let you know, John, we neglected to mention this, but congratulations to Warner Madrigal, who got a win last night.
A one-hop bullet to third. Morris throws to second. Out Marco Albano to first to complete the around the horn 5-4-3 double play. Recker hit a one-hop smash that almost went through Dallas Morris. Dallas starts his second around the horn double play
And no runs in the top of the 7th for the Cougars. No hits, a walk. There were no Kernel errors. An inning-ending double play. And nobody left for Kane County. Yes, Scott, how about Warner Madrigal? Let our listeners know about the good news.
Yeah, Warner picked up the win. He went an inning, gave up 3 hits and a run as the Arizona Angel rookie team beat the Giants 4-3, but Warner got the victory.
The new transforming pitcher, Warner Madrigal. There are some changes defensively for the Cougars. We'll try to pick them up for you when the Kernels come to bat in the bottom of the 7th inning. First game of a double dip, and it's the Cougars 8 and the Kernels 1.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, how can you differentiate one realtor from another? The distinction is clear when you consider the remarkable offer that Dick Ramsey of Skogman Realty makes. Dick Ramsey's offer is unprecedented. Buy one of Dick Ramsey's homes, and Dick Ramsey will buy yours. That extraordinary pledge bears instant replay. Buy one of Dick Ramsey's homes, and Dick Ramsey will buy yours. For the best home buying or home selling experience in Cedar Rapids, turn to the home team, Skogman Realty's Dick Ramsey.
Did you know that Honda has the highest fuel economy average of any automobile company in America? Randy Kill Honda in Cedar Rapids is proud of their Honda dealership, and for good reason. Just listen to this list of remarkable awards for Honda vehicles. The Ridgeline, voted the 2006 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. The Honda Civic, voted 2006 Motor Trend Car of the Year. 2006 Car Driver voted the Honda Pilot as the best large SUV and best overall value of the year. Add it to the Honda Odyssey, Car Driver's best van for 2006. It's easy to see why Randy Kill Honda is the home of confidence and continues to offer the best value and lowest prices on your next new Honda. Check out the large selection of fuel-efficient pre-owned vehicles, too, online at randykill.com. Randy Kill Honda, where they treat you right.
Lefty Joe Piekarz will try to go the distance. He has an 8-1 lead as we go to the home half of the 7th. Final at bat for the Kernels to try to rally and win it or send it into extra innings. It'll be Mark Trumbo to lead it off. Mark has driven in the only Kernel run of the night, a Baltimore chop base hit over the first baseman Raul Padron's head back in the 4th inning. And, Scott, we have a couple of defensive changes for the Cougars here in the bottom of the 7th.
Yes, we do, and we talked about catcher Anthony Recker. Now, they only announced one change, but that is Raul Padron catching.
Yes.
Number 14 back there.
So Padron's catching, and then the right fielder, Scott, Boyd, comes into first base.
He came in to play first base, and looks to me that Recker is out of the game.
Here's a base hit into right center for Mark Trumbo. That gets the Colonel's 7th inning started. Mark has 2 of the Colonel 5 hits. He didn't overswing. He just looped it into right. The new right fielder is Wes Long.
And he'll hit in the number 6 hole for the catcher Anthony Recker, who's out of the game.
And so Raul Padron is now catching. And that's the change we didn't hear announced by Al Gruwell, but it's hard to see those guys when they put on the chest protector and the mask and the batting helmet.
Padron's catcher by trade, we should say.
Ball 1 low to Flint Whipke. Yeah, he looks at home back there, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Ball 2 low and away. Well, Scott, it was great of you to be with us for the first game. I love doubleheaders, but they're sure a lot more fun when you can kind of share the call.
Makes time go a little bit quicker, especially when it's 8-1.
Yeah, in the 14 innings, you don't know it. It's kind of like running a marathon. You feel it the next day.
Yes.
So we really thank you for being with us in Game 1, and there'll be plenty of light remaining for you to get that yard work polished off, I hope. If not tonight, tomorrow morning.
Hopefully tonight.
Good friend loaned you his weed whacker.
Yep.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Flint Whipke. Flint's hit the ball hard twice tonight. Outfield shades Flint to go the other way. Whipke, a right-handed batter with a .246 average, but hitting .312 against lefties. The lefty Piekarz delivers, and Flint launches it into deep center. Drifting back in front of the warning track is Jose Pineda, and Jose hauls it in for the first out of the 7th inning.
That ball carried quite a bit, John.
Yes, it did. carry quite a bit to about 375 feet away. Scott will have a complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard for you after this game. Well, we're waiting. That's your call, Scott, because you only have about an hour of daylight left. So if I don't mind at all bringing us down the final stretch for the Colonel Curtin call. It'll be an abbreviated Colonel Curtin call. Here's a long, deep drive way back in left center, off the top of the 378 mark by Marco Albano. He hits a ringing double, missing his first home run of the year by what, Scott? A foot and a half?
Oh, about 18 inches.
Whew. Marco smoked that one.
That's a shame because even though, you never say never in a situation, but boy, that would have been great to get that first home run.
Second and third for the Kernels. One out here in the bottom of the seventh inning.
A little momentum for the second game.
Sure. Now, you have to build on anything when you're in a little bit of a tailspin, a rut, and that's what the Kernels have been in the last week or so. Strike one is called to Brett Martinez.
There's a right-hander warming up. That's Joel Posey, who is a rookie.
No relation to former Colonel lefty Micah Posey. Brett Martinez pops one in the air. It's a fair ball near the plate, coming to the right of the dirt batting circle. And Raul Padron gloves the foul pop just to the right of the dirt batting circle for the second out here in the Colonel seventh inning.
Well, let's see if Stantrell Smith can come up with a clutch two-out hit just to get things rolling here for
Game two.
Game two.
You bet, Scott. Santrell's hitting a robust .324 against left-handed pitching this year. So far tonight, he's bounced out to first and flown out to right. 8-1 Cougars. We're in the bottom of the seventh inning. Curve, and Stantrell lifts it foul off to the right. Strike one.
That one gingerly landed on the roof.
We'll have a short amount of time, at 1/2 hour between games of the doubleheader. I'll be calling into the zone, and they'll do their thing to bring you some ESPN programming while I get ready for the nightcap. A high pop-up into shallow right. Drifting back is Boyd. He gives way to the second baseman, and it's caught by Isaac O'Murra to end the first game. O'Murra catches Stantrell Smith's pop-up. No runs in the seventh for the Kernels. 2 hits. There were no Cougar errors. The Kernels leave a pair in strand 5. Kane County continues their mastery over our ball club, whipping us for the 6th time in a row here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. The final was 8-1 Cougars. We'll have the totals, highlights, and more on an abbreviated Colonel Curtin call next here on the Colonel Radio Network.
Next up, a musical taste of Dr. Pepper. It's a new spin on an old vibe from me to you. A tasty sip of Dr. Pepper for your ears, and it starts like this.
I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be a pepper?
Now that's cool, but pepper is a little better. So let's slide in a taste of this.
I'm a pepper.
Right on. But there's still more to it. I mean, there's nothing like it, because every sip is a chicken mashup of 23 different flavors. So for the true taste of Dr. Pepper, we dial it up even more. You know it. With 23 flavors mixed into one bold taste, every sip is a cool mix of music to your mouth. Woo! Dr. Pepper, there's more to it.
Your home is a place for savoring all the good things in life. It's a place for celebrations. It's a place where memories are created. To make sure your home is properly insured, visit Sheets Forest Draper in Marion, your professional Pekin insurance agency. Sheets Forest Draper will give you all important details about homeowners insurance with complete coverages and surprisingly affordable rates. Visit Sheets Forest Draper in Marion for homeowners insurance for your well-lived and well-loved home.
for the Kernels Curtain Call. Now, with a game recap, a complete look at the State Farm scoreboard, and a look ahead to upcoming action, let's rejoin the voice of the Kernels, John Rogers.
Well, thanks so much. We're back, Scott Unash and I, to put a lid on a Kane County 8-1 win. And, Scott, the Kernels buried themselves or dug themselves a very deep hole. We just didn't get the performance we've been spoiled by from 18-year-old Colonel right-hander Tommy Mendoza, who was just really almost unhittable the last 8 starts. But this evening, after a 9-day layoff, he didn't have his best stuff.
No, just didn't. One of those nights, Tommy just didn't have it. Things weren't clicking, and started right away. A 4-run first inning for Kane County. Leadoff man Chad Boyd led off the game with a home run, his second of the year, just inside the right field foul pole, and that made it 1-0. And then 3 more runs after that. Sellers with a single to left. Isaac Omura single to right, putting him on the corners with nobody out. Jeff Beasley with an RBI ground out, fielder's choice, made it 2-0. Jose Pineda with a single to left. And then a 2-run single by Raul Padron, and it was a 4-run first, and Kane County was never headed after that. Jeff Beasley hit his 17th home run, that in the 3rd inning to make it a 5-0 game. Kernels got 1 back in the 4th inning, their only run of the ball game. Heinley Stacia with a leadoff single to left field. Jordan Renz then with a single to left. A fielder's choice grounded by Dallas Morris, and an RBI single by Mark Trumbo. A chopper over the first baseman's head, but that's as close as the Kernels could get. Kane County came right back then in the top of the 5th inning and scored 3 on a sacrifice fly by Padron and a 2-run double by Frank Martinez that chased Tommy Mendoza. And it was all Kane County in Game 1 and all Joe Piekarz as he went the distance, gave up only 6 hits, struck out 1, didn't walk a batter, and gave up only 1 run as Kane County wins it 8-1. 8 runs, 11 hits, no errors, 4 left on for the Cougars. Kernels, 1 run, 6 hits, no errors, and they lead 5. Piekarz winner 5-4. Tommy Mendoza, the losing pitcher, he drops to 8-6. Time of the game, 1 hour and 54 minutes tonight.
And we're going to move right ahead to our PRC play of the game. A job at PRC is a job you'll love. The benefit package is known as Life Essentials, and they include a 401k retirement savings plan, medical, dental, vision, and pet insurance, flexible schedule, and a array of career paths at the former Access Direct PRC. And you can learn more about the fabulous career opportunities at PRC as well as those benefits that I mentioned. They include, again, a 401k retirement plan, medical, dental, vision, and pet insurance, and a flexible schedule. With the Kernels trailing 4-0 in the top of the 2nd inning, Todd Johnson led off against Tommy Mendoza with a base hit to center. Chad Boyd walked, and with Justin Sellers at the plate, here's our PRC play of the game.
Johnson at second, Boyd at first, and a ground ball to Morris. He throws to second, out, bottom of first, out, and Scott Unax is the man to call with your next bet. Send me to the vote, John.
Yeah, Scott said that we could really use a double play, and that's what Tommy Mendoza gave us, Scott. That was our PRC play of the game.
Well, we hope to have more. Kernels turned a couple double plays in that game, but just couldn't solve the soft-tossing left-hander.
Well, that does it for our Colonel Curtain Call, and we'll be back at 8:23. In 20 minutes, you'll hear the intro for Game 2 of our doubleheader with the Kane County Cougars. The Cougars dumped the Kernels in the first game tonight, 8-1, and the Kernels have now dropped their last 6 in a row, stand 1 game under 500 at 15-16. Scott Unash, thank you so much for sharing your time and your expertise with our listeners. It's been a joy to have you here throughout the summer, and we look forward to having you back in the month of August, Scott, for some more fun, entertaining broadcasts here at the ballpark.
Thanks, John, and let's try to get second game here that afternoon.
That'll be the goal to put us back to the 500 mark. The final in Game 1, 8-1 Cougars for four-time State Sportscaster of the Year, Scott Unash, the Zone Sports Director. I'm John Rogers, and we'll greet you at 8:23 with the intro and the starting lineups for the nightcap. This has been Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
This has been a special sports presentation from The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids. Now back to our regularly scheduled ESPN programming already in progress.
ESPN Radio.
He's Duke Castiglione. I'm Amy Lawrence. Coming up in 20 minutes, a superstar who says he's not a role model, but he wants to run a state. I don't think those two things go together. We'll tell you the story coming up in 20 minutes. Also this hour, some personal rivalries. Our personal rivalries, the things that we struggle with. I have an inkling because of something you mentioned earlier that you and old people on the golf course might be a huge rivalry in the making.
In the making.
Old people are going to see you
the hammer
and come running.
the nail a rivalry.
They're going to want to place bets. It's going to be the old people versus Duke Castiglione on the golf course. And me, let me just tell you my personal rivalry with my running shoes. Yeah, you'll want to hear that story, too. So we will get our personal.
You can never get a pair of shoes that fit right.
Oh, okay. Well, I found a pair, but they're kicking my tail. So, personal rivalries. We'll keep them coming into our Michelin inbox. You guys are getting very creative. I'm impressed. Game night at ESPNradio.com is our Michelin inbox. Some of the funny rivalries that we're getting in, I mean, they're laugh out loud funny. You guys are having a great night. You are on a roll. Good thing you're in town all week. But we want to take some time now and talk about Major League Baseball's trading deadline. The best way to do that is with a man who is out there, and part of it, his phone is ringing. He's placing calls, trying to decide whether or not he needs to make a move now or let his team ride. Hey, you know what? If you're the New York Mets, you don't want to do a whole lot of tweaking. General Manager Omar Minaya joins us on Game Night here on ESPN Radio via our OnStar hotline. Omar, with the way the first half of your season has gone, do you need to add more pieces to your team?
Well, I think that, you're never happy with what you have. I think that, we've done okay, but I think we can do better, and we have to continue to try to improve the team.
Omar, this is not your first time at the trade deadline. You've been with the Mets before. You've been an assistant. You've been the general manager of the Nationals and, of course, the Expos. What is this time like for a general manager? What is this final week before the trade deadline like?
Well, it's just a lot of inner thoughts. A lot of, thinking things throughout the day. I bet when you wake up in the morning, when you're working out in the gym, you're thinking things, ideas of how you can improve the club. Phone calls, a lot of conversations with your staff, with your scouting staff, and also with your front office staff, and touching on different areas of how you're going to make this team better. But you also have to make sure that you are, restraining yourself and don't get caught with the bug that you feel like you have to make a trade.
I talked to another baseball GM who mentioned that it really changes hourly. As you get to this point in the season, it changes. If you have a 2-game losing streak, all of a sudden maybe your inclination is to make a move. And is that what you're talking about? You want to kind of be careful that you don't pull the trigger on something just because of maybe a quick 2-game or 3-game losing streak?
Yes, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. You have to be careful with that you don't, pull the trigger on something that you feel sorry later on.
Omar, the process as how it goes, do things heat up for you later in the week? If somebody presents a deal to you, we have X player, B player, we want C player from you. Where do you go from there once you get a deal in your hands?
Well, I go to my staff. I look at my staff. I look at the reports that we have from our professional scouts. I concur with my staff. I check with my manager if we're going to go and do that. And then I go to the ownership and tell ownership that we're thinking about doing this. This is what the cost is going to be. And get them in the loop and see what they think about it.
We've got Mets General Manager Omar Minaya with us here on Game Night on ESPN Radio. Duke Castiglione, Amy Lawrence. What type of expectations do you set when you bring up a pair of young pitchers like Pelfrey and Maine?
Well, the expectation we said is pretty much, we don't know what we're going to get with the kids when they come up, but we just try to get them to kind of feel comfortable, to kind of be able to, allow their abilities to take over. And we keep an eye, a lot of times they try to overthrow the ball and try to be too fine. Just let them be themselves. I mean, really what we expect them to go is to give the best they can, and really when they get in trouble, see how they get themselves out of those troubles. And we always expect them to do good, but we also be careful that when we're bringing them along, when they scuffle, how they get themselves out of it, and hopefully don't let them be in there too long.
Omar, Pedro Martinez scheduled to come back on Friday. What is his health status? I know he battled some food poisoning, a sore hip. How's he feeling right now?
Pedro's fine. Pedro's had since he's pitched in Boston, he's had a combination of the hip. He has some food poisoning, but the fact that we have the lead that we have right now, it allows us to be patient with him and getting him back and hopefully well rested as we go into the second half.
Hey, as you look back over the last year and a half since you signed Pedro, he was kind of one of the first big pieces in terms of what you were trying to build there in New York. But evaluate, since Pedro got there over the last year and a half, what has that meant for your Mets team?
Well, he's been huge. I mean, really, he was the first guy that we went out there and got that really, send a message to the players that, hey, the Mets are in this to try to get the best players so they can win. He's been in a lot of ways a symbol of what we're trying to accomplish here. He's just, when Pedro, there's only one Pedro. I only think there's only two guys that can go by their first names in baseball right now as far as pitchers, and that's Roger and Pedro. When people he stands out in what he does on the field, but also what he does off the field. He's a great personality. He's great in the clubhouse. He's been a great teammate.
Hey, a lot of times the TVs are fixated on him on the days he's not pitching, and you'll see him talking to other pitchers, some of the young guys especially, kind of showing pitching moves and that kind of thing. How much does he mean to the other pitchers to have him on your rotation?
Well, he's huge. And we have a mentoring program here. Part of our plan is we have senior guys mentoring the younger guys. And Pedro's one, and Tommy's another, and Julio Franco's another. And what we do is we have our guys pretty much mentor the other guys. And Pedro's a big part of mentoring the younger pitchers.
You have two of what I think in dealing with them when we have games at ESPN, two of the most thoughtful guys and two of the smartest guys in Pedro Martinez and Tommy Glavine, without question. Before we let you go real quick, Omar, do you expect a lot of things to happen before this trade deadline? Is this the type of year, your gut feeling, that we'll see a lot of moves or no?
I think you'll see moves, but it's one of those that you just don't know because there's so many teams in contention. Mm-hmm. And, before you were saying pretty much about, day to day. Every day makes a difference. And one day you're in, the next day you're out. So I do believe you're going to see moves. The question is going to be, are they going to be big moves? I think you'll see a couple of big moves. But a lot of clubs right now are scuffling because they're in it and they can't be perceived as giving up on the season.
Right.
Hey, just out of curiosity, does it make you laugh when you hear all the trade rumors about Alex Rodriguez?
Well, it's this time of year, that's what it's about, is rumors.
Omar, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
All right, take care now.
Okay, I could have asked about 18 more questions about Pedro Martinez. That's, of course, my favorite subject, my favorite player. He does come back to the starting rotation after a month, give or take a month, on Friday night against Atlanta. But I've always been a big fan of Omar Minaya because he's building something. He has a vision. It's not like he's just bringing players in. You get the thought that some GMs just bring players in because it's going to make their team better. But Omar Minaya has seemed like he had a vision. He started it with Pedro. He continued it with the Carlos Beltran, Carlos Delgado, Paul Lo Duca, just a lot of guys that he's brought in to try to make the big picture. He's putting pieces into a puzzle.
Well, you mentioned Pedro Martinez. Without Pedro, none of this happens. Without Pedro, none of this happens. The way Omar explained it to me, it was a long shot. He didn't think he was going to be able to get Pedro. He's down in the Dominican Republic, where he was born. He actually grew up in Queens. Mm-hmm. On a family vacation. He says to his family, Thanksgiving, I'm going to go meet with Pedro. We're talking long shots here. It was assumed Pedro was going to re-sign with the Red Sox. He talks to Pedro, gets in his ear, and all of a sudden this becomes serious. He signs Pedro. That all of a sudden says, all right, the Mets are serious. Remember, there was nobody really around Pedro at the time. It was just Tom Glavine having 2 bad years. So now all of a sudden Beltran comes. With Beltran, all of a sudden, Cliff Floyd's in the mix, too, or Cliff Floyd was already there. With Beltran, all of a sudden you get out and you can make a move for Delgado. Delgado spurned the Mets last year. And now all of a sudden, you have Reyes and Wright coming up at the same time. And Lo Duca, he comes over here. It just, Pedro was the building block they needed, the foundation they needed to rebuild this franchise. Now, do they have enough now to win the World Series? anything can happen in a short series. They're getting in the postseason. I would like to see them probably go out and get a number 3 starter, but Glavin and Pedro at their best can beat just about anybody in a short series.
There are a lot of teams right now that are using young guys, and we asked Omar about John Maine and Mike Pelfrey. John Maine was probably the guy they were going to send back down to the Myers when Pedro came back. But now there's some talk they may stay with a 6-man rotation. And Willie Randolph has mentioned that. They really like Mike Pelfrey. So they're getting some production from their younger guys, too. And Steve Traxel was really good for that, 7-8 game
stretch. Right, he had a rough start last time out. But Steve Traxel, hey, remember, Bobby Jones threw a one-hitter for the Mets in the postseason back in 2000. And Bobby Jones was considered the weakest link on that team. But John Maine and Aaron Heilman throw a good game today. That's 2 pitchers that you could package potentially in a deal to get something you need in return. So I think that was very good from the Mets standpoint.
So they're willing to give up John Maine then?
Yeah, I think so. I think Omar in the past has shown you he's willing to gamble. Remember, when he was up in Montreal, thought he had a chance to win it. He went out and got Bartolo Colon. Granted, he gave up a ton. Cliff Lee, Grady Sizemore, Brandon Phillips, but he went out and made the move. So if you're a Met fan, this is a now team. Pedro Glavin aren't getting any younger. Either is Paul LaDuca. So this is a now team.
He's Duca Siglione. I'm Amy Lawrence. Coming up in 40 minutes, our personal rivalries, our struggles. We invite you to be part of the battles that we wage on a daily basis. Oh, my God, that was awful. But coming up next, Charles Barkley wants to leave the comfort of the golf course and gaming tables for the Alabama State House. Are you kidding me? His motivation's next on Game Night on ESPN Radio.
ParadisePoker.net is not a gambling site. ParadisePoker.net presents a $1 million online poker tournament. And it's free. Play poker for fun and the chance to become a millionaire absolutely free. Play online at Paradise Poker and join the world's first free $1 million poker tournament. Online now at ParadisePoker.net.
CompUSA email bag.
Lisa emails, Dear CompUSA, I need a great camera, but I'm a student, so I also need a great deal. Okay, Lisa, how about $120 off a 5-megapixel Kodak EasyShare digital camera? That's right, $120 off. That puts it under $130 after savings and rebate, our lowest price ever. That and hundreds more back-to-school deals are good through Saturday at CompUSA. We got it, we get it. See store for details.
My husband and I met at a
strip mall
dance. It was a beautiful old
strip mall.
I had seen my husband before at a big rally at the
highway on-ramp
for all the men who had enlisted. He was going to war. 4 years later, we married at the little
convenience store
downtown.
When we lose a historic place, we lose a part of who we are. To learn how you can help protect places in your community, visit nationaltrust.org. History is in our hands. A message brought to you by the National Trust for Historic Preservation and the Ad Council.
I am the port in the storm.
I am the line in the sand.
I am the rescuer in the dark. I am the enforcer of the seas. I am the defender of the homeland.
In the United States Coast Guard and Coast Guard Reserve, you are the first line of defense against threats to our American way of life. To become one of us, call 1-877-NOW-USCG or visit GoCoastGuard.com.
We are the shield of freedom. We are the United States Coast Guard.
Sponsored by the U.S. Coast Guard in cooperation with the Iowa Broadcasters Association at this station.
Real-time financial news. Here's the latest Bloomberg Minute.
Asian stocks advancing early trade. I'm Samantha Brown of Bloomberg Radio in Hong Kong. Japan's Nikkei 225 average is up 0.2%. Stocks are rising after Matsushita Electric Industrial raised its first-half profit forecast, and Honda Motor posted better-than-expected results. Limiting gains, Boeing and Corning in the U.S. reported earnings that fell short of analyst estimates, and the Federal Reserve's beige book suggested growth in Asia's biggest export market will slow. Here's Steve Cochran of Moody'sEconomy.com.
Certainly the economy in the second quarter slowed by a bit. We expect that economic growth in the second quarter might have been below 3%, and that's considerably slower than where we were in the first quarter and the end of last year.
And Hyundai Motor is up 1%. South Korea's biggest automaker reached a tentative agreement with its workers to end a month of partial strikes that cost the company $1.3 billion in lost production. Both S&P and Nasdaq futures are 1 point lower. That's the Bloomberg Market Minute.
Hi, Mark. Sorry I'm late.
No big deal. Just got here myself.
How's Christine?
Well, she's doing better. Her left side is weak, but she starts physical therapy in just a few days.
Any idea what caused the stroke?
Doctors say it was her high blood pressure. It's the #1 risk factor.
I know. When I asked my doctor about stroke, he told me I could really cut my risk. So I've worked on getting my blood pressure down, and it's not that hard.
Yeah, they say up to 80% of strokes are preventable. So I'm talking to my doctor about what I can do.
For more information, call the National Stroke Association at 1-800-STROKES or log on to stroke.org.
Hi, I'm Carl Edwards, driver of the number 99 AAA Ford. On the track, when I need a little help, my pit crew is my support. It takes my whole crew to keep my car running through the finish. But on the road, it's simpler. I keep up with regular maintenance and seasonal car care for a safe drive. Keep your tires in good shape. Change your oil as recommended. Check your owner's guide or AAA.com for more helpful car care tips. I depend on my crew to keep me on the road, just as many drivers depend on AAA for roadside assistance. This is Carl Edwards for AAA.
Hi, Clyde the Glide Drexler with a message from the National Cancer Institute. When I was playing pro ball, it was my job to stay healthy. Now I want to stay healthy for my family. One of the easiest ways I do that is to eat 9 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. 9 servings sounds like a lot, but when you eat fruits and vegetables with every meal, it adds up fast. Shoot for 9 servings of fruits and vegetables a day. Do it for yourself and do it for your family.
A message from the Department of Health and Human Services.
This is Dean Kane. What if I told you that there's a network of hospitals that provide what many consider to be the best medical care in the world without ever expecting a penny of payment in return? Well, believe it or not, it's true. At Shriners Hospitals, all children receive state-of-the-art medical care totally without charge. There's a Shriners Hospital helping kids from this area, so if you know a child with orthopedic problems or severe burns, the Shriners could help. For more information, call 1-800-237-5055. Shriners, giving help and hope to kids for over 80 years.
Get in the zone. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm John Stanhammer. Win number 68 for the Detroit Tigers today. They're 35th on the road, 4-1 at Cleveland. Maglio Ordonez at the big hit, a 2-run double in the 6th inning to break a scoreless tie. Rookie Justin Verlander struck out 18 with 2 relievers on a 5-hitter. Verlander now tied for the Major League lead and wins. He's 13-4, has won 6 in a row. Also from the American League, Angels 15, Tampa Bay 6, a 10-run second inning. Angels had 20 hits in all, 7 doubles, 2 by Juan Rivera, who drove in 4. In Chicago, the ice-cold White Sox beaten again by the red-hot Twins.
There's a swing and a long drive to right field. That's way up and over the Twins' bullpen, and that's a 2-run shot for Justin Morneau, his 3rd RBI of the day. That'll give the Twins a 5-3 lead over the Sox here in the top of the 5th.
WSCR, the Twins won 7-4. They complete the sweep. They move into a tie for second in the AL Central. They were 11 games behind just 2 months ago. In Oakland, the Red Sox were going for a sweep, but Frank Thomas homered twice, and the A's won 5-1. So the Yankees, with a win tonight at Texas, get to within a game and a half of Boston and take over the AL wildcard lead. Yanks and Rangers are tied 2-2. They're in the 4th inning. Also in the 4th, Baltimore's up 1-0 at Kansas City. The National, the Giants have gone ahead at Washington 3-2. They're in the 7th. Randy Wynn's 2-run bloop single put San Francisco ahead. Phillies lead Arizona 6-4. That one's going to the 9th inning. Chase Utley, 3-run homer, now a 26-game hitting streak. Florida has rallied a couple of times, now tied 4-4 in Atlanta. They're in the 7th. Cincinnati, a 4-1 lead at Houston. They're in the 4th. Aubrey Huff, the Astros' new third baseman, with a 2-run error. Earlier, Mets 1, Cubs nothing, 10 innings. Pitchers duel between Met rookie John Maine and the Cubs' Mark Pryor, who pitched like he did 3 years ago. He actually left with a no-hitter going. Mets won on a Jose Valentin hit. Pittsburgh beat Milwaukee 8-4. Jason Bay, his 24th homer. St. Louis 6, Colorado 1, and San Diego sent the Dodgers to an 8th straight loss, 10-3.
You're listening to The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids. We now leave our network programming to bring you the following special sports presentation.
Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Stadium for Game 2 of a doubleheader between the Oakland A farmhands, the Kane County Cougars, and the Kernels, the Class A Midwest League affiliate of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Kane County broke out of the gates against Colonel 18-year-old right-hander Tommy Mendoza with a big 4-run first inning, and they cruised to an 8-1 pounding of the Kernels. The Cougars have won the first 2 games of this series. taking Monday night series opener 8-4 and winning game one of this doubleheader 8-1. Lefty Joe Piekarz out of the Northern Illinois University in DeKalb, Illinois, gave the Kernels 1 run in 7 innings on just 6 hits. He struck out only 1 but walked none. Joe Piekarz up to his record to 5-4. The Kernel loser, Tommy Mendoza, his only poor performance in the last 2 months. Tommy's record 8-6. We're ready to bring you the starting lineup for the second game of this doubleheader. The Kernels will try to snap out of a 6-game losing streak that has sent our second half record to 1 game below 500, 15-16. Leading off for the division-leading Cougars, 21-11, in right field, Chad Boyd. Boyd homered in the first inning of Game 1, walked his next 2 times up. Chad Boyd in right field, batting .345 in 29 games. Leads it off for Kane County. Justin Sellers will bat second. Sellers is the shortstop. The number 3 hitter for the Cougars, batting .308, playing second base, Hawaiian Isaac Omura. Jose Pineda will bat cleanup, and he is in center field for Kane County. Batting 5th, catching both ends of the twin bill, Anthony Recker. Recker will catch. The first baseman, Raul Padron, will hit 6th. Hitting 7th, Frank Martinez, the designated hitter. In left field, batting 8th for Kane County, Todd Johnson. And Wes Long will play the hot corner and bat 9th for the Cougars. On the hill for Kane County, making his 21st start of the year, right-hander Trey Shields. Shields is 1-7, lost 8. He's 6'7", 235. Trey Shields, out of the University of Alabama, was a 9th-round pick of Oakland in 2005. Trey Shields, a 22-year-old right-hander, 7-8 with a 5.16 ERA, making his 21st start of the year for the visiting Kane County Cougars. The members of the Cost Cutters Dream Team take the field before the second game of this doubleheader, and Allen Motor Company is now proud to present the Kernel starting lineup. Allen's is open late. They have extended hours Monday through Thursday. Allen's is open until 9 o'clock during their campus-wide 103rd Birthday Bash sale just announced at Allen's, 0% financing. The all-new 2006 Kia Spectra is just $10,995 at Allen Motor Company. The 2006 Kia Sedona van is just $22,900 at Allen's during their 103rd Birthday Bash sale. 0% financing just announced in time for Allen's campus-wide 103rd Birthday Bash sale. Here's the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup. Leading off in center field, Brad Kuhn. Hindley Stacia will bat second, the switch-hitting Kernel All-Star shortstop. Batting third in the Allen Motor Company order, he had 2 of the Kernel's 6 hits in Game 1. Mark Trumbo. Trumbo will bat third. At third base, batting cleanup, Dallas Morris. Hitting 5th in the Allen Motor Company order, he collected 2 of the Kernel's 6 hits in the opening game loss. Jordan Renz in right field. The Kernel catcher bats 6th. He leads the league in triples with 8. Flint Whipke. The lower third of the Kernel order, seeing their first action tonight. They didn't play in the first game. Larry Infante batting 7th at second base. Josh Davies will be the designated hitter and hit 8th. And batting 9th in the Allen Motor Company order in left field, he's been swinging a hot bat, Madison Edwards. Rounding out the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup, on the mound is 21-year-old Kernel right-hander Andy Hill. Andy was a 12th-round pick of the Angels in 2003. Andy Hill pitched a very, very fine game his last time out, and that ball game was Thursday night, a series opener against the Swing of the Quad Cities in Davenport. Andy and the Kernels were a 4-3 loser, but Andy Hill went 6 1/3, gave up 3 runs on 7 hits in 6 1/3, struck out 3, walked 1. Andy Hill making his 11th start of the year, 1 relief appearance. Andy's record, 3 wins and 6 losses, a 3.86 ERA. The members of the Cost Cutters Dream Team are from Cascade, Iowa, and they're standing on the diamond waiting for the Kernels to be introduced and come out onto the diamond as their Cost Cutters Dream Team companions or comrades. The umpires are sponsored by Anderson and Brown Eye Care. We understand that Dr. Tom Anderson and Dr. Todd Brown are with us this evening in Suite 202, and Anderson and Brown Eye Care is the official eye care provider of the Kernels. Our umpires, Brad Myers behind the plate, Ben Ashcraft on the diamond. Those umpires are sponsored by Anderson and Brown Eye Care. Their new facility is marvelous. It's easy in, easy out at Anderson and Brown Eye Care, I-380, Boyson Road, exit 25 in Hiawatha. Anderson and Brown Eye Care has evening and Saturday hours for your convenience. The entire building is wheelchair accessible, and after Dr. Anderson or Dr. Brown examine your eyes, you can pick out your glasses and or contact lenses right on site. Things are coming into focus at Anderson and Brown Eye Care. They sponsor our umpires. Brad Myers will call the balls and strikes. Ben Ashcraft on the diamond. The stage is set for the nightcap of a doubleheader. The Kernels will try to beat the Cougars for the first time in 6 games here at home. Kane County won the opener 8-1. We'll be back with tonight's Star Spangled Banner and then the play-by-play next on the Kernel Radio Network.
As a parent, have you ever experienced the frustration of watching your child struggle at school because of poor study habits? Did your child's grades suffer last year because of poor organization? Do you wish your child would be more motivated at school to realize his or her true potential? If the answer to any of these questions was yes, then Educare Learning Centers has a proven study skills program just for your child. Educare's Study Skills program has helped hundreds of area students gain the study skill tools necessary to turn grades around. So if learning how to study needs to be your child's first lesson this year, give Educare a call. Classes begin Monday, August 7th and Monday, August 14th, just in time for school this fall. Space is limited. Call Educare of Cedar Rapids today at 832-1965 and get this year started right. That's Educare of Cedar Rapids, 832-1965. Educare is fully accredited by the North Central Association of Colleges and Schools.
John Rogers back with you here at the ballpark where a big crowd is on hand to see if the Kernels can snap a 6-game losing streak and beat the Kane County Cougars for the first time in our ballpark. We have 8 games remaining with Kane County. They lead the Western Division with a record of 21-11. We play them tomorrow evening here, and then we play them 8 times the last 3 weeks of the second half in suburban Chicagoland. So we need to get on the ball and shift our fortunes and do something to break out of the little mini tailspin that we're in that has seen us drop our last 6 games in a row. We have finals from this afternoon on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. We'll be bringing you those after the Star Spangled Banner. Standing down below behind the dirt batting circle facing home plate and the 6-story high scoreboard in right center is our national anthem singer from Cascade, Iowa. And that's Randy Reed. Randy Reed is going to sing the Star Spangled Banner. Rod Schulte, if you could make way for a moment and introduce yourself to Dr. Tom Anderson, Dr. Todd Brown, and tell them what you did to help us, Rod, this spring. I know they both like to know what you did this spring, Rod, to help the Midwest League. Rod Schulte was an independent umpire and helped us throughout the spring during the labor strife, and I'm glad that Dr. Tom Anderson and Dr. Todd Brown could drop in for a few moments from their suite. Randy Reed of Cascade is going to honor America by singing the national anthem. He'll be introduced by our public address announcer, Dale Brote. Randy Reed from Cascade, Iowa.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please join in the singing of the national anthem. It's being performed by Randy Reed of Cascade. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the rampart we won, we're so gallantly streaming, and
hand for Cascade, Iowa's Randy Reed. That should get the Kernels off to a good start in Game 2 of a doubleheader that saw Kane County whip us 8-1 in the first game. Again, we want to welcome special guests, Dr. Tom Anderson, Dr. Todd Brown, longtime, loyal, generous supporters of Wholesome Family Entertainment here in Cedar Rapids. Anderson & Brown Eye Care is the official eye care provider of the Kernels. And Dr. Todd Brown and Dr. Tom Anderson are enjoying the ball game. They even had the kind courtesy to come into the broadcast booth to say hello as they're enjoying the ball game from a suite this evening. We have finals to give you from earlier today on the State Farm Major League scoreboard before Andy Hill sets sail against this high-flying Cougar outfit that has jumped to a 21-11 record in the second half. State Farm Insurance agents Dale Thompson, Al Shetler, Gary Schubat, and Brad Dunn sponsor the State Farm Major League scoreboard. In the American League this afternoon, the parent club of the Kernels, the Angels, clobbered Tampa Bay and St. Petersburg 15-6, and former Kernel All-Star second baseman and Midwest League batting titleist Howie Kendrick belted his first home run as a big leaguer in the Angel 15-6 drubbing of the Devil Rays. At Jacobs Field in Cleveland, the Tribe bowed to the Tigers 4-1 Detroit. At U.S. Cellular Field today, the Twins completed a 3-game sweep of the struggling White Sox. The Twins beat Chicago 7-4. And at the Coliseum, the parent club of our opponents, the Cougars, the Athletics, stomped Boston 5-1. In the National League this afternoon, at Shea Stadium in 10 innings, the Mets blanked the Cubs 1-0. At Miller Park this afternoon, it was the Pirates trouncing the Brewers 8-4. The Redbirds flew past the Rockies 6-1 at Coors Field in Denver, and the Dodgers slump continues as the Padres throttled Los Angeles 10-3 earlier today. The game time temperature is a comfortable 85 degrees. Glad to have you with us for Game 2 of a doubleheader between the Kernels and the Kane County Cougars. Well, Chad Boyd got it all started in the Cougar 4-run first inning in Game 1 by belting a home run down the right field line. It was his second home run of the year. It came against Tommy Mendoza, and ball one is inside from Andy Hill to Chad Boyd. 345 hitter, 2 homers, 17 RBIs for the left-handed batter, Chad Boyd. Right-hander Andy Hill's next pitch, a fastball, and it's fouled away to the left, strike one. Boyd, Sellers, and Omura for Kane County here in the top of the first inning. Andy Hill, a 6'4" right-hander, with a full windup. The 1-1 is a breaking pitch high and outside. Andy has pitched 63 innings in this, his 11th start for the Kernels, given up 61 hits in 63 frames, fanned 27, walked only a dozen. Kernel outfield of Edwards, Kuhn, and Renz left to right, and a line drive foul over the grass slope seating berm paralleling the left field line. It's 2-2. Well, now, wait a minute. The score, 2-2 to Chad Boyd. For a moment, the scoreboard indicated 3-1. Kane County, they're batting almost .290 in the month of July. Boyd wraps one up the middle, and it's a leadoff single for Chad Boyd. He adds to his .345 average by thrusting his hands right back towards the mound and lacing a single through the box, and the Cougars continue to own our ball club. Man, oh man, you talk about total domination. Maybe tonight in Game 2 will be the night that we can establish ourselves as a viable contender for a playoff berth. We sure are right in the thick of things. Even though we've dropped 6 games in a row, the Kernels are only a game under 500. Justin Sellers takes low for a ball. Sellers, a .254 batter, singled and scored in the first inning of the Cougar 4-run first in Game 1. Justin is not a big guy. They list him at 5'8". The runner at first, Chad Boyd, 1 for 1 in stolen base attempts. And Justin Sellers lifts one foul off to the right. That evens the count 1-1 to the Cougar shortstop. Kane County in their gray road uniforms with vest tops, black sleeves protruding from the gray vest tops, and they have black numbers on the back of their gray road jerseys trimmed in green. The Cougars have black socks, and they wear Oakland Athletic white spikes. Justin Sellers on a 1-1 count stands straight up at the plate and wears very oversized baggy trousers. Andy Hill's curveball is inside for ball 2. You heard Scott Unash during the first game give the highest amount of praise that you can give to a ball club. Scott flat out said that he thinks this Kane County team is the best he's seen this season. They are something, I'll tell you that. A high pop-up into right center. Coming on is Brad Kuhn. Coming on is Renz. Brad Kuhn comes half an acre, darting into his left and in shallow right center. Brad Kuhn has it. One away here in the Cougar first inning. Boy, it would be nice if the Kernels could win this nightcap and then finish the series with the Cougars with a victory tomorrow. That would give us a split, and it would send us on an 8-game road trip to South Bend and Peoria, a game above 500. That would be great. Isaac Omura, a .308 batter, left-handed hitter with a couple of homers and 32 RBIs. Isaac was 2 for 4 in the first game, singled and scored in the Cougar 3-run fifth inning. And he swats the first pitch foul onto the grass slope seating berm that parallels the left field line. 400 feet to dead center field here at Veterans Memorial Stadium, an 8-foot-high green padded wall. Above that is a dark green net that's 20 feet high, and that serves as the hitter's eye, or the batter's eye. 1 on, 1 out for Kane County, and Omura fouls the next pitch away to the left, strike 2. Great bunch of people out on the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion tonight from Cedar Rapids Oral Surgery, Little Drug Store Products, Clifton Gunderson, and Ryan Companies. Up on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace, Lynn County Co-op. They're enjoying the action from above the Colonel first base dugout. The 0-2 from Andy Hill to Omura, instead a soft toss to first, and Chad Boyd is back standing up. Kane County, they're 61-40 overall. 61-40. The Colonel overall record now stands at 46-54. Breaking pitch, and Omura fights it off and laces it foul into the third base seats, where a couple of adults, believe it or not, fight over it. Not physically, but they tugged at each other. One fellow with a giant Colonel claw was out-muscled by an older fella. Always fun to see those reactions when a foul ball goes into the stands. I've said it before, you would think that that foul ball was a 50-carat gold nugget worth $1 million. And it is in the minds of a baseball fan. They don't see it as anything but a valued souvenir. Omura lifts one into right. Coming on is Jordan Renz. Jordan has it for the second out of the inning. Isaac Omura flies out to shallow right. 2 gone here in the Cougar first inning. Kane County pounced on the Kernels for 4 big runs in the top of the first in the first game of this twin bill. Jack Rader, our general manager, came by between games and said, boy, Johnny, if we can just get out in front in this second game and take it to the Cougars a little bit, we could end this 6-game losing streak. Jose Pineda batting .268. 2 for 3 in game 1, scored twice. And a throw to first by Andy Hill. Back safely, standing up, Chad Boyd. Kane County is second in the league in batting. They're batting .267 as a ball club. They've hit 58 home runs. That's tied for 4th in the Midwest League. Here's a high drive off the end of the bat. Tailing away from Renz. Jordan is gliding to his left and near the line. Jordan Renz makes the catch to end the inning. Jose Pineda skies to right, and Andy Hill, after giving up a leadoff single, retires the next 3 Cougars in order. And after 1/2 inning, second game of a doubleheader, Kane County won the first 8-1. After 1/2 inning, Cougars nothing. Kernels coming to bat.
Cedar Rapids' oldest wholesale greenhouse is also Cedar Rapids' full-service landscaping and lawn care center. Cedar Rapids Greenhouses has been serving eastern Iowans for 50 years at the corner of Johnson Avenue and Edgewood Road behind Duffy's on the Go. And for a limited time, everything in stock has been reduced by 20%. That's right, 20% off all shrubs, plants, and trees, like magnolias, maples, and lilacs. If you're searching for the right beautification project, let the trained landscape designers at Cedar Rapids Greenhouses help you create a unique plan for your home. From retaining walls to ponds, waterfalls, and fountains, they'll work within your budget and taste, and they do free estimates. Lawn care featuring mowing, fertilization, seeding, sodding, aeration, dethatching, maintenance, and cleanup are all done with care and precision. For the highest quality, and for a limited time, 20% off all in-stock trees, shrubs, and plants. See the difference at Cedar Rapids Greenhouses, Eastern Iowa's full-service landscapers at the corner of Johnson Avenue and Edgewood Road.
Hi, I'm Phil Andrews, your local Pekin insurance agent at Andrews Insurance here in Cedar Rapids. Even though we all do our best to stay healthy, we can never anticipate when an illness or accident might strike. Couple that reality with rising medical costs, and the importance of a top-notch medical plan becomes clear. Pekin Insurance offers a wide choice of deductibles and a non-tobacco user discount. To explore the major medical insurance plan that best fits you, visit me, Phil Andrews, at Andrews Insurance.
Andy Hill, after surrendering a leadoff single in the top of the first, got the next three Cougar hitters to fly out to Kernel outfielders, and now the Kernels will face 6'7", 235-pound Trey Shields. He's 7-8 on the year. Trey pitched against us 2 months ago, May 23rd, right here in our ballpark. A no decision in the Kane County 6-5 win. Shields pitched 6 innings, surrendered 5 runs on 8 hits. The tall right-hander struck out 4 Kernels in 6 innings, walked a pair. Shields is coming off a no decision Saturday in South Bend. He went 6 1/3, gave the Silverhawks just 1 run on 4 hits, struck out 5 and walked 2. Trey Shields making his 21st start of the year. Brad Kuhn will lead off for the Kernels. Brad, a .269 batter. No homers, 22 RBIs. Brad Kuhn was 0 for 3 in the first game. The Kane County third baseman Wes Long is pulled in on the edge of the grass at third to try to prevent a bunt by the Kernel leadoff batter. And the first pitch from Shields. Outside a fastball. We're underway in the bottom of the first inning. No score. Andy Pantini has just pulled something off that I'll describe to you, our Director of Technology and Graphics, that is sheer wonderment. A swing and a miss by Brad. Strike 1 on a good sinker. Andy somehow, through his wizardry, has given me an updated statistic sheet based on Game 1 of the doubleheader. That's remarkable. A bunt foul behind the plate puts Brad in the hole 1-2. In other words, Andy Pantini, in a game played finished less than 40 minutes ago, somehow tapped into his reservoir of resources and handed me, hot off the presses, the current statistics for both teams. I never thought I'd ever see the day that could be done between games of a doubleheader in professional baseball. The 1-2 to Kuhn. High, a changeup. The outfield for the Cougars has Todd Johnson in left, Jose Pineda in center, Chad Boyd in right, and they play Brad straight away. Brad stands straight away from the left side. The 2-2. Tapped back to the mound. Shields pops off the hill to his left, spears it on one hop, and tosses out Brad Kuhn. Brad Kuhn is gone on a one-hop comebacker. 1 away here in the Kernel first inning, and the batter Heinle Stacia. Stacia, in the first game of the doubleheader, a Cougar 8-1 win, was 1 for 3. Heinle led off the fourth inning with a base hit to left and scored the only Kernel run on an RBI single by Mark Trumbo. Heinle Stacia, switch hitter, batting left-handed. And a fastball on the outside corner is a strike called. Trey Shields started 9 games last year as a rookie pro out of the University of Alabama. With Vancouver, he went 3-3. His let-up is corked foul on the ground into the Kernel right field bullpen. Boy, did we have a spectacular performance by the state champion Cascade Girls dance team in front of the Cougar third base dugout And then the Cascade cheerleaders also put on a tremendous, dazzling performance. A ground ball up the middle. It's a base hit for Heinley Stacia. Heinley Stacia has his second hit of the doubleheader as he grounded one past the mound up the middle. And here's Mark Trumbo. Mark batting third in the Allen Motor Company order. Trumbo had 2 hits in the opener. Mark now has 44 runs driven in. Morris, Renz, and Trumbo all have a shot to drive in over 60 runs this season for the Kernels. They all have a chance to do that. Right-hander against right-hander, and Mark Trumbo loops the first pitch foul straight back over the grandstand roof here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. We want to say hello and thanks again to Anderson & Brown Eye Care. Dr. Tom Anderson, Dr. Todd Brown, long time, generous, loyal supporters of the Kernels. And their Anderson & Brown Eye Care, you make the call vignette between innings of every Kernel home game has been a magnet in terms of drawing attention and captivating the audience here the last 3 years with the help of their advertising agency, Common Sense, headed by Dirk Keller. Dr. Anderson and Dr. Brown have hit a home run with our audience the last 3 seasons with their fun and interactive You Make the Call promotion. And what it consists of is a clip from a movie, and you know how many great baseball movies there are. Well, thanks to my help every spring, my assistant, this year it was Levita Hill, we pick out clips that Dirk Keller from Common Sense Advertising then approves out at Metro Studios. Metro does a wonderful job helping us edit the clips. The 1-1 to Trumbo is lifted foul over the backstop, strike 2 to Mark. And then we put them together, we put the 10 or 12 clips on the video board, rotate them throughout the season, and basically it asks the crowd to determine if a pitch is a ball or a strike, if a runner is out or safe, if a fielder catches a ball, or if it's a hit. And if you make the improper call, then the video shows Anderson & Brown's fabulous new facility on Boyson Road, exit 25 in Hiawatha, right off Boyson Road. Or it is on Boyson Road. Mark Trumbo, a line drive, caught by Sellers. He made a spectacular diving backhanded stop. We can't buy a break against Kane County. Oh, Mark Trumbo. Mark Trumbo ripped one, headed into left field. The shortstop dove to his right, backhanded it, took a hit away from Trumbo, and great base running by Heinley Stacia as Sellers immediately popped to his feet and looked to first. I mean, Mark Trumbo pulverized, absolutely crushed that 1-2 pitch, but lined out to short. Well, pretty soon this thing's going to turn around. You just can't keep getting the bad breaks our ball club is getting against Kane County. You just can't. That won't go on forever. Here's Dallas Morris. Maybe Dallas can park one. How does that sound? But let's finish up our description of the Anderson & Brown Eye Care You Make the Call vignette that's seen on the Rockwell Collins Game Link video board, the LED video board between innings of all of our Kernel home games. If you make the improper call based on 2 looks at the video of the play, then you should make the call or go to Anderson & Brown Eye Care to have your eyes checked. It's a real fun play on how difficult it is to determine whether someone's out or safe, whether a ball was caught or not, or whether a pitch was a strike or a ball. It's a lot of fun. Ball 2 to Dallas Morris. And you know what the best thing is about Tom Anderson and Todd Brown? They're wonderful guys, just terrific, good people. That's what makes them special. The 2-0, the runner goes, the pitch high, the throw to second. Stacia is tagged out at second by the second baseman, Isaac O'Mura. Heinley Stacia caught stealing. it went 2-4. The Kernels in the bottom of the first inning, no runs. 1 hit, no Cougar errors, an outstanding defensive play by their shortstop Justin Sellers to rob Trumbo of a hit, and the Kernels leave the bases empty. Kane County stomped us 8-1 in the first game of this doubleheader. As we go to the top of the second in the nightcap, it's the Kernels and Cougars scoreless.
Jumpstart your future with learning from Kirkwood Community College. No matter what your age or previous work experience, you have new opportunities as close as your phone. 398-5517. Kirkwood has hundreds of choices for career and technical programs. Kirkwood has financial aid and support options to help you succeed, and Kirkwood has locally based centers to help you balance work, family, and learning. Kirkwood is ready when you're ready. Call Kirkwood Admissions today. 398-5517. Kirkwood. Start here, go anywhere.
Convenience and trust, 2 things all of us want. At Tri-State Travel, we offer both. It's convenient for you to make 1 call or 1 visit to our office for all your travel needs. A 1-day tour, a cruise, a trip to Branson, to charter a motor coach. For 66 years, Tri-State Travel has been a name you can trust to provide quality products. Come see why you can trust us to provide the convenience you expect. Tri-State Travel, now at our new location on 7th Street Southwest.
When it comes to auto insurance, Westside Agency in Palo, your professional Piekarz insurance agency, will make certain you're properly insured with the right coverages and deductibles. Westside Agency will tell you about the money-saving discounts from Piekarz Insurance. Multi-car discount, good student discount, loss-free discount, 45-plus auto discount, auto home discount, low mileage discount. To see if you qualify for any of these auto discounts that will lower your premiums, visit Westside Agency in Palo.
Andy Hill ready to go in the second inning for the Kernels. No score. Game 2 of a twin bill that saw the Cougars win the opener 8-1. We'll finish up this 4-game series with the Western Division leading Kane County Cougars tomorrow evening. And you'll hear it right here in the zone, 6:40. Well, actually, we'll take the air a little bit later tomorrow, 6:55, because I'll be down on the field with a special presentation, our University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Home Run for Life, with a special patient, strike one call to Anthony Recker. So you'll hear the South Slope community, or you'll hear the ball game tomorrow at 6:55 here in the zone, and it's a Bucket Cup Thursday. That means you can enjoy 12-ounce draft beer, 12-ounce sodas, and slushies for only $1 tomorrow evening. Strike 2 call to the right-handed batter. A beautiful breaking pitch outside corner at the knees to the right-handed hitting catcher, Anthony Recker. Anthony was 1 for 2, walked twice, and scored a run in the first game of this doubleheader. Recker batting .280, 11 homers, 41 driven in. Ball 1 just missed low and outside from Andy Hill, the Colonel right-hander. Recker is a tall catcher. He wears his black socks up high. Anthony wears a pair of black batting gloves. Boy, we've had trouble with Kane County over the years. No matter, there's it looked like a swing and a miss. Apparently the batter held up. I thought he took a half swing, so did the crowd, but the plate umpire, the base umpire, Ben Ashcroft, 30 feet behind first base, said that Recker held up on that Andy Hill changeup low and away. Now the 2-2 to Anthony. Fastball. Well, just low, apparently. Ball 3. It was 0-2, and now the count's full. Andy Hill brings it. And a deep drive into right center. Brad Kuhn hustling back. Way back in right center. Brad makes the play! Anthony Recker on a full count pitch sent it high and deep into right center, but Brad Kuhn, using his great speed and his baseball radar, went back and about 385 feet away in front of the warning track, in front of the 403 sign. Brad Kuhn caught it for the first out here in the second inning. Big first out, as Andy Hill didn't want to lose Recker after getting ahead of him 0-2 and then running the count full. Andy Hill did not lose him. He got him to fly out to deep center. Raul Padron looks at ball 1 low and in. We're in the top of the second inning. No score here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. Second game of a doubleheader. Padron is from Venezuela. Open stance, left-handed hitter. And he shoots one in the air down the left field line. It's trouble. It's a foul ball. And it's just beyond the reach of the third baseman, Dallas Morris. Morris, Stacia, and the left fielder, Madison Edwards, all gave chase. And it just was beyond the reach of Dallas Morris. A long foul ball. Credit Padron for playing the game the right way. Raul went all the way to second base. One of the things you can't do as a player is umpire. And what that means is you can't assume that any ball you hit is fair or foul. You run hard until the umpire tells you. Isn't that right, Rod Schulte? Rod's here tonight along with his son Braden. And Rod is a great friend of the Kernels, served us all spring as an independent umpire, and was given rave praise, justified and deserved praise by Bobby Magianis and the Kernel staff, as well as all the visiting staffs that visit us this spring during the umpire's labor dispute. Swing and a miss by Padron on a changeup. The Colonel's 6'4" right-hander's next delivery is low in the dirt. 2-2 to Raul Padron. Padron. Raul's a .211 batter. Has socked one home run this year and driven in 32. I want to correct myself. Earlier, I said Kane County had 58 home runs. They've hit 60 home runs this year. I didn't count the two they hit in their 8-1 win in the first game of this doubleheader. And Uncle Charlie stays high and inside, and Padron has now run the count full. If you haven't heard, former Colonel All-Star second baseman Howie Kendrick, who won a batting title here as well in the Midwest League. A towering pop-up, Andy Hill pointing, 4 Colonels converging, and Dallas Morris catches it just to the left of the rubber. That was something to see. 4 Colonel infielders sprinting in like they were surrounding a prisoner, and the ball was the prisoner, and they didn't get him a get-out-of-jail-free card. Dallas Morris caught that ball on top of the rubber. Boy, that's fun to see a Bobby Magianis ball club hustle the way the Colonels just did to make the catch on that towering pop-up to the very middle of the mound. I mean, all 4 Colonels came dashing in like it was a fire drill. Ball 1 almost hit Frank Martinez. Frank, a .251 hitter, designated hitter, batting with 2 out and the base is empty. And he rips one fair into the right field corner. Frank Martinez may get a triple. Jordan Renz picks it up with the bare hand, throws to the cutoff man, and a terrific play by Jordan Renz to prevent Frank Martinez, who has just annihilated us in the 6 games in this ballpark. Frank Martinez has ripped a 2-out double into the right field corner, and that's the second hit of the second game for Kane County. Man, Frank Martinez with a 2-run double in game 1 that made it eight to 1 Kane County, and they won it 8-1. Frank Martinez, man, that guy just really owns us. He's from the Dominican Republic, and he's a switch hitter. Curveball is high to Todd Johnson. Johnson batting .262. 1 for 3 in the first game, singled his first time up. Andy's fastball is a strike at the knees. Well, I'll tell you, my favorite team in the National League, the team I grew up following, the Cardinals, swept the Dodgers last weekend at Busch Stadium and swept the Dodgers this past weekend at Chavez Ravine. So we know, I can relate to how the Dodgers feel, having the Cardinals put the whammy on them. The Cougars have had the same amount of dominant success against us. An unusual play, Todd Johnson tried to bunt his way on with 2 out, and he bunts foul to the Cougar third base dugout railing. 1-2 to Todd Johnson. Johnson's a left-handed batter out of the University of Southern Mississippi. And he whistles a base hit into center on a 1-2 pitch. Kane County's Frank Martinez will try to score. The throw home not in time. Martinez slides across the plate safely to make it 1-0 Cougars. Todd Johnson, who tried to bunt his last time up on a 2-strike pitch. The number 8 hitter hammers a single into center, and doggone it, we just can't take a lead against this Kane County ball club. We just can't get the jump on them. 1-0 Cougars here in the second inning. This game of baseball is all about having your heart broken, and the Cougars have put a dagger in our heart here in our home ballpark. Wow. Breaking pitch, a dandy, a strike call to Wes Long, third baseman. He didn't play in the first game of the Twin Bill. Wes is hitting .207. 1 homer, 10 RBIs. Todd Johnson took second on the throw home by Brad Kuhn, not in time to cut down Frank Martinez, who slid across safely. Now a pitch in the dirt, squirts underneath the glove of the catcher, Flint Whipke, and we'll wait and see if that's a pass ball or wild pitch. I really don't know how they'll rule it, but Todd Johnson advances to third on the pitch that got underneath the legs of Flint Whipke. Just past the top of the hour here at the ballpark, and you're enjoying the action on ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG Cedar Rapids. A high, deep drive into center sends Kuhn back. Brad waits, and in deep center, Brad gloves it. Wes Long skies to deep center. 1 run for Kane County in the second on a pair of 2-out hits. There were no Kernel errors, and we'll tell you whether the ball that got by Whipke was a pass ball or a wild pitch when the Kernels bat in the bottom of the second inning. It's a wild pitch charge to Andy Hill. Kane County won the opener 8-1, and the nightcap after an inning and a half. The Cougars on top of the Kernels, 1-0.
We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners who make a good team. Service second to none. South Slow Cooperative Communication.
Did you know that Honda has the highest fuel economy average of any automobile company in America? Randy Kill Honda in Cedar Rapids is proud of their Honda dealership, and for good reason. Just listen to this list of remarkable awards for Honda vehicles. The Ridgeline, voted the 2006 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. The Honda Civic, voted 2006 Motor Trend Car of the Year. 2006 Car Driver voted the Honda Pilot as the best large SUV and best overall value of the year. Add it to the Honda Odyssey, Car Driver's best van for 2006. It's easy to see why Randy Kill Honda is the home of confidence and continues to offer the best value and lowest prices on your next new Honda. Check out the large selection of fuel-efficient pre-owned vehicles, too, online at randykill.com. Randy Kill Honda, where they treat you right.
Let's listen in to the Cluckers Chicken Dance. Everybody having fun here tonight. The Cluckers Chicken Dance. That's a lot of fun here at the ballpark, where Kane County has a 1-0 lead. The Kernels bat in the home half of the second inning. Dallas Morris was at the plate against right-hander Trey Shields when the Cougar catcher Anthony Recker threw out Heinle Stacia trying to steal second. We have a final from tonight on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. At Citizens Bank Ballpark, the Phillies knocked off the Diamondbacks 6-4. The Nationals are batting in the bottom of the ninth inning at RFK Stadium, trailing the Giants 3-2. We'll let you know if that one goes final. A bunt by Dallas Morris. Trey Shields bare hand throws. Wild throw into the Colonel bullpen. Dallas Morris takes a left turn and pulls into second as the second baseman O'Mara retrieves it beyond the mound of the Colonel right field bullpen. That is a bunt single for Dallas Morris, who now extends his hitting streak. No, his 10-game hitting streak was snapped in Game 1, but he starts a new one with a bunt single. Trey Shields barehanded it to the left of the mound, threw wildly past first, and Dallas Morris advanced to second. The Kernels have a golden chance now to tie this game with Jordan Wren standing in. Jordan, .223 batter, 16 homers, 54 runs driven in. Ball one inside. Jordan Wren's had 2 of the Colonel's 6 hits in the first game of this doubleheader. Doubled in the first, and then ripped a single into left and helped the Colonels score their only run of the first game in the 4th inning. Jordan now has 19 doubles on the year, leads the Colonels with 16 homers, and is tops on the squad with 54 RBIs. Dallas Morris at second with nobody out. 1-0 Cougars. Shields comes set below the belt and misses high with the breaking pitch, ball 2. Trey Shields, 111 2/3 innings pitched. He's been a workhorse for the Cougars. He's surrendered 134 hits in 111 2/3, struck out 62, and walked 31 in 111 2/3 innings. The league hitting .302 against the 6'7" right-hander. Another foul by Renz up the third base side, and it's 2-1 to Jordan. There's just something about this doubleheader crowd. They're having a great amount of fun. Two balls, one strike to Jordan with the tying run at second. Nobody out. A high drive into deep right. Chad Boyd back. Goodbye! Hey, a 2-run homer for Jordan Renz over the right field wall. Folks, the Colonels ahead. 2-1 here in the bottom of the second inning. Number 17 for Jordan Renz. Jordan Renz belts one the other way. That's what he's been working on, hitting the ball to right with Eric Owens, the Colonel batting instructor, and Jordan Renz with Morris aboard. Makes it 2-1 Colonels. It's Jordan's team high 17th of the year, and it's $25 donated from PRC's Community Care in their Home Runs for the Hungry campaign to the Haycap Food Reservoir. Every Colonel home run this season means that the Haycap Food Reservoir receives $25 from PRC in PRC's Home Runs for the Hungry campaign. Flint Whipke grounds one off the pitcher's glove. The third baseman, Wes Long, snares it, throws out Flint Whipke. Oh, what a tough break for the Colonels and Flint Whipke. Flint grounded it on one hop. It looked like it was headed into center for the third straight hit here in the Colonel third inning, but Trey Shields reached up, deflected it high in the air, right into the glove of the third baseman. And I'll be darned, Wes Long threw out Flint Whipke one away here in the Colonel second inning. The Colonels have belted 55 home runs this year. Here's a ground ball up the middle, a base hit for Larry Infante. After Whipke was retired, 1-5-3, Larry Infante did what he does best, jumped on the first pitch and wrapped it up the middle, and that's the third Colonel hit in the second inning. The Colonels have clubbed 55 home runs this year, and that means PRC's Community Care has donated $1,375 to the Haycap Food Reservoir. $1,375. Josh Davies is at the plate. And Shields gets ahead with a strike at the knees. Davies in 21 games, 185 hitter, 2 homers, 13 RBIs for the 20-year-old Australian, Josh Davies. Doesn't it sound good to say the Kernels lead Kane County? 2-1 here in the bottom of the second inning. Ooh, a breaking pitch, or a changeup rather, had Josh fooled. He was out in front, swinging a missed strike two. It is just past 11 in the morning on Thursday morning in Australia. And hopefully Josh's folks, Mark and Rosie, and his sister Amy, are tuned into this ball game. They love listening to Colonel Baseball. A little looper into right center, base hit. Infante stops at second as Pineda might have pulled a muscle. Jose Pineda comes up limping in right center. They may have to look at Pineda. He's favoring his left leg. Josh Davies dumps a single into right center to push Infante into scoring position. And let's see if the Cougar trainer, yes, Aaron Nakula, the skipper of Kane County, and the trainer are trotting out to center field. It looked like Jose Pineda may have strained a calf muscle, and Gavin Alston moseys out to the hill. Gavin wears a black pullover fleece jacket, and he's talking to the pitcher. Meanwhile, Aaron Nakula and the Cougar trainer, Justin Whitehouse, they're out in center field looking over Jose Pineda. Kane County has two men looking over the center fielder who's looking at his left calf or hamstring, and Gavin Alston, the pitching coach, is talking with the catcher, Anthony Recker, and the hurler, Trey Shields. I'm not sure whether the Cougars are going to have to lift Jose Pineda or not. I get a feeling they may. Aaron Nakula is out talking with him in straightaway center. The Kernels, on a two-run homer by Jordan Renz, have taken a 2-1 lead here in the home half of the second, and it looks like Pineda is going to tough it out and stay in there. We have an interesting visitor that I'll be eager to know his background. There's a Japanese fellow right behind home plate with a huge camera. The lens is as big as a bazooka that you'd see in the military. And the Japanese fellow has been here tonight in a squatting catching position right behind home plate, taking a lot of pictures. I'm sure Andy Pantini knows who he is, because Andy is the man who issues press passes or passes to the media in order to be in the position that Japanese fella's in. And that'll be interesting to find out who he is and who he represents, because he's got a huge lens on his camera. And I'm not exaggerating. It's the size of the barrel of a bazooka. The Japanese photographer has been taking pictures throughout this doubleheader. Madison Edwards is swinging a hot bat. He looks at a changeup in on the outside corner for a strike from Trey Shields. Kernels leading the second game of this doubleheader, 2-1, bottom of the second inning. Madison Edwards has 7 hits in his last 4 starts, including a 3-for-3 night here on Monday, the series opener. High drive into deep right. Going back, Chad Boyd in front of a track. Boyd waits and has it. Tagging and advancing from second to third is Larry Infante. And Larry makes it to third on a majestic deep drive to right. Madison Edwards just missed connecting with his first home run of the year, as he got underneath it just a little bit. Now we need a 2-out bolt of lightning from a guy who has been such a pleasure to watch all season long, Brad Kuhn. Brad typifies what you want out of your leadoff batter. He's a tough out. He works deep into counts. He has great speed. He can bunt, and he makes life miserable for the defense. Those are characteristics you want out of your leadoff man. Infante at third, Josh Davies at first. Ball one outside. We have another final from tonight on the State Farm Major League Scoreboard. The Nationals have rallied in the ninth inning to beat the Giants 4-3, and the Braves shaded the Marlins at Turner Field 6-5 tonight. Strike one called on the inside corner to Brad Kuhn. So Washington rallies in the ninth inning, and they beat San Francisco at RFK 4-3. The Braves edge the Marlins at Turner Field 6-5. 1-1 to Brad. Changeup just missed outside. They're in the top of the eighth inning at Minute Maid Park, and the Astros are on top of the Reds 8-5. So everything is nearing completion in the National League. First and third, 2 away in the Kernels' second. Brad Kuhn fakes a bunt. No squeeze was on. The pitch was high, and it's 3-1 to Brad Kuhn. Well, Kirby is down below, and he's about to orchestrate after the Kernels bat here in the second the very popular new promotion here at the ballpark, the Solid Waste and Recycling Relay Shuffle, Shuttle Relay. The tall Cougar right-hander steps off the rubber, looks Infante back to third, and then whirls and stares down Josh Davies at first. Brad Kuhn stepped out. 2 on, 2 out. Bottom of the second, 2-1 Kernels. The runner from first goes, the pitch low, ball 4, and the bases are loaded for Heinle Stacia. Heinle Stacia, who leads the Kernels with 26 doubles, will have a 2-out RBI chance. Bases loaded, 2 out. Stacia, the Colonel leading hitter with a .298 average, singled up the middle but was caught trying to steal second in the first inning. Infante at third, Davies at second, Kuhn at first for Heinle. Will Heinle jump on the first pitch from the right-hander? No, he takes a changeup for a strike on the outside corner. We have a number of groups in the stands here this evening, including a big group from Cascade, Iowa. We've been just so thrilled to host Cascade Night at the ballpark the last 3 or 4 years. Ball 1 jets inside to Heinle Stacia, batting left-handed, the switch hitter at the plate with 2 out, and the bases full of Kernels here in the bottom of the second inning. The Kernels leading Kane County 2-1. The Cougars won the opener in convincing fashion 8-1. Trey Shields is working from the stretch. Long look, the 1-1. Sprayed foul just over the backstop, strike 2. ABC Mortgage has a group down below in the stands this evening. River Valley Co-op is here. So, too, a group from Central Park Presbyterian Church. We also have a big gathering in the stands from Sherwin-Williams. A reminder, tomorrow we'll be on the air at 6:55 as I'll be down on the field before the game to tell a story about a young fella who was treated for hearing loss at the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics. It'll be a University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Home Run for Life presentation. Heinle Stacia trying to come back from a 1-2 count. Now the Cougar right-hander steps off the rubber. Shields is from the University of Alabama. Colonel runners lead away at every base. Heinle drills one foul into the Papa John's Plaza. Stacia waited on that high changeup, but didn't wait quite long enough. We have a beautiful night for baseball here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. Game number 101 on the season for the Kernels. Can you believe that? Only 38 games remain after tonight's. We lost one game. We will not make it up this past weekend in Davenport due to rain. Well, Shields is taking forever. He now peers in to get his sign from Anthony Recker. Heinley Stacia patiently waiting for the 1-2 offering. Here it is. Ground ball to first will end the inning. It's gloved by Raul Padron, who makes the play unassisted. Couldn't get that big hit we needed, but send 8 men to the plate in the second inning and take the lead. The Kernels strike for 2 runs on 4 hits, a walk. There were no Cougar errors, and the Kernels leave the bases loaded. Oh, for that big hit. Sometime this year, we just haven't been able to produce the big hit. And that's been a real dilemma for us all season. A 2-run homer by Jordan Renz, his 17th of the year, erases a Cougar 1-0 lead as we go to the top of the third. Here at the ballpark, Kane County won the opener 8-1. The Kernels lead the second game 2-1 after 2.
Remember just a few years back when experts predicted that the wonders of the computer, internet, and email would result in a paperless society? Well, if your household or office is anything like mine, you're probably wondering when that paperless society is coming. Amazing but true, nearly 40% of all paper ends up in the wrong place, our landfills. So the next time you catch yourself about to throw paper away in your garbage, pause for just a second, and instead put it in your blue recycling box. A paperless society? Not yet. But a smarter society? Yes, when we choose reuse by recycling. Remember just a few years back when...
Step up to the plate this summer and nominate your favorite Cedar Rapids Kernel for the Rockwell Collins Fans Choice Award. Every time you catch a Kernels game, fill out a Fans Choice ballot to recognize the efforts of your favorite ball players. Then drop the ballot in the designated box at the souvenir stand. During the season's final homestand, Rockwell Collins will present the Fans Choice Trophy to the player with the most votes and make a donation to that player's favorite charity. Rockwell Collins and the Cedar Rapids Kernels, teammates working for a better community.
We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners who make us a team. Service second to none, South Slope Cooperative Communication.
Welcome back to Game 2 of a doubleheader between the Kernels and Cougars. We go to the third inning of Game 2, 2-1 Kernels. And the leadoff batter for Kane County, Chad Boyd, takes a strike called. Boyd now lifts a high pop foul out of play onto the Miller Mezzanine Terrace, first base side. Oh, 0-2 to Chad Boyd, who reached 3 times in the doubleheader opening game and is 1 for 1 tonight. Ball 1 upstairs from right-hander Andy Hill. Boyd, a left-handed batter. Wraps one foul past first. Well, can you believe we're heading into the latter part of July? I'll be picking up my little brother in the Big Brother, Big Sister program, Logan Clark, tomorrow at 12:15. He starts his first day at Polk Elementary's tomorrow. Polk is a year-round school, but they start school tomorrow. Strike 3 called on the outside corner, and Andy Hill gets one of the toughest hitters in the Cougar order, a .345 batter, Chad Boyd, on a called strike 3. And there's one away here in the Kane County third inning. The batter, Justin Sellers, 6th round pick of the A's last year, out of Huntington Beach, California. There's a beautiful curveball in for a strike to Justin. Yes, school starts tomorrow at Polk Elementary, half a day. Our good friend Eric Christensen from Truman Elementary will take over the reins at Polk as their principal. Change up and a swing and a miss by Justin Sellers, strike 2. Now Justin steps out, adjusts his white batting gloves. Getting ready for the 0-2 pitch from the tall Colonel righty, Andy Hill. Here it is. in the dirt, a changeup. We want to salute our advertisers on the 6-story high scoreboard in right center. Boy, those backlit panels look beautiful tonight. The Gazette with the yellow and black panel that says, "Now you know," the Gazette, and the O in no is a baseball. Well, a baseball's round, so is the letter O. Then TV9, KCRG, TV9, then Ahern Plumbing and Heating. They all advertise on the scoreboard. A tap to third. Dallas Morris shuffles to his left. Pegs wild, a wild throw by Dallas. He rushed it, and that's his 18th error of the season. Justin Sellers reaches on a throwing error by Dallas Morris. I think Dallas was just a little bit too hasty, and he threw it to the home plate side of first. No chance for Mark Trumbull, and a wild throw by Dallas Morris. The lower portion of the row of advertisers on the scoreboard, a red sign with gold lettering, Wells Fargo Bank. And then the local 125 Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union. Local 125 Training with the American flag behind the logo of the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union. And then Randy Keel Confidence. Randy Keel Honda has a white and blue advertising backlit panel on the scoreboard. Oh, brother, Justin Sellers is allowed to go to second, and just like that, the tying runs at second. I didn't know that Morris's throw went into the Colonel dugout. That really hurts in a 2-1 game to give a guy second base on a throwing error. Isaac O'Mura has a chance to tie the game. A fastball on the outside corner evens the count, 1-1 to O'Mura. Brad Kuhn is shifted way around into left center for this left-handed batter who's hitting .308 for Kane County. He drills it into center. That's a base hit. Kane County's just too good. A throw home by Renz. Whoa, throw a ho, over the head of everybody, and down to second goes Isaac O'Mura. Well, you just can't give Kane County an extra out, and we did. Man, oh man, these teams in the Midwest League that we've been playing, they're just good teams. A base hit into right center by Isaac O'Mura. An unearned run scores to make it a 2-2 game. And then worst of all, Jordan Renz got a bit too exuberant and heaved his peg home over the head of not only Flint Whipke, the catcher, but the pitcher, Andy Hill, and that allowed Isaac O'Mura to go to second. Boy, oh boy. These Cougars are like they're barbarians in terms of stepping on your throat. You make a mistake, and boom, they go for the jugular. Breaking pitch low and away to Jose Pineda. We're just not a good enough team yet with the talent the Angels have stocked us with to overcome mistakes. We're just not quite a good enough club. We have the work ethic, the attitude, the desire, the competitive drive. We have all of those necessary ingredients, but when you have when you're a little bit short on the talent end, you just can't make mistakes. And making mistakes is a part of professional baseball at every level. 2-0 now to Pineda as the Cougars have tied the game on a base hit into right center by Isaac O'Mura. Man, is that kid a good hitter. He just can flat out hit. Out of the University of Hawaii. I bet the scout that touted him enjoyed the assignment. Ball 3 low and away. You can tell Andy Hill is rattled after the 2 errors in this inning. Brother. It is tough. When you're in a losing streak, it is tough to turn it around. You can just see the body language of the Kernels actually wilting out on the diamond. Not in a give-up posture, but in a, oh, no, what's going to happen next? The 3-0. Curve, a dandy for a strike. Andy Hill didn't give in. He threw a curveball on a 3-0 count to Jose Pineda. You look back at that bottom of the second inning, we had runners at first and second with 1 out, bases loaded with 2 out, and we couldn't deliver a big blow. Strike 2, an Andy Hill changeup. That's what I mean. There's just no quit in this Colonel Ball Club. What did the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, remind the troops? You fight with the equipment you have. The payoff pitch. Lifted in the air to right center. Brad Kuhn a long way back. Brad's there and hauls it in. Tagging from second and advancing to third, Isaac O'Mura on a deep fly into center. How about Andy Hill? Andy comes back from a 3-0 count and gets Jose Pineda to fly out to center.
Number 31, catcher, Anthony Recker.
Here's Anthony Recker, the catcher, who clubbed a deep drive to center to open up the second inning. Well, if Andy Hill can get Recker and keep it a 2-2 game, the Kernels will have the momentum back. Right now, Kane County has the momentum. They took advantage of a throwing error to score an unearned run to tie this game. Ball one in the dirt. Great block by Flint Whipke to prevent a wild pitch. Runner at third with 2 away. Strike one called at the knees. This crowd has quieted down quite a bit. Anthony Recker, a right-handed batter, on a 1-1 count in a 2-2 game. Lifts it on the infield. Heinle Stacia backpedaling into shallow left center. Squeezes it, and we're out of the inning. How about Andy Hill? With the go-ahead run at third and 2 out, the go-ahead run at second with 1 out, Andy Hill retires the last 2 Cougar hitters, the numbers 4 and 5 in their order, to prevent Kane County from taking the lead. The Cougars strike for 1 run in the top of the third on 1 hit, 2 Colonel errors, and Kane County leaves a runner. They've now stranded 3. As the Kernels come to bat in the lower half of the third, having dropped the opener 8-1, the Kernels and Cougars are tied after 2.5 in the second game, 2-2.
Make sure that your garbage is collected by city crews each week by following these 2 rules. First, use only 1 container, 1 35-gallon garbage can or 1 35-gallon plastic bag. Second, make sure all your garbage fits into that single container and that it weighs no more than 40 pounds. If you have more garbage than will fit into your container, or if it weighs more than 40 pounds, there's a simple solution. Buy a sticker and put it on each additional container you'd like picked up. The stickers for extra garbage are $1.25 and can be purchased at area grocery, convenience, and drugstores. Thanks for sticking to the rules when preparing your garbage for curbside collection.
Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center reminds you that now summer is the best time to enjoy fresh, colorful flowers and blooming plants. And Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center has all the free expert advice you'll need to make your flowers and plants grow their very best. Family owned and serving eastern Iowa for 50 years, Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center offers you the best plants and flowers in eastern Iowa. Stop in often this summer for Peck's fresh, colorful flowers and blooming plants. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center, Nursery and Landscaping. They're at the corner of Blairs Ferry and Edgewood Road Northeast. Peck's is open until 8 on weeknights and until 5 on weekends. 2-2 score as we go to the bottom of the third inning in this twin bill. We'll greet you tomorrow here in the zone at 6:55. Remember, a 6:55 start time tomorrow. As the Kernels, if they can gain a split in this series, in this doubleheader rather, bounce back from an 8-1 loss in Game 1. If the Kernels can win in this second game, it would set the stage for the Kernels to try to gain a split with Kane County with a victory tomorrow evening. Trey Shields had to face 8 Kernels in the second inning. He gave up 2 runs on 4 hits and walked a batter. The Kernels just couldn't deliver the big blow. They got a huge opposite field 2-run homer from Jordan Renz, his team high 17th of the year, to vault the Kernels into a 2-1 lead, but Kane County came right back in the top of the third and scored an unearned run. Mark Trumbo had a base hit taken away from him on a line drive to the shortstop. That was in the first inning. A breaking pitch is a strike called on the outside corner to Mark. 11 homers, 44 runs driven in. Ball 1, low and outside from Trey Shields. Mark takes a vicious cut and misses, strike 2. The deepest part of this ballpark is left center. It's 407 feet to deep left center. 403 to the base of the flagpole in right center. Strike 3 called on the inside corner at the knees. That strikeout, the first of the evening for Trey Shields. One away. Dallas Morris got the Colonel rally, started in the second, when he bunted his way on and advanced to second on a wild throw by pitcher Trey Shields. Neither club made an error in the first game of this doubleheader, and both teams had made 1 error here in the second game. A Dairy Queen frozen birthday cake brought out by Josh Boots, our director of entertainment. Dallas Morris is jammed and pops one meekly behind third. It's a foul ball 5 feet behind third base where Wes Long makes the grab. Dallas Morris is fouled out to third. 2 gone quickly here in the Colonel third inning. Jordan Renz went the other way and launched his 17th home run of the year with Morris aboard to give the Colonels that short-lived 2-1 lead in the second inning. We're tied at 2 here in the top of the third, or bottom of the third, excuse me. Ball 1, low and in to Jordan Renz. A line drive whistled at the third baseman, who reaches up above his black cap to stab it. Jordan Renz couldn't have hit the ball harder. Wes Long at third base reached up and took a base hit away from Jordan Renz. Oh, our luck will turn around. Our luck will turn around sometime. The Kernels go in order for the first time in the second game of a twin bill. Kane County thumped us 8-1 in game 1. We go to the top of the fourth in the second game. Kernels 2, Cougars 2.
There's a lot you can do to satisfy your taste for Italian. You can marry one. You can drive one. Or you can go to Zio Giano's and feast on Zio's homemade bread, pizzas, and pasta, authentically prepared as Zio Giano's famous Italian style. Zio Giano's for the hometown taste of Italy.
Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta makes you Zio. Come to Zio Giano's for the Italiano. Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta.
What do I get at Cost Cutters? Hey, my hair is my trademark. I gotta be able to count on a good cut and stuff to keep my hair looking thick, even if it's not.
I get a good cut, no long wait, a smile, and a little something left over in my wallet.
I get little trims that keep my hair long and healthy, and stuff to make it loose and curly one day, straight and sassy the next.
With expert stylists trained in the latest trends and techniques and your favorite professional styling and hair care products, you'll always get what you're looking for at Cost Cutters. At Cost Cutters, you can always count on convenient, affordable, professional care and products that help you create just the style you want. At Cost Cutters, you'll always get a little more.
What do I get at Cost Cutters? A slick, clean cut, great highlights, and a little wig from the hottest stylist I've ever seen.
More of what you're looking for. Just yourself.
We go to the top of the fourth inning here at Veterans Memorial Stadium, the second game of a doubleheader. Kane County won the first 8-1, and it'll be Raul Padron, Frank Martinez, Todd Johnson against Andy Hill, the Colonel right-hander. Here in the top of the fourth, we'll have a chance for you to earn a $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse Family Restaurant in the top of the fifth inning. Our Springhouse trivia question. We told you earlier this evening that Rod Schulte, a Cedar Rapids police officer and umpire, was watching the game with us this evening. Here's a bunted foul by Padron, strike one. Rod has agreed to say hello and talk a little baseball with us. Rod Schulte, you love coming to the ballpark, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And what a great job you did during the labor strife between minor league baseball and the umpires union, Rod. You looked as good as a big league umpire, and I think you felt that way.
I appreciate that, John. It was a fun experience.
You sure had a lot of poise and composure, and here's a ground ball to the right of the mound. Over to get it to his right is Infante. Larry throws out. Raul Padron, who's now 0-for-2, one away here in the fourth inning. Rod, it's ironic that both a police officer and an umpire wear a uniform, and there's a reason for that.
Yes, there is. It's an authority thing.
And not in a bad way, but in a respectful way.
Yes, it is.
People respect a certain look.
Yes, they do. You know, when you're out in the street, you expect that people will respect you out on the street. And the same thing is that when you're wearing that blue out on the field, that you're kind of policing the field.
That's right. You want to look presentable, and you want to look, as you said, authoritative. Here's a high drive, a broken bat drive into right. Jordan Renz comes in and now backpedals and catches it. Frank Martinez broke his bat and still sent one soaring deep into right, where Jordan Renz backpedaled and caught it. Two gone quickly here in the Cougar fourth. Todd Johnson put the Kane County Club ahead with an RBI single that drove home Frank Martinez back in the second inning. We're in the top of the fourth, tied 2-2. Well, Rod Schulte, what did you enjoy best about professional umpiring, and what surprised you the most?
Surprising was the speed of the game.
Okay, I want you to elaborate on that. The first pitch to Todd Johnson, low and in.
The pace of the game is a lot different from what high school and college baseball is. These players, you know, they're obviously getting paid to play this game because they're exceptional ball players.
Yes.
The pace of the game, the ball's moving a lot faster. The players got stronger arms.
And they have faster runners.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, they come out here, and this is their job. This is a business for them, and they take everything seriously. I know today I was able to take my son Braden down on the field for batting practice.
Isn't that a thrill?
And watching these guys take batting practice it's
an eye-opener.
It's a business thing. You know, it's not just out on the field when they're playing a game, but before and after. And
the 2-1 pitch is crushed foul, pass first into the Colonel bullpen by Todd Johnson. He's even on the count now, 2-2. We're visiting with Rod Schulte, Cedar Rapids police officer and extraordinarily good umpire. And you're right, Todd Klaus used to say, by all means have fun. You better have fun playing baseball, but go about your business as a professional.
Correct. And, you know, these guys, the Kernels, they have fun.
Yeah.
You can see that, and the way that they handle themselves away from the game.
Here's a line drive that falls one hop in front of Brad Kuhn. Todd Johnson's wearing us out. He's 2-for-2. And the first-year pro out of Southern Miss is the go-ahead run at first with 2 out. Todd Johnson may be running with Wes Long at the plate. Wes flew out to deep center to end the Colonel second inning. I'm glad you noted that element of fun in the preparation, Rod.
They, you know, these guys, they're playing a game that they love.
Yes.
And, you know, I played this game up until, you know, I was a senior in college, and I couldn't play anymore because I hurt my arm. But, you know, it's something that you love, and if you don't love it.
There goes the runner, a pitch low, and Flint Whipke can't handle it. A stolen base, no throw as Flint lost the handle. And just as we suspected, after the 2-out single by Todd Johnson, he's running, and he steals second. Ball 1 low to Wes Long. Rod, where did you play collegiately?
I played at St. Ambrose down in Davenport.
That's the same school that Darren Lewis played at.
That's correct.
Were you a teammate of Darren's?
Yes, I was.
Wow, he was a great player.
Yes, he was. That whole family, you know, they were great people to be around. John Lewis, who coaches at Kirkwood currently, is a great baseball man.
Here's a changeup that gets by Flint Whipke on to third. Goes Todd Johnson, a second wild pitch of the night, charged to Andy Hill as his changeup drifted low and away. Now the Cougars have the go-ahead run at third, 2 out, and a 2-0 count to Wes Long, the Cougar number 9 hitter. Yes, I can't remember the older brother who played for the Rockford Cubbies. Jeremy Lewis. Yes, yeah. I think John Lewis is probably the most under-publicized baseball mind in eastern Iowa. He's tremendous.
He is very tremendous. I mean, being at Kirkwood as long as he's been at Kirkwood,
and he pops the 2-1 pitch up to second. Larry Infante 2 steps out on the grass and shallow right, has it to end the inning. How about Andy Hill? He gets Wes Long to pop out to second to end the Cougar 4th inning. No runs for Kane County in the 4th. 1 hit. There were no Kernel errors, and the Cougars leave a runner aboard. They've stranded 4. Rod Schulte is with us, Cedar Rapids police officer, husband, father, and umpire. And we'll continue our interesting insight into the world of umpiring with Rod Schulte when the Kernels bat in the bottom of the 4th inning. Cougars won the first game 8-1, and the Kernels and Cougars are tied in the nightcap 2-2 as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning.
Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to the ballpark every Wednesday this season. You heard right. Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to Veterans Memorial Stadium every Wednesday this season. The first 750 of you Kernel fans to enter the gates before Wednesday's home game will receive an envelope full of money inside from Fairfax State Savings Bank. Each of those 750 envelopes will contain a greenback up to a $100 bill. Fairfax State Savings Bank, free money Wednesdays. Come early to line your pocket with cash.
Meet Jim. Well, it's nice how he spends weekends in his yard trying to kill weeds.
Gotcha.
And Dave, he spends weekends on the green. That's because Greg's Lawn Service takes care of his lawn. Mowing, fertilizing, pruning, and, weed control. Greg's does the big jobs, too. Landscaping, retaining walls, curb edging, and patios. So when you've had enough of those little devils...
Yes.
Call 393-0101. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest.
Hi, I'm Tanya Sedlock, your local Pekin insurance agent at Andrews Insurance here in Cedar Rapids. We all know how quickly life can change. You buy a new car or a new home. Your family's blessed with a new baby. Your teenager starts driving the family car. I'm here to help with a complete line of insurance plans to give you protection when you need it the most. Pekin Insurance has been in business of insuring people for 85 years. I'm here to put your interests first. Please visit me, Tanya Sedlock, at the Andrews Agency.
Kernels bat in the bottom of the 4th inning, second game of a twin bill in a 2-2 game. And Flint Whipke bounces the first pitch to short. It's gloved on 3 hops by the shortstop Justin Sellers, who fires to first, and Flint Whipke, first pitch swinging, is grounded to short, 1 away here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Remember, in the top of the 5th, we'll have a chance for you to earn a $5 gift certificate from the Springhouse Family Restaurant in our Springhouse trivia question. Larry Infante singled his first time up. Larry's batting .224, 3 homers, 25 RBIs. Infante, a left-handed hitter. Facing Trey Shields, who's let up his low for a ball. Rod Schulte's with us, reflecting on his time as a Midwest League professional umpire earlier this spring. Rod told us the thing that surprised him the most about umpiring was the speed of the game. That is, the speed of the throws, the pitches, the speed of the base runners, the velocity of the arms of the players. Rod, how much conversation goes on between you, if you're in the field, and a base runner or the infielders?
There's not much going on out there.
And there shouldn't be.
No, it's, you watch out there, and there's hardly anything going on between the umpires and the players, which shows respect to both people because they've got a job to do. And
no, you don't want to be a distraction to the players, certainly, and a friendly hello is fine, but what did you do today is probably not the right conversation to strike up.
It's something behind the plate is a little different. There's times between pitches you can sit there and talk to the catchers. I do it in high school ball when I'm umpire. I sit there and talk to the catchers.
Ball 4 to Larry Infante, and Larry reaches for the second time. It's 1-on-1 out. Josh Davies knuckled a single into center his first time up. And when you discuss things with the catcher, what does it pertain to?
Oh, it could be the pitcher, the base hit before. It could be a player, pretty much anything. A lot of it's pertaining to baseball.
Right, related to that game probably.
That or the game, high school we played doubleheader, so you talk about the game before or something, and you just tell the catcher, as long as he's looking forward, he's not turning around on you, and nobody knows you're talking.
No, you don't. You can't see from behind a mask, and that brings up a good point as Larry Infante's drawn a couple of throws. He's back safely. 2-2, bottom of the fourth, second game of a doubleheader. The Kernels drop the opener to the Cougars and are trying to win this one to break a 6-game losing streak and also win for the first time against Kane County here in our own ballpark. There goes Larry, a pitch swung and a miss, the throw to second in plenty of time. Larry tagged out trying to dance around the tag by Justin Sellers. Boy, that put Davies in an awkward position as Infante's thrown out on a hit-and-run attempt. It went 2-6, and Davies had a pitch way inside and high that almost hit him. Josh swung to protect the runner, Larry Infante, but the Kernels have lost another runner trying to steal second. Boy, we've had some runners thrown out in this series. Credit the Cougars for playing tight defense and controlling the running game. The 0-1 to Davies. A high fly ball into deep left in front of the track, on the edge of the track, reaching up on the track to make the catch is Todd Johnson. Josh Davies gave it a ride, narrowly missed his third home run of the year. No runs for the Kernels in the fourth. A walk, a man caught trying to steal, no hits, no Cougar errors, and Kane County, the Kernels leave the bases empty. Kane County won the first game tonight, 8-1. We go to the top of the fifth. 2-2 our score. Rod Schulte will give you the Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question when the Cougars bat in the top of the fifth inning. This is Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
The summer heat can be so oppressive unless you can keep your cool. Who do you call when your cooling system fails? Call on the A-Team at Ahern Plumbing and Heating. The A-Team can inspect and ensure that your cooling system is good to go when you need it most. 24 hours a day, rely on the A-Team from Ahern Plumbing and Heating. Call 393-4872. 393-4872 for Ahern Plumbing and Heating.
Advanced Systems, the leader in office technology, is like a great baseball coach when it comes to office productivity. Advanced Systems makes the most of your team. They do it with the latest technology for office productivity from Canon. They're also like a great trainer. Advanced Systems Advanced Life Support makes sure your office equipment runs at peak levels and fixes it fast if things go wrong. Hit it over the fence with Canon technology from Advanced Systems. Call 832-8291.
This is for the 21st century with Advanced Systems. Coffee works when it's important to you. Coffee works, let your work shine through. Quality coffee, we do it for less. Don't settle for second best. Coffee works, computer center. Coffee works, we do it better when you think of coffee. Think of Coffee Works. Coffee works, coffee works.
Top of the fifth inning, game 2 of a doubleheader. We're tied 2-2. Kernels and Cougars. As we approach the top of the hour, we want to remind you that you're enjoying Kernel Baseball on ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids. Top of the order for Kane County. Andy Hill continues to get ahead of the Cougar hitters. Chad Boyd, a .345 batter, left-handed hitter, singled in the first, struck out looking, leading off the third inning. 2-2 our score. Boyd backs away from a fastball low and in. Chad's 5'10", 190, or 200 rather, 21 years old, a 9th-round pick of Oakland, out of high school in 2004. So the Athletics do deviate from their money ball philosophy of drafting only known commodities, college guys. A breaking pitch just missed outside. It's 2-1 to Chad Boyd. Rod Schulte's alongside. Rod, you said your son Braden and you were on the field for batting practice. Did you shag some fly balls?
Yes, we did.
Here's a line drive, ripped into right, a leadoff single for Chad Boyd. That guy's a hitting machine, brother. A hitting machine. Boyd, a base hit, his third of the night. And now Justin Sellers will bat. The go-ahead run at first. Nobody out here in the fifth inning. What's the ball like coming off the bat in the outfield? Does it get right on you?
It comes out awful fast. I went to shag a high fly ball that was almost to the fence, and there was no way I could get to it. And I looked at Kuhn, and I said, I respect your speed, man.
Yes.
You guys covered a lot of ground out here, and
yes,
that was something.
It's the most difficult game to master. Sellers fakes a bunt and then corks the first pitch foul down the left field line out of play. Justin was trying to put the switcheroo on the Kernels, faking a bunt and then swinging. If you've been one of our 52 Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia Question winners, congratulations. You've already enjoyed a $5 certificate from the Springhouse. Play along wherever you're tuned in tonight, but please don't call in if you've already won a Springhouse Trivia Question. And Rod Schulte will give us the question in just a moment, as well as the phone number to call. The 0-1 pitch to Justin Sellers. Beautiful curve, strike two. I'll tell you what we'll do, Rod. If you can answer the phone when it rings, we need the winner's name and address, including zip code, and we'll see how they do. Let's see what Andy Hill can do ahead of Sellers 0-2. Justin, the number 2 hitter in the lineup, bunts on an 0-2 pitch, and it's gloved by Morris. The throw to first, not in time. Oh, brother, how does a guy lay a bunt that good on an 0-2 count? Oh, man, is this Kane County team good. 0-2 count, and Sellers bunts his way on. No chance, none at all for Dallas Morris. He charged, gloved, threw late to first. How about it, Rod Schulte? How good is this Cougar team?
They are very well in the fundamentals of the game.
Oh, yes, they are.
That's a good example right there. 0-2, laying down a perfect bunt.
A bunt single. Nothing Dallas Morris could do. Absolutely nothing.
You know, they move runners over when you got to move runners over. Base running, you know, they did have one base running mistake, but hey, in the first game, you don't expect the first baseman to cut the ball off like that and get the run down.
Now everybody congregating around Andy Hill, everybody meaning Flip Whipke and Heinley Stacia. The Cougars are primed and ready now to try to take the lead. 2-2 here in the top of the fifth inning. They won the first game 8-1. Their best hitter, Isaac O'Murra, who drilled a single into right to tie the game at 2 back in the third inning, will try to put the Cougars ahead. Now the Kernels really have to be on their heels. Rod, we don't have any idea whether O'Murra will be bunting or swinging.
If I was managing this team, I'd have him be bunting.
Well, let's see. Isaac O'Murra, is he going to bunt? No, he didn't tip his hand as Andy Hill spun and looked the go-ahead runner back to second. Chad Boyd. Hey, the Kernels have right-handed submarining Darren O'Day warming up in the right field corner. Darren O'Day starting to heat it up. The first pitch to O'Murra. Bounced over the head of Trumbo, a base hit. One run will score. Another man will round third. He'll be waved home. And the throw to the plate, not in time. I'll be darned. This is getting a little bit depressing. Doggone it. Here come the Cougars again. A Baltimore chop single by who else? Isaac O'Murra over the head of Trumbo into the right field corner. 2-run score. Kane County 6-0 in our own ballpark. 6-0 in our ballpark. Now takes the lead 4-2 here in the top of the fifth inning. Boy, Rod, what do you do? I mean, what do you do against a team that comes into your own ballpark, sweeps you in May, wins the first 2 in this series, is winning in the nightcap? You can't call timeout in baseball.
You know, it's a tough thing to do. Some teams just have your number,
yep.
And Kane County's got the Kernels' number this year, and
they sure do. They're a fun team to watch. It hurts the way they come into our backyard and just hand it to us, but it's also, you have to be very, how do you put it, you have to admire what a good team they are.
It also hurts, you know, with the rain and stuff like that. It kind of takes you out of your game a little bit, too.
Sure it does. It does take you out of your game. Well, let's put our listeners right back in the game for the Springhouse question. Please call as soon as Rod gives the question and the phone number. He'll take your answer, and then if you're right, he'll congratulate you and take your name and address. 1 ball, no strikes to Jose Pineda. 4-2 Cougars here in the top of the 5th inning. They're trying to go 7-0 against us in our home ballpark. Ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Isaac O'Mura. He'll be waved home. Renz' throw to the plate. High, runner, safe. Safe on a bang-bang play. A good throw by Jordan, and the runner would have been out. It was a good throw, Rod, but high, and Whipke had to come out and leap, and then he tagged O'Mura. Isaac slid in underneath the tag to make it 5-2. Boy, that was a good throw by Jordan. Had it been, I'd say, a foot lower, I think Whipke would have tagged O'Mura out.
Could have been down just a little bit, and maybe one hop Whipke, it might have been right there, but the way baseball is, game of breaks.
Here comes Bobby Magallanes. We're likely going to have a pitching change, and boy, does Andy Hill deserve a big hand. I'll tell you what, when teams come into your home ballpark and just pulverize you, it's not the pitching, it's the other team. They're that good. Listen to the hand for Andy Hill. What a terrific effort by Andy. Andy Hill goes 4 1/3 innings, and so far he's surrendered 5 runs on 9 Cougar hits. Andy Hill, the Colonel right-hander, struck out 1 Colonel, and Andy Hill walked none. Darren O'Day will take over this call to the Colonel bullpen, sponsored by U.S. Cellular. Get your wireless relief with Call Me Minutes only from U.S. Cellular. And as Darren O'Day comes on, Rod Schulte with the Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question.
2005 American League Cy Young Award winner Bartolo Colon has posted only 1 win for the Angels this season. Name the Baltimore 1980 AL Cy Young Award winner who won 25 games for the Orioles in 1980, but just only 4 games the following season. The phone number to call is 896-7589. 896-7589. I'll read it again. It's 2005 American League Cy Young Award winner Bartolo Colon has posted only 1 win for the Angels this season. Named the Baltimore Orioles 1980 AL Cy Young Award winner who won 25 games for the Orioles in 1980, but just 4 games the following season.
896-7589, 896-7589. Rod Schulte, please take your headsets off. We have a caller waiting to give you the answer. Yes, I'll write the answer down, Rod, if you'll take the call. Caller, hold on just a second. Rod is taking the phone. All right, we had a guess. Rod will stay right by the phone as it keeps ringing. Darren O'Day, who made his Colonel debut in Davenport in a swing doubleheader victory over us. Darren O'Day pitched an inning in the 3rd in Game 2 of a Colonel 6-5 loss Sunday, Game 2 of a doubleheader. O'Day pitched an inning in the 3rd, allowed no runs on 2 hits, struck out none, walked none. Darren O'Day comes on with a runner at second. I didn't know that Jose Pineda took second on that throw home. He did, and the Cougars lead it 5-2. Ball 1 inside to Anthony Recker. Darren O'Day, his father, Ralph, listens in down in Jacksonville, Florida. Ralph, I know it's past 11 o'clock Eastern Time, and great to see your son in the game here. And a tap foul behind the plate by Anthony Recker. Oh, wait a minute. We do not have a correct answer. Did he already win? Oh, no. We need, thank you. Please, Rod, return. Mike Kuhlbeck's being too humble. Of course Mike Kuhlbeck's eligible for this. And Rod Schulte will get back on his headset. Boy, Mike Kuhlbeck, thank you so much for offering to send the Springhouse to the next correct caller. But my goodness, Mike, that was not an easy question. Ball or strike 2. We'll have Rod Schulte repeat the Springhouse trivia question and give the answer and congratulate Mike Kuhlbeck, who gave the correct answer. Ball 2 outside.
Question again was the 2005 American League Cy Young Award winner Bartolo Colon has posted only 1 win for the Angels this season. Named the Baltimore Orioles 1980 AL Cy Young Award winner who won 25 games for the Orioles in 1980, but just 4 games the following season. And the answer is my favorite color commentator, who used to color commentate for the Cubs, Steve Stone.
Ball 3 up and into Anthony Recker. Yes, Steve Stone was a Cub fan favorite. The Cub players mutinied on the Cub management and got Steve Stone fired. They felt that Steve was too critical of the Cub ball players. The payoff pitch. A line drive to Stacia. Heinle has it. Tags the runner out to end the inning. How about Darren O'Day on a full count? Anthony Recker hit it off the trademark, lined it to Heinle. Stacia. Heinle caught it and then dove and got the diving Jose Pineda trying to get back to second. An unassisted double play on a line drive out, and that's 2 out here in the Cougar 5th inning. Kane County leads it 5-2, and Rod Schulte, our Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia Question winner,
was Mike Kuhlbeck from Cedar Rapids.
Mike, it's great of you to be listening in. I hope that your son Tyler is tucked in for the evening and that you and Tammy are perhaps watching Channel 9 News and also listening to the fun of Colonel Baseball. Mike, you don't know how many people ask me what you're up to, and I tell them that you referee youth basketball games at both. You coach YMCA basketball, you coach YMCA baseball, you referee youth basketball, that you've gone to Cole College. Here's a tapped foul outside the dirt batting circle. Flint Whipke hustled after it, but foul, strike 2 now to Raul Padron. And Mike, I've told people that have asked about you that you also are getting your coaching certificate at Cole College. Rod, do you know anything more about what Mike is doing?
Mike has gone into the officiating high school football and basketball.
He's going to do high school football.
And he has actually got his license to do high school baseball also.
Wonderful. A bouncer foul. It's ironic, Mike and I, when we worked together here with the Kernels, we went to a promotional seminar in Cincinnati. Great seminar. Johnny Bench spoke at it, and Mike told me then, we said, you know how you like to ask, what would you do if you weren't doing this? Well, Mike said, John, someday I would like to be coaching or involved in guiding youth. And he's doing that.
He is. He does a tremendous job.
He sure does. Mike has the patience of a saint. He is so patient with everyone. He's kind, he's compassionate, and that's what parents want with officials and coaches.
Correct. You know, when we got our son Braden,
a high pop foul by Padron, and it's back of the screen on top of the grandstand roof. It's a 2-2 count on Raul Padron. The Cougars have struck for 3 here in the top of the 5th and lead the Kernels 5-2.
We got him involved in the Y, and Mike was Braden's first coach, and I actually helped Mike out with that. And you know, that's how we really got to know Mike and Tyler and Tammy. Through baseball, and the friendship has always been there, and it still will always be there. It's a great family to know.
Yes, it is.
Family.
Yes, they are. Darren O'Day slings in a sidearm delivery, almost a submarine release. Ball 3 to the left-handed batter, Raul Padron.
And that guy knows a lot about baseball.
Oh, yes. Swing and a miss. Raul Padron fans. Darren O'Day comes in and douses in a raging fire that the Cougars had ignited, scoring 3 runs in the 5th inning on 4 hits. There were no Colonel errors, and Kane County leaves nobody aboard. Let me correct the final line, give you the final line on Andy Hill. He went 4 innings, surrendered 5 runs, 4 earned on 9 hits. Andy struck out 1, walked none. Darren O'Day got a double play and a strikeout to end the Cougar 5th inning. Everybody having a blast here at the ballpark tonight. Congratulations to Mike Kuhlbeck, our Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia Question winner. We're going to keep it right here. We have the latitude to do that with Rod Schulte. Rod is a Cedar Rapids police officer and also umpired earlier this spring as an independent umpire during the labor dispute between the Umpires Union and Minor League Baseball. And Rod Schulte, Mike Kuhlbeck, our Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia Question winner, your son Braden will never forget having Mike as his first youth basketball coach. You know why? I still remember mine. His name was Mr. Jackson.
You never forget those times when you're, as a kid, who your coaches were and everything like that. It's a tie that you'll never lose. I know I still have ties with all my coaches, and the players that I played with are still real close friends of mine. All the way up through high school and college, I still have some guys that I talk to through college. In fact, I'm coaching against some of those guys now with the 12-year-olds.
Oh, that's neat.
I see a lot of those guys when I'm coaching now with Braden and his team. I'm trying to teach those kids what will get them to this level as far as fundamentals.
Sure.
And you never quit learning about this game.
Oh, is that ever true?
I was out there today and I learned things out there today that I never even thought of teaching kids.
And that's exactly what keeps everybody so enlivened and so eager to come to the ballpark every day. Madison Edwards squares off on the first pitch and home run! Madison Edwards, his first of the year. Madison Edwards rips one down the right field line. No argument from the Cougars. It was just a matter of fair or foul. And Madison Edwards gets the Kernels right back in the ballgame with a leadoff home run here in the bottom of the fifth inning. How about Madison Edwards? He now has 8 hits in his last 4 starts. His first home run of the year, the second home run by the Kernels tonight, and the number 9 hitter, Madison Edwards, puts a charge into the first pitch from Trey Shields, and an interesting reaction from you, Rod Schulte. Whose call is that when a ball is hit hard on a line down the right field line? Is that the plate umpire's call or Ben Ashcraft, the base umpire?
Just like they worked it there, the base umpires with nobody on.
He turned here's a ground ball on one hop by Brad Kuhn. It's gloved at first by Raul Padron, unassisted put out, and Brad Kuhn is bounced out to first. 1 away here in the Kernel 5th inning. Kernels trying to gain a split in this doubleheader, losing the first one 8-1, trailing here in the nightcap 5-3. The home run by Madison Edwards, his first of the year. How difficult is it for the base umpire Ben Ashcraft, about 160 feet from the 325 mark in right? How difficult is it for him to tell whether that ball was fair or foul?
Depends on how high the ball is up. That one was pretty easy because it did not get over the foul pole.
Okay, so that helps. A ground ball to second. Isaac O'Mara throws out Heinley Stacia. 2 gone quickly in the Kernel 5th inning after the leadoff homer by Madison Edwards. Here's Mark Trumbo. And the Cougars did not argue the call. Could you tell from here it was a home run?
Yeah, I could.
I couldn't.
If you watch the screen, you can see it go back behind the screen and to kind of disappear a little bit behind the foul pole.
Isn't that great for Madison Edwards? His first home run, and it cuts the Cougar lead to 2 runs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Here's a high fly ball into left, into shallow left, coming on Todd Johnson. He can't get it, but the shortstop, Sellers, man, that guy covered more ground than I've seen any shortstop. He went into medium left field to Justin Sellers to bail out his left fielder, who broke back on the Trumbo fly ball, and Sellers caught it, I would say, truthfully, Rod Schulte, in medium left field.
That would be correct.
Wow, what a play by Sellers. Leadoff homer by Madison Edwards. 5 pitches later, the Kernel next 3 hitters gone, 1, 2, 3. 1 run in the 5th for the Kernels, 1 hit. There were no Cougar errors. The Kernels leave the bases empty. We go to the top of the 6th inning. Kane County won the opener 8-1, and the Kernels trailed the Cougars in Game 2 after 5-3.
As a parent, have you ever experienced the frustration of watching your child struggle at school because of poor study habits? Did your child's grades suffer last year because of poor organization? Do you wish your child would be more motivated at school to realize his or her true potential? If the answer to any of these questions was yes, then Educare Learning Centers has a proven study skills program just for your child. Educare's Study Skills program has helped hundreds of area students gain the study skill tools necessary to turn grades around. year-round. So if learning how to study needs to be your child's first lesson this year, give Educare a call. Classes begin Monday, August 7th and Monday, August 14th, just in time for school this fall. Space is limited. Call Educare of Cedar Rapids today at 832-1965 and get this year started right. That's Educare of Cedar Rapids, 832-1965. Educare is fully accredited by the North Central Association of Colleges and Schools.
John Rogers back with you here at Veterans Memorial Stadium, where we go to the top of the sixth inning. The Kernels have been out hit 9-6, trail 5-3, have a pair of home runs tonight. A two-run blast by Jordan Renz that put the Kernels ahead 2-1 in the second inning, and then Madison Edwards drilling a line shot just fair over the 325 mark to pull the Kernels to within a pair. Darren O'Day, a right-hander with a submarine delivery, brings in a strike call to Frank Martinez. Well, Rod Schulte, we're going to shift gears a little bit and go outside the lines and talk about something really close to all of our listeners' hearts, and that is the annual benefit to help raise money for your daughter.
That's correct. This is the fourth annual Night Under the Stars Cities Benefit for MDA. Actually, this year it's being presented by Bank of the West.
Yes, they mentioned that.
We were very happy to get them on board and be our major sponsor this year.
Yes.
It's tremendous. Brian Kuvek, who is a good friend of ours.
And same with the Kernels. Brian was with us on the air just last week.
And he is a tremendous person. They've been tremendous in helping us out as far as getting us prepared for this benefit coming up here August 11th.
Ball three, low and away to Frank Martinez. A big, deep breath by Darren O'Day, the Colonel right-hander. Martinez is jammed, and he rolls it to first, booted by Mark Trumbo. That'll be an error on the Colonel first baseman. And Frank Martinez reaches on a ground ball that hit off the heel of Mark Trumbo's glove. Mark was a little bit too eager to try to feed Darren O'Day with an underhand toss. And Frank Martinez is aboard, the third Colonel error of this second game of the doubleheader. Rob, the event again for MDA research and fundraising is when?
August 11th. It's a Friday night. It starts at 6 o'clock at the Crown Plaza. We were lucky enough this year to get Funk 101, who's a local band here in Cedar Rapids, to be performing at it. If you really like the funk kind of music, James Brown and stuff like that, that's what they sing. And it's an 11-piece band, horn section, drums, bass guitar, and a couple of good lead singers. They are tremendous.
They're well known.
Yes, they are. If you've actually gone out to, they played at Uptown Friday night. They played downtown July 3rd. You know, all over here in Cedar Rapids. They're tremendous.
Well, that'll be something. Bank of the West sponsoring Night of the Stars. Rod will continue to give us some more details so you can jot them down. The first pitch from Darren O'Day is a strike to Todd Johnson. Todd's 2 for 2. We're in the top of the sixth inning, a twin bill that started at 6 this evening, and we'll be eager to share our attendance with you. Boy, we had a good crowd here tonight for a wonderful evening of entertainment. A double play, ball to second. Infante underhands to Stacia, Hindley to first. The Kernels turn a pair. How about that? Todd Johnson bounced one to Larry Infante near the bag at second. Larry's underhanded to Stacia. It went 4-6-3. Hindley on to Trumbo, and the air is now out of the Colonel pipeline. Bases empty, 2 out. Wes Long, the batter. Kane County with the bases empty, 2 out for Wes Long. Now, Rod Schulte, how can folks either contribute items to the Night of the Stars, or how can they attend?
By contacting the MDA office at 393-8905. It's an exciting event. We have some tremendous items this year. We've got a refrigerator donated by, well, it's Whirlpool, Maytag, Amana, whatever you want to call it now.
Sure. A strike call to Wes Long, 1-1.
And then we've got some tremendous sports memorabilia stuff that I was able to get. We're in Des Moines for another NBA event, the Regency Celebrity Golf Tournament.
A tap foul off the batter's foot, 1-2. Where did you get the golf equipment?
It's Regency Golf.
Yes.
Celebrity Golf Tournament in Des Moines is another fundraiser for MDA. It is the largest fundraising golf tournament in the nation for MDA. They have had 28 celebrities there, not just local celebrities we're talking. We're talking Derek Brooks from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Cadillac Williams was there.
Wow.
Jim McMahon.
A foul into the Colonel dugout, and the Colonel equipment manager drops it, and I hope that Al Gruwell will add an error to the Colonel total. The Colonel equipment manager dropped the easiest of chances, a check swing blooper into the Colonel dugout, and the Colonel, yes, they have, here's a high fly ball into left. Going back, Madison Edwards on the track. He has it. Wes Long skies to left to end the 6th inning. No runs for Kane County. 1 no hits, 1 Colonel error. Actually 2, 1 charge to the Colonel equipment manager. It won't show up on the line score, Rod, but that is Kangaroo Court Justice. Ron Pline, the Colonel equipment manager, had a soft looper land right in his hands, and he dropped it. And I don't know how he dropped it, but he will not. That will not be forgotten. We'll hear more about the items that Rod Schulte picked up at the MDA golf outing sponsored by Regency Homes for the upcoming Night of the Stars. Rod, it's August 11th.
That's correct.
Well, we'll hear more in a moment. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Colonels lost in Game 1 8-1, and after 5.5 in Game 2, the Colonels trailed the Cougars 5-3.
Jumpstart your future with learning from Kirkwood Community College. No matter what your age or previous work experience, you have new opportunities as close as your phone. 398-5517. Kirkwood has hundreds of choices for career and technical programs. Kirkwood has financial aid and support options to help you succeed, and Kirkwood has locally based centers to help you balance work, family, and learning. Kirkwood is ready when you're ready. Call Kirkwood Admissions today. 398-5517. Kirkwood. Start here, go anywhere.
Convenience and trust, 2 things all of us want. At Tri-State Travel, we offer both. It's convenient for you to make 1 call or 1 visit to our office for all your travel needs. A 1-day tour, a cruise, a trip to Branson, to charter a motor coach. For 66 years, Tri-State Travel has been a name you can trust to provide quality products. Come see why you can trust us to provide the convenience you expect. Tri-State Travel now at our new location on 7th Street Southwest.
When it comes to auto insurance, Westside Agency in Palo, your professional Pekin insurance agency, will make certain you're properly insured with the right coverages and deductibles. Westside Agency will tell you about the money-saving discounts from Pekin Insurance. Multi-car discount, good student discount, loss-free discount, 45-plus auto discount, auto home discount, low mileage discount. To see if you qualify for any of these auto discounts that will lower your premiums, visit Westside Agency in Palo.
We're underway in the bottom of the 6th here at the ballpark, a doubleheader between the Kernels and Kane County. Kane County was victorious in Game 1, and the Kernels are down by only a pair here in the 2nd game, 5-3, bottom of the 6th inning. And Dallas Morris, the cleanup batter for the Kernels, who has bunted his way on and scored on a 2-run homer by Jordan Renz back in the 2nd, is ahead, 2 balls, 1 strike. Trey Shields delivers. A chopper to third on 1 hop. Gloved by Wes Long. His long toss across the diamond is in time to get Dallas Morris 1 away here in the Colonel 6th inning. 4 straight retired by Trey Shields following Madison Edwards' first home run of the season, leading off the 5th inning. Rod Schulte is telling us about a fabulous event sponsored by Bank of the West, Night of the Stars, at the Crown Plaza?
That's correct.
And, Rod, you mentioned some of the big names, Cadillac Williams, Derek Brooks, who were at that golf outing in Des Moines. What sort of items did you receive that were donated from the golfers?
I had purchased some footballs, and I was able to get Cadillac Williams to sign a football, Jim McMahon to sign a football, and Tim DeWhite to sign a football all for me.
Wow, so those are authentic signatures.
Yes, they are. I sat there and watched them do it myself.
Does Jim McMahon still wear the glasses for his eye condition?
He still wears them. He wears them inside at night. Yep. And the funniest thing is to watch him golf barefoot.
He golfs barefoot?
Yes, he does.
Well, that's only Jim McMahon, and I bet he's a heck of a golfer.
Yes, him and Chris Finn from Slipknot were partnered up on Sunday afternoon, and they ended up winning the tournament.
Wow. A breaking pitch outside to Renz, 2-1 to Jordan. Now a changeup by Shields and a swing and a miss. Jordan Renz belting his 17th home run of the year over the right field wall back in the second inning. Gave the Kernels a 2-1 lead. 5-3 Kane County, bottom of the sixth inning. The 6'7" righty wings in a breaking pitch. Jordan went around on a half swing, strike 3 swinging. 2 gone here in the sixth inning. 5 in a row set down by Trey Shields. Well, what else, Justin, about the event or the items that will be auctioned off that you think our listeners would really be enthusiastic about supporting?
Well, I was able to get a basketball, also signed. This basketball I have is signed by Johnny Orr and Tom Davis, both of them.
That's priceless.
And then we've got a baseball signed by Jody Davis.
Ooh, the former Cub catcher who's guided the Peoria Chiefs to the first half Western Division title.
Yes. And if you really like coming out here to the ballpark, we actually have a suite from the Kernels. Jack Rader donated a suite for us.
That is wonderful, Rod. That really is something.
And then also Westdale Mall is donating 4 tickets for the hot tub for one of the last remainder of the games.
That is great. Now, Rod, your daughter has muscular dystrophy. She's a princess, isn't she?
Yes, she's 5 years old. She was diagnosed when she was 1 with congenital muscular dystrophy. And this year she actually has been named the state ambassador for Iowa for MDA.
And what is her name?
Sydney.
Oh, Rod, that's great news. It's 3-0 to Flint Whipkey. What does that mean? That she'll be the poster child? Will she make appearances?
We've made numerous appearances already this year. We've gone to the Lake of the Ozarks for the Regional Firefighters Convention. We've made it to Clinton for the State Firefighters Convention. We went to Des Moines for the golf tournament. We got a chance to meet Rusty Wallace back in January for the Iowa Speedway Convention in Des Moines. And we've got a couple more appearances lined up as far as going down in Des Moines for the telethon and also going down to Muscatine for a picnic for the firefighters in Muscatine.
Boy, that keeps Sydney on the move. A 4-pitch walk drawn by Flint Whipkey. You know what that means. Well, it means, first of all, a visit from the Cougar pitching coach Gavin Alston, but 2-out walks generally lead to big eruptions for the offense. Let's hope the Kernels can erupt against 6'7" Trey Shields, a 7-8 record, a 5.16 ERA. He leads it 5-3 with 2 out in the bottom of the sixth inning. He just walked Flint Whipkey. It's the second walk issued by Trey Shields. Is she old enough at age 5 to know how exciting this is?
No, she doesn't. She's kind of at the maturity level of about a 3-year-old.
Yeah, so she's just a little bit behind in terms of that ability to reason, but I'm sure she knows in a sense that this is meaningful.
Yes, what was really fun is on Sunday in Des Moines for that golf tournament is Billy Conduff, who played football kicker at Drake, who went down and signed with the Cowboys, is now playing with Green Bay Packers this year. She really kind of grew attached to him.
That's neat. She made a new friend.
Well, we kind of said it was her boyfriend.
Oh, that's great. Billy Conduff, tremendous kicker.
He is, and he's a tremendous person also.
Yeah.
We really got to know him and his wife down there, and I'm telling you, he's really down to earth.
A strike to Larry Infante. Now a changeup drifts outside to the Colonel number 7 hitter, who's singled and walked so far in this game. 5-3 Cougars. Bottom of the sixth inning. Tying run at the plate, Larry Infante. Ground ball, base hit into right. Whipkey will round second and go to third without a play. Just getting to it, Chad Boyd. He hits the cutoff man at second, and Larry Infante reaches base for the third time in a row. Larry smacked a hard ground ball to the right of the diving first baseman, Raul Padron. Whipkey went to third without a play. It's first and third with 2 out, and Josh Davies the batter for the Kernels. Man, oh man, as this Kernel Ball Club continue to fight their hearts out. We may be a little bit short on the experience and talent end, comparatively speaking to other teams in this league, but we sure are number 1, in my opinion, in desire and persistence. Rod, our team gets after it.
Yes, they do. They really don't let anything bother them.
No.
They try to come back as much as they possibly can.
They sure have shown that throughout this 6-game tailspin. The Kernels have fought hard in every one of the games. First pitch to Josh Davies. Instead, the right-hander steps off and goes all the way down the back of the hill. Rod, that's wonderful. The suite from the Kernels, the tickets to the Mix 96.5 FM Whirling Waters Westdale Mall Home Run Hot Tub, those great items that you got, the basketball signed by Tom Davis and Johnny Orr, the football signed by Cadillac Williams, Derek Brooks, Jim McMahon, and Billy Cundiff. Davies takes outside, ball one.
And with us getting to know the Cundiffs, they're going to, I believe, send us something from Green Bay.
Well, I'm sure they will.
So it's
you know how many Packer fans are in Eastern Iowa?
There's a lot of them.
Tons. Yes, a lot of them display the Packer flag in their front yard. Josh Davies swings at a changeup and misses. Strike one. 5-3 Cougars. A ball gets loose from the Kane County bullpen. Bobby Magianis will pick it up. The Cougars have a tall right-hander twirling in the left field bullpen. John Herrera warming up for Kane County. Josh Davies with 2 on and 2 out on a 1-1 pitch. Swings and misses a changeup, strike 2. Man, it's been a fun second half of the season. Kernels playing under 500 by 1 game. Have really been a fun team to follow. Sure, we've had our hitting problems all season, but that hasn't detracted from some great, inspiring baseball. The 1-2 to the Kernel number 7 hitter. Swing and a miss on a changeup. 3 straight changeups due in Josh Davies. No runs in the 6th for the Kernels. A walk, a hit. There were no Kane County errors, and the Kernels strand a pair. We've left 5. Well, can the Cougars make it 7 in a row at our ballpark? Can they sweep this doubleheader? We don't know yet. We're going to the top of the 7th inning. Kane County won the first game 8-1, and after 6 in the nightcap, the Cougars lead the Kernels 5-3. This is Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Did you know that Honda has the highest fuel economy average of any automobile company in America? Randy Kill Honda in Cedar Rapids is proud of their Honda dealership, and for good reason. Just listen to this list of remarkable awards for Honda vehicles. The Ridgeline, voted the 2006 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. The Honda Civic, voted 2006 Motor Trend Car of the Year. 2006 Car Driver voted the Honda Pilot as the best large SUV and best overall value of the year. Add it to the Honda Odyssey, Car Driver's best van for 2006. It's easy to see why Randy Kill Honda is the home of confidence and continues to offer the best value and lowest prices on your next new Honda. Check out the large selection of fuel-efficient pre-owned vehicles, too, online at randykill.com. Randy Kill Honda, where they treat you right.
Hy-Vee, the most respected and recognized brand name in our entire great state. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees value the vital role professional baseball plays in our community's fabric. Our treasured tradition of affordable, wholesome entertainment that brings families, friends, work colleagues, and customers together for lifelong memories. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees are proud to support the best thing going in Eastern Iowa, the wonder of Kernels baseball.
Ryan Aldridge, the Kernel closer, who is hoping, we are hoping for him, that he's able to equal or eclipse the save mark of Doc Freehill, who pitched here in 95. Ryan Aldridge comes on in a non-save situation to get some needed work as the Cougars lead at 5-3 here in the top of the 7th inning. They're 3 outs away from going 7-0 in our home ballpark this season. This call to the Kernel bullpen is sponsored by U.S. Cellular. Get your wireless relief with Call Me Minutes only from U.S. Cellular. What a solid, impressive relief outing for Darren O'Day. The Kernel submarining right-hander worked 2 innings, gave the Cougars no runs, no hits, struck out 1, walked none. Ryan Aldridge, 2-3 on the year with a 2.82 ERA, on out of the Kernel bullpen for the team-high 40th time this year. Ryan Aldridge to pitch to the top of the order. Chad Boyd, he started the Cougar 3-run 5th-inning rally with a base hit into right, and he takes a fastball low for ball 1. our baseball fun fact. I'm going to have Rod Schulte share it with us in just a moment. Rod, I thought with all the hoopla surrounding the Cubs and the neighborhood they call Wrigleyville, and it's the place to be seen with young yuppies and not necessarily baseball fans, I thought our baseball fun fact would kind of put things in perspective.
Baseball fun fact for the second game is the White Sox outdrew the Cubs every season but one between 1951 and 1967.
Isn't that something?
That is truly amazing. I mean, I guess the Cubs really came about when Sandberg was...
Yes, that's a great thought. I will piggyback on that, along with Harry Carey's arrival.
That's correct.
And yes, Ryan Sandberg, the Hall of Famer, certainly had a lot to do with the rise in popularity of the Cubs. So, too, did the social setting with all the attractive women and the free-flowing booze and the... It's the place to be. Here's a line drive into deep right, going back Jordan Renz. It's over his head. Hey, another hit for Chad Boyd. It goes to the 390 mark, and Boyd has 3 hits in this game. He'll wake up tomorrow morning for the series finale. His average will be about 360. So the A's may really have something in Chad Boyd, who has his 3rd hit of this game. He had a hit and walked twice in the opener. Let's repeat, Rod Schulte, that baseball fun fact.
The White Sox outdrew the Cubs every season but one between 1951 and 1967. That year was 1958.
The only year the Cubs outdrew the White Sox between 1951 and
1967.
Wow. That means the South Side was the place to be.
Yep.
Hasn't always been. Wrigley Field hasn't always been what it has been the last 25 years or so. Ground ball up the middle and a diving effort by Stacia. It goes under Heinley's sprawled out torso into center. Stopping at third is Chad Boyd. Justin Sellers has his 2nd straight hit. And I'd have to concur with Scott Unash's assessment. He said in the first game that Kane County was the best team he's seen this season. And boy, are they showing that against us. They are just dominating our ball club, and you shudder to think what's going to happen when we have to play them in August 8 times the last 2.5 weeks of the season at Philip Elstrom Stadium, where they're 33-15. But we'll play the games, and who knows, we may win 8 out of 8 in that place. You just never know in baseball. We could go into Philip Elstrom Stadium and just walk all over the Cougars like they've handed it to us here in our home ballpark. Swinging a foul straight back by Isaac O'Mura. So Ryan Aldridge in an on-save situation. Rod, you know baseball. It's very, very tough for a closer to perform when a save is not on the line.
Yeah, because it's kind of a letdown for that.
Yeah, there's no adrenaline rush.
They come in, they're in there for one reason usually, and that reason is to get 3 outs in that last inning to get a victory for their team.
Yes, and that raises the adrenaline level. The only analogy I can make is in track and field. I used to coach track and field, and you can make sprinters train and work hard, but for instance, there was a rule that in a 400-meter dash, the 1-1 from Aldridge is a swing and a miss by O'Mura, strike 2. You never had a 400-meter man or woman run an open 400-meter in practice because that kind of dulled their they couldn't really get psyched to run that particular event in that distance in practice. You could make them run. There goes the runner from first, a change-up, bounce to Aldridge. Ryan looks to third, throws to third, the runner in a rundown, and he's tagged out by Morris. Dallas now throws to second, and a runner goes back to third, and after all that, it's first and third, and Aldridge prevented a run from scoring. Wonderful execution by the Kernels. Just beautiful execution. After all of that, here's how it went down. Chad Boyd on a comebacker from O'Mura. Ryan Aldridge gloved it, had to leap high to get it, threw to Morris. Dallas ran Chad Boyd towards the plate, tagged him out. Morris then looked to second, and Sellers went from first to third, and O'Mura reached on a fielder's choice. So it's first and third, 1 out, top of the 7th, as the Cougars try to add some insurance to their narrow 5-3 2-run lead. Yes, it is tough for closers to garner that adrenaline. You can have your sprinters, if they're 400-meter men or women, run 300s. You can have them run 550s. You can have them go 660s. You can have them do 200s, 150s, all sorts of ladders and max velocity drills and race simulation drills. But to have them run their event, the 400, usually doesn't work.
No.
Swing and a miss by Jose Pineda. He's in the hole 0-2. Ryan Aldridge, last pitch Sunday in Game 2 of a doubleheader, went 1 inning, allowed no runs, 1 hit, struck out, 1 walked, 2. He was pitching when the Kernels were leading 5-3, and the Kernels wound up losing that lead in the bottom of the 7th inning to Quad Cities. Strike 3 call to Jose Pineda. Ryan Aldridge is 1 out away from keeping it a 2-run Cougar lead. He gets Jose Pineda looking on a breaking pitch. We'll be on the air tomorrow for the series finale at 6:55. 6:55. Bob Brooks will be at bat, and we'll air Brooks at bat on Saturday night in South Bend. That's when you'll hear Brooks at bat. We'll be taping it tomorrow. Bob will be joining us in the dugout at 2:30. Wonder if Bob's tuned in now, Rod, or if he retires before 11 o'clock.
I don't know.
That'll be interesting to find out. Anthony Recker, the batter, takes a ball outside and now whistles the 1-0 pitch foul over the backstop. Good news, 2,834 attending tonight's doubleheader. 2,834. Kane County leads it 5-3 here in the top of the 7th inning. The 1-1 to Recker. Breaking pitch, strike 2 called. It'll be interesting to see if the Cougars try to get a distance-going performance from their starter, Trey Shields. They got 7 innings of 1-run baseball as Joe Piekarz beat the Kernels 8-1 in the opener. Piekarz credited with a complete game. The 1-2. Breaking pitch, and Anthony Recker, who's 0 for 3 in this nightcap, taps it foul behind the plate. Well, I'll tell you what, Rod Schulte, I want you to repeat the phone number or how people can contact you or Bank of the West for tickets to the Night of the Stars, the MDA Awareness Fundraiser on August 11th.
You can either get a hold of one of the Bank of the West branches or contact the MDA office at 393-8905. That's the local district here that's here in Cedar Rapids.
A high pop foul lands on top of the grandstand roof, and the count remains 1-2 to Anthony Recker. Rod, could you repeat that MDA office number again?
393-8905.
Thank you. Rod Schulte. Tremendous young fella serving our community, public servant, a police officer, was an independent umpire professionally earlier this spring. Strike 3 called. Ryan Aldridge gives the Kernels a lift. He surrendered a leadoff double, then a base hit. The Cougars had a chance to put this one on ice. They had runners at first and third, nobody out, but Aldridge prevented the Cougars from pulling away. No runs in the 7th for Kane County. 2 hits. There were no Kernel errors. The Cougars leave a pair, and Kane County has stranded 6. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Can the Kernels pull this one out of the fire or send it to extra innings? We're still striving to beat Kane County for the first time here in our home ballpark. After 6.5, Cougars 5, Kernels 3.
Next up, a musical taste of Dr. Pepper. It's a new spin on an old vibe from me to you. A tasty sip of Dr. Pepper for your ears, and it starts like this.
I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be?
Now that's cool, but pepper is a little better. So let's slide in a taste of this.
I'm a pepper,
Right on. But there's still more to it. I mean, there's nothing like it, because every sip is a kick and mashup of 23 different flavors. So for the true taste of Dr. Pepper, we dial it up even more. You know it.
With 22 flavors mixed into one bold taste, every sip is a cool mix of music to your mouth. Dr. Pepper, there's more to it.
Your home is a place for savoring all the good things in life. It's a place for celebrations. It's a place where memories are created. To make sure your home is properly insured, visit Sheets Forest Draper in Marion, your professional Pekin insurance agency. Sheets Forest Draper will give you all important details about homeowners insurance with complete coverages and surprisingly affordable rates. Visit Sheets Forest Draper in Marion for homeowners insurance for your well-lived and well-loved home.
We go to the bottom of the seventh inning, and now pitching for the Cougars, trying to save it for Trey Shields, is Juan Herrera, Herrera. Juan, out of Arizona Western College, was a 10th-round pick of Oakland in 2005. Juan Herrera is a big fella, 6'6", 195. Herrera has 2 saves this year. Juan Herrera, 2-0, on for the 30th time, a 3.79 ERA. In 38 innings, Herrera has allowed 36 hits. Juan has struck out 29 in 38 innings, walked 22, the league hitting .259. I'm going to correct myself. He prefers to go by John Herrera. And his first pitch is in the dirt, ball 1. Ball 1 to the Colonel leadoff batter, Madison Edwards, number 9 hitter, belted his first home run of the year, leading off the Colonel 5th inning. Boy, Herrera, Rod, looks taller than 6'6", doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
He's a big hombre out there. Thanks for being with us throughout this doubleheader. We've had 2 this week. Doubleheader down over in Davenport on Sunday. Kernels were 8-1 losers in the first game tonight, and trail 5-3 as Herrera pours in a strike called to Madison Edwards. We'll have a complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard following this action. The 1-1. High, a fastball. And we can tell you that everything's final except for the Blue Jay game in Seattle. Everything else final on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Rod Schulte, do you still go darn when you see that here's a little looper into shallow left. It's a leadoff single for Madison Edwards. Madison Edwards continues his hot hitting as he cued one off the end of the bat and dropped it in front of the left fielder, Todd Johnson. And the Kernels are trying to mount a rally that would result in a come-from-behind win, or at least sending this game into extra innings. Are you a Yankee passionate about the Yankees, or are you like me that you kind of root against them?
Well, me being a Cubby fan, I can't find the heart to cheer for the Yankees.
Well, we share that bond then, and it goes back with me to 1964. I was in first grade. My first memory of staying home, I kind of told my mom I wasn't feeling well because I wanted to watch the 1964 World Series, an afternoon day game between the Yankees and Cardinals at Yankee Stadium. I'll never forget watching it on a black and white TV. Brad Kuhn takes high for ball 1. Kuhn is the tying run at the plate, and he bunts foul, bunted hard foul toward the Cougar third base dugout. 5-3 Kane County, bottom of the 7th inning. They won the opener 8-1. John Herrera pitched in 16 games in relief for Vancouver in rookie ball last year and had a bloated ERA of 6.08. John is 23 years old, and he's even on the count to Brad Kuhn, 1-1. A slider, or a changeup rather, drops in at the knees on the inside corner for strike 2 to Brad. Short lead at first by Madison Edwards. Strike 3 called on the outside corner, and there's one out here in the Colonel 7th inning. Kernels trying to rally to break a 6-game losing skid, and also trying to rally to gain a split in this doubleheader. Heinley Stacia will now step in for the Kernels. And a bouncer to first, gloved by the first baseman, throws to second out, throw to first, safe. The Cougars narrowly missed a game-ending double play as Heinley Stacia bounced one to first, and Raul Padron gloved it, spun, and threw to the shortstop Sellers. That went 3-6, and that forced Edwards. Heinley Stacia reaches on a fielder's choice. And here's Mark Trumbo with a chance with 2 outs as the tying run to keep it going. Herrera trying to save it for the starter, Shields.
I'm not going to try to put any predictions on like Scott did in the first game.
With that double play. I'll tell you, Rod, to put it in perspective, I can't remember what team is what. Stacia was not being held, so he steals second, and they'll call that catcher's indifference, won't they, Rod?
Yes, they will.
So Stacia will not be awarded a steal because the Cougars weren't holding him on. Swing and a miss by Mark Trumbo. Yes, I despise that rule, but Al Gruel, the official scorer, has no choice but to enforce it. Whoever thought of that rule, I think, should be banned from baseball. You know why, Rod? I don't care if the guy's holding you or not, and catcher's indifference, that's like saying if you hit a home run with your team trailing by 10 runs, that doesn't count. Don't count that home run. The pitcher wasn't, ground ball, base hit up the middle. Heinley Stacia scores to make it a 1-run game. Mark Trumbo has delivered home a run. It's his second RBI of the night, and it cuts the Cougar lead to 1 run here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Well, I'm not going to predict a Dallas Morris 2-run homer, but I'll say this. If Dallas Morris hits a 2-run homer, the Kernels end a 6-game losing streak.
And pinch runner here, Stantrell Smith is coming in for a Trumbo.
Yes, and Stantrell has had great success, Rod, in the base stealing department. And
that boy is quick.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Stantrell Smith is very quick. Goes first to third better than anyone Bobby Magianis has ever seen. Stantrell is 9 for 11 in stolen base attempts. And here comes Aaron Nakula, the Kane County manager. He gathers his catcher and first baseman together. A base hit in this situation by Morris would likely send Stantrell to third. The question now becomes, as the entire Cougar infield gathers on the hill, will Stantrell Smith try to steal? Rod, it's a dilemma because the Kernels have had such poor luck scoring runs this season that you almost have to try to get Stantrell into scoring position. But some baseball purists would say you never want to take the bat out of the potential winning run at the plate.
Not when you got a hitter like Morris at the plate.
And that's the other thing. Dallas is red hot.
And maybe a hit in the gap might score.
Still scores, Stan. You're right. You're right.
He might still end up trying to score him on it.
You're absolutely right. Stantrell's not running, and a breaking pitch low from Herrera to Dallas Morris. 5-4 Kane County. Boy, have the Kernels fought hard again here tonight. Lost the opener 8-1. Are within a run with 1 or 2 outs, and the tying run at first, winning run at the plate. Swing and a miss. Dallas Morris was trying to go the other way on an 88-mile-an-hour fastball, up and away. Dallas Morris. Colonel cleanup batter. Smith not running. A breaking pitch, strike 2 to Dallas. Colonel record in 1-run games, 5-10 in the second half, 15-24 overall. Kane County's record in 1-run games, 17-14. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Dallas Morris. Herrera brings it. Swinging a foul. Dallas had a good cut at that fastball, didn't he, Rod?
Yes, he did. You can tell he was just trying to fight it off, though.
Yep.
That was a pitcher's pitch right there. Mm-hmm. He's looking for something that he could hit or just foul off, and he got the fouling off pitch. And so he's hoping to get that one pitch right now that he can drive into the gap.
And if he does drive one into the gap, Stantrell Smith, the pinch runner, would likely score. There goes Stantrell, a tap to short, and the throw by Sellers in time, and the Cougars take a pair here tonight. Dallas Morris bounces to short. Stantrell Smith was running, and Herrera saves it for Shields, and the Cougar Juggernaut continues as they win a doubleheader, 8-1 and 5-4 here tonight, and the Colonel losing streak now runs to 7 in a row. I never thought, as well as we were playing earlier this second half, I never thought that the Colonels would be mired in a 7-game losing streak, but as you know, Rod Schulte, the beauty of baseball is that there's always the next game.
That's right, and what comes around goes around.
That's right. Things even up. In the 7th for the Colonels, one big run to make it a 1-run game. 1 run on 2 hits. There were no Cougar errors, and the Colonels strand a runner, left 6 in losing for the 7th straight time here at home against Kane County. Boy, that's really aggravating, but all you can do, as Rod and I are emphasizing, is try again tomorrow, and maybe tomorrow night will be the Colonel night to shine. Well, Rod Schulte, this has been a delight and a pleasure. I want to say one more thing, and that's about your son, Braden. He's polite, he's courteous, he has a sense of humor, he's inquisitive. He was very, very well behaved tonight.
Well, thank you, John. I appreciate that.
He's a great kid. Braden, thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you here as well.
And I thank you, John, for allowing me to do that.
Hey, Rod, it was a lot of fun. And thank you for your service to our community, for being a great dad and husband, and for being a wonderful replacement and independent umpire during the labor dispute.
Well, again, I appreciate that, and I thank the Colonel's organization for allowing me to do it. It was a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
It was fun to see you in your element. You did a great job.
Well, thank you, John.
Rod Schulte with us in the second half of the second game. The Cougars sweep a doubleheader, 8-1 and 5-4. We'll put a cap on this fun, long evening of baseball next on the Colonel Curtain Call.
It's time for the Colonel's Curtain Call. Now, with a game recap, a complete look at the State Farm scoreboard, and a look ahead to upcoming action, let's rejoin the voice of the Colonel, John Rogers.
Yes, indeed. Time for the Colonel Curtain Call. 2,834, including a big contingent from Cascade, had a great time here this evening as Kane County won a doubleheader 8-1 and 5-4. In the first game, the Cougars scored 4 in the top of the first against Colonel starter Tommy Mendoza and out-hit us 11-6. Their lefty Joe Piekarz went the distance to up his record to 5-4, and the Cougars handed the Colonels an 8-1 loss. In the second game, Colonels came very close to breaking a losing streak that has now reached 7 games. Kane County got on top first in the top of the second inning, a 2-out double by Frank Martinez, followed by a Todd Johnson RBI single, 1-0 Cougars. But the Colonels came storming back. A leadoff bunt single by Dallas Morris in the second. He advanced to second as the pitcher Trey Shields winged his throw wildly past first. Jordan Renz then belted his team-high 17th home run of the year in the second inning with Morris aboard. It was a clout to right field, and it gave the Colonels a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the second inning. The Cougars tied it on an unearned run in the third. Justin Sellers, with 1 out, reached on a throwing error by Colonel third baseman Dallas Morris, and then he scored on Sellers went to second on the throwing error, which went into the Colonel dugout. Then Isaac O'Mura lined a base hit into right field. Sellers scored an unearned run to make it 2-2. It remained 2-2 until the top of the fifth inning when the Cougars strung together 4 straight hits off Colonel starter Andy Hill. Chad Boyd, who had 3 hits in the second game. His average tomorrow will be over 360. Boyd single to right. Justin Sellers then bunted on an 0-2 pitch, bunted his way on. Isaac O'Mura ripped a 2-run double into the right field corner to score both Boyd and Sellers and make it a 4-2 game. Isaac O'Mura then scored on an RBI single by Jose Pineda to make it 5-2. Did the Kernels fold their tents and quit? No, they didn't. Madison Edwards socked his first home run of the year, leading off the fifth inning to make it a 5-3 game. Madison Edwards had 2 of the Kernel 9 hits in the nightcap, and then the Kernels rallied for another run in the bottom of the seventh inning. Madison Edwards, a leadoff single. 1 out later, Heinle Stacia forced Edwards at second. Heinle he was not awarded, justly so. Heinle advanced to second on catcher's indifference. How do you like that rule? And then Mark Trumbo singled home Stacia to make it a 5-4 game. Trumbo was pinch run for by Stantrell Smith, and Stantrell was running on a 1-2 pitch to Dallas Morris. Morris bounced out to short to end the Kernel seventh inning. Here's the final line score for Kane County: 5 runs, 11 hits, 1 error. They stranded 6. The Kernels 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors, and the Kernels left 6 aboard. The winning pitcher for Kane County was their starter, Trey Shields. Trey Shields, the winner, and his record is now 8-8. Trey Shields pitched 6 innings and earned his 8th win of the year. The Kernel loser, he pitched well again, I thought, tonight, threw strikes, Andy Hill. Andy's record is now 3-7. The save went to John Herrera, and it was Herrera's 3rd save of the year. The second game of the doubleheader took 2 hours and 22 minutes, and a big crowd here tonight comprised of big groups and a huge contingent from Cascade, Iowa, a crowd of 2,834, and the Kernels will try to break a 7-game losing streak in tomorrow night's series finale. Kane County takes a pair. We'll be back with our PRC play of the game following this on the Kernel Radio Network.
The hottest feature in beautiful Veterans Memorial Stadium is the coolest place. It's the Whirling Waters Home Run Hot Tub. How can you and your friends relax and splash it up from the most coveted spot at the ballpark? Simply register at Center Point in Westdale Mall, and listen, if you're selected as the winner, you'll enjoy the ultimate entertainment experience. AquaJet Stream Comfort atop the left field wall in the Whirling Waters Home Run Hot Tub. Brought to you by Westdale Mall and Whirling Waters. Your chance to splash it up.
Did you know that Honda has the highest fuel economy average of any automobile company in America? Randy Kill Honda in Cedar Rapids is proud of their Honda dealership, and for good reason. Just listen to this list of remarkable awards for Honda vehicles. The Ridgeline, voted the 2006 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. The Honda Civic, voted 2006 Motor Trend Car of the Year. 2006 Car Driver voted the Honda Pilot as the best large SUV and best overall value of the year. Add it to the Honda Odyssey, Car Driver's best van for 2006. It's easy to see why Randy Kill Honda is the home of confidence and continues to offer the best value and lowest prices on your next new Honda. Check out the large selection of fuel-efficient pre-owned vehicles, too, online at randykill.com. Randy Kill Honda, where they treat you right.
John Rogers back with you following a full night of baseball. A twin bill. The Kernels haven't fared well in doubleheaders this week, losing a pair in Davenport, each by 1 run, and the Cougars put the whammy on us again tonight, winning 8-1 and 5-4. It's time now to bring you the PRC play of the game. PRC is proud to support the communities where their employees live and work, and for every Kernel home run hit this season, PRC's Community Care donates $25 to the Haycat Food Reservoir, and our PRC play of the game relates directly to PRC's Community Care Home Runs for the Hungry. In the second inning, with the Kernels trailing in the nightcap 1-0, Dallas Morris bunted his way on and advanced to second when the pitcher threw his bunt past first into the Kernel dugout. That brought Jordan Renz to the plate. Let's tune in now and enjoy our PRC play of the game.
That seems to be the way that players of this era choose to do that, and I guess that's their own
behind the... Well, I'll tell you what. We're going to queue up that play of the game. I had it on the wrong track, but it'll just take a moment, and we'll have our PRC play of the game for you. A job at PRC is a job you'll love. Their benefit package is out of this world. The benefit package at PRC is known as Life Essentials, and those Life Essentials at PRC, the benefits include paid training, a flexible work schedule, a 401k retirement savings plan, and medical, dental, vision, and pet insurance. You can learn more about the Life Essential benefit package and the career opportunities at PRC by logging on to their website, www.prcnet.com. Our PRC play of the game. Wren's at the plate, Morris at second, following a leadoff bunt single and a wild throw by the pitcher. Kernels trailing 1-0 in the second game of the doubleheader. Here's our PRC play of the game. To Jordan with the tying run at second. Nobody out. A high drive into deep right. Chad Boyd back. Goodbye! Hey, a two-run homer for Jordan Wren. Over the right field wall. Folks, the Kernels ahead. 2-1 here in the bottom of the second inning. Number 17 for Jordan Wren. This crowd erupted when Jordan Wren connected for his team-high 17th home run of the year, slugging one over the right field wall with Dallas Morris aboard. It gave the Kernels a 2-1 lead in the second inning. That's our PRC play of the game. We'll be back in just a moment with a complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard as Kane County takes a pair from the Kernels 8-1 and 5-4.
As a parent, have you ever experienced the frustration of watching your child struggle at school because of poor study habits? Did your child's grades suffer last year because of poor organization? Do you wish your child would be more motivated at school to realize his or her true potential? If the answer to any of these questions was yes, then Educare Learning Centers has a proven study skills program just for your child. Educare's Study Skills program has helped hundreds of area students gain the study skill tools necessary to turn grades around. So if learning how to study needs to be your child's first lesson this year, give Educare a call. Classes begin Monday, August 7th and Monday, August 14th, just in time for school this fall. Space is limited. Call Educare of Cedar Rapids today at 832-1965 and get this year started right. That's Educare of Cedar Rapids, 832-1965. Educare is fully accredited by the North Central Association of Colleges and Schools.
Well, it's been a fun night of baseball. It started at 6 o'clock, and we're just past 11 o'clock. You're enjoying the Colonel Curtain Call here on ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG Cedar Rapids. Kane County took a pair from us tonight, 8-1 and 5-4. Kernels will be out to end a 7-game losing streak when we play the series finale here tomorrow evening. Thanks to State Farm Insurance agents Brad Dunn, Al Shuttler, Dale Thompson, and Gary Schubat, we can now bring you a complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Everything final except the game in Seattle in the American League. Let's start in the National League. This afternoon there were 4 games. At Miller Park, the Brewers bowed to the Pirates. 8-4, Pittsburgh downs the Brewers at Miller Park. This afternoon in Gotham, at Shea Stadium, the Cubs lost in 10 innings to the Mets, 1-0. At Coors Field in Denver today, the Redbirds stomped the Rockies 6-1. And the Dodgers continue their free fall. The Dodgers are reeling. The Padres clobbered Los Angeles this afternoon in the City of the Angels 10-3. Tonight in the National League, at RFK Stadium, the Nationals rallied in the bottom of the 9th inning to clip the Giants 4-3. The Phillies played at Citizens Bank Ballpark, and the Phillies whipped Arizona 6-4. A final from Dixie at Turner Field. The Braves edged the Marlins 6-5. And a final from Minute Maid Ballpark in Houston. The Astros sent the Reds into orbit 8-5 Houston. Now let's look at the American League this afternoon on the State Farm Major League scoreboard and begin with good news from Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg. Former Colonel All-Star second baseman and Midwest League batting champion Howie Kendrick socked his first home run in the big leagues, and the Angels dismantled the Devil Rays 15-6. It was Detroit over the Indians this afternoon at Jacobs Field. Tigers 4, Cleveland 1. At U.S. Cellular Field, the Twins added to the miseries of the slumping White Sox. The Twins shackled the White Sox 7-4. At the Coliseum in Oakland, the Athletics trounced the Red Sox today 5-1. 2 one-run games tonight in the American League. At Ameriquest Field, the ballpark in Arlington, it was the Yankees edging the Rangers 8-7. At Kauffman Stadium, the Orioles shaded the Royals tonight 4-3. And let's check one more time at Safeco Field. They are in the top of the 6th inning, and the Blue Jays are trying to come back. The Mariners in the top of the 6th lead Toronto 7-4. That's our complete look at the State Farm Major League Scoreboard. Brought to you, as always, by State Farm Insurance agents Dale Thompson, Gary Shubat, Brad Dunn, and Al Shetler. We'll be with you tomorrow evening at 6:55. 6:55, we'll bring you the Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup in the Cougar order in the series finale, pitting the Kernels against the Oakland Athletic minor leaguers. And we'll also have Brooks at Bat as a programming reminder. We'll have Brooks at Bat for you on Saturday evening from South Bend. Tomorrow evening's game will be heard right here in the zone at 6:55, so please make note of that. 6:55 is when we'll take the air for the abbreviated pregame show. The South Slope Communications Triple Play Show will get underway at 6:55. We won't have a formal guest. I'll be down on the field before the game honoring a patient from the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics. Eric Lemkuhl will celebrate a home run for life before tomorrow evening's series finale. Well, let's stay behind this ball club. They're trying their hearts out. They're a little bit frustrated right now, so the best thing we can do is encourage, support, root, and as Rod Schulte, our guest in the second game, said, things will turn around hopefully sooner than later. The Kernels drop a pair to the Cougars and have lost 7 straight, but are still only 2 games under 500 with a lot of time left to go here in the second half. Kane County wins the first one 8-1, and the Cougars hold on to edge the Kernels in the nightcap 5-4. Thanks to Scott Unash, the 4-time State Sportscaster of the Year, the programming director at the Zone, and thanks to Rod Schulte, who was with us in the second game. Kernels drop a pair to Kane County 8-1, 5-4, 6:55. South Slope Communications Triple Play Show time tomorrow evening. Thanks for being with us. This has been Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
This has been a special sports presentation from The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids. Now back to our regularly scheduled ESPN programming already in progress.